Caius trudged through a cave of shattered rock and spearing roots, Porkchop following close behind. It was dark, far darker than the grove had been. The cave moss that had provided them comforting light had grown sparse as they pushed deeper into the tunnels, leaving just enough light for him to use. Low light vision to see by. They'd left the grove weeks ago, pushing deep into the many twisting tunnels that had splintered off from the oversized cavern. The mineshaft that had caught Caius's attention turned out to be a dead end. All they'd found had been undead miners, rockfall traps, and a small pouch of depths coin sitting on a plinth at the end. The gold coin had been nice, but it had been annoying to have to turn back so quickly. Should have simply burnt itself out. In the end, his inability to recreate it was no great loss. He was leery of relying too heavily on environmental traps and fighting like a runewright. It could overly influence his class options and prevent him from gaining recognition from the system for more direct forms of confrontation. Every now and again would be okay, but it wouldn't be too long until he could work on his spell casting formation. He could be patient. The other tunnels they now explored were far more convoluted. They sprawled through the earth, intersecting and winding through each other in a confusing mess. Roots clawed free from rock walls, the monochromatic sight of his low light vision making them seem closer to the petrified tentacles of some slumbering horror. 2 or 3 times an hour, the light would return when a tunnel opened up into a small cavern. Graves dotted the spaces, overgrown with lichens and dense brush. They absolutely crawled with depths born, always a coin flip if they would be nearly overrun by beasts or undead. Unlike the cavern that held the groves, these spaces in the earth were much smaller. Small enough that engaging one of the dungeon's spawn was enough to pull the rest down on their heads. The beast caverns at least made for good campsites. Without the putrid smell of undead, and with the beasts providing a convenient food source, they were almost comfortable. His armor had already shown its worth, deflecting claw and blade alike with ease. It dramatically increased the risks he could take in combat. Now he only had to worry about the slow attrition of his health as it expended to heal cracked bone and bruised flesh. Not that he was reckless. Well, not anymore. A careless brush with a shadewolf had left his arm shattered, his armor doing little to protect him from the raw power of its jaws. When they'd first entered the tunnels, Caius had been worried about straying too far from the glade, concerned about their supplies of water. Thankfully, the caverns contained a source often enough that they hadn't had to attempt a retreat for supplies. Whatever intelligence controlled the great depths, it seemed to disdain deaths as mundane as thirst and starvation. In the tunnels themselves, traps had become ubiquitous. Blanketing carpets of poisonous puffballs, ambush predators, rockfall traps, and more were scattered through the gloomy corridors. Most were natural hazards, but not all. They promised death to the unwary, slowing their exploration to a crawl. At the very least, it had been fantastic for Caius's skill growth. Low light vision had capped itself a few hours ago, his range of vision increasing to a full 50 paces or more, not that he got the most use out of it in the tight confines. He had similarly managed to finish inspect during one of their cavern skirmishes, now able to reliably identify all of the depths born they came across. Appraise, adamant body, and Explorer's toolkit had all seen their own growth, with the first skill comfortably butting up against the cap. Caius pulled up his status to check the changes. Explorer's toolkit yanked on his attention, drawing his gaze away from the system screen to focus him on the tunnel wall. Something hung there, a wire thin enough he would have missed it if he hadn't already known to look. Wait, Caius said. Trap. Porkchop halted behind him. Advancing slowly, Caius kept a firm hand on the hilt of his sword. It wouldn't be the first time a trap had turned out to be an ambush predator lying in wait. Scanning the cavern wall that had filled him with unease, Caius spotted a series of carved square holes recessed into the wall, positioned at hip height with a small, barely visible thread cutting across the length of the cavern. He drew his sword, cutting through the tripwire in one clean stroke. Sharpened metal-capped spikes shot out of the holes with a thunk, speeding past his chest. They clattered against the far wall, enough force behind them to kick up dust as they pulverized stone. The wooden halves of the spears shattered as the mechanism of the trap continued to try to force them outwards. Behind him, Porkchop yelped. Caius eyed the trap with a cocked brow. That one was nasty. It was possible they might have failed to pierce his armor, but that was not at all a given considering they had crushed stone. Even then, if he had gotten sandwiched between them and the tunnel wall, he would have shattered a hip at best. He appraised the trap. The sooner he could identify the better. Spear trap, depths wrought trap. A trap utilizing kinetic enchantments to launch steel-tipped spears at terrifying speeds. Single use. We're good, Caius said. He moved to the spears, ramming them with his shoulder to break through their cracked halves. Porkchop moved up behind him, keeping close. They fell back into a tense silence, prowling forward through the dark. Caius thought of his status as observed. He'd needed to know more. At first, he had been worried about talking to Porkchop about it. Myths surrounding those that held the system's interest were shadowy. some lauding them as heroes, others the worst of villains. After hearing Porkchop talk about the burrow settlements that the greater meals resided in, he knew they had their own culture. Crimes against nature were punishable by death, even by accident. Some of those crimes were arcane to him. Unintended maiming in a spar was fine, but a mistake on the hunt leading to the death of your fellow packmates meant your life was forfeit. They were brutal laws. Cruel if looked at from the lens of man, yet Porkchop accepted them without question. It had worried him that being observed might be some sort of taboo, like sharing the requirements of a legacy skill without the express permission of one of the matriarchs. Yet the more time they spent together, the more Porkchop started to question the rules of his burrow. Caius had spoken of his own life, of growing and training under the guidance of his father. He'd mentioned the many times he had disobeyed his father, how ignoring his father's warnings had so often led him to getting injured, how he had grown from that, quickly learning the wisdom in Haster's years of experience. Porkchop had been appalled. Apparently, ignoring a burrow elder was a quick way to lose his head, though secretly Caius did think his friend had been a little bit of a hypocrite. After all, at the first opportunity he had gotten, Porkchop had crossed the mountain range that separated the deep sea, something he had been explicitly warned off. That had been the start of his friend questioning the value of tradition. Oh, often Porkchop still saw the wisdom in it, as did he, but now Caius could see him questioning, evaluating if the purpose behind the rule actually served him. It made Caius feel like he could finally ask his friend about being observed. He had to know, and the matriarchs seemed to share all sorts of knowledge with their burrows that wider society would consider a closely guarded secret. It still made him nervous. Chewing on his lip, Caius fought to suppress the bubbling anxiety that lay heavily in the pit of his stomach. "Hey, Porkchop," Caius said, shoving his uncertainty deep. "Yeah," his friend called from behind him. "Did the matriarchs ever tell you any stories about those observed by the system?" "Ooh," Porkchop hummed. "Those are my favorite." Caius resisted, slumping his shoulders in relief. "Barely." "Oh," he asked, keeping his tone curious. "Did they say anything about what it means, how it happens?" "A little," Porkchop said. "They are old stories, though grandfather was supposed to have been one." "Grandfather," Caius blurted in surprise. His friend snorted at him. "Not like that," Porkchop chortled. "I told you that it's hard for beasts to change what they are, but not impossible. Some rage against fate, throw themselves at death. If they live, some gain enough achievements to evolve to a higher form. Grandfather was a lesser meals, terrorized the forest for years, then became the first greater meals." Caius nodded at his friend's explanation. It was similar to how classes worked. Sure, you got a class evolution in every tier, but if you wanted to climb rarities, increasing the power of your class qualitatively, it took work. You had to push yourself, the demands on your feats and achievements growing with every rank. Didn't explain everything, though. "Wait, so all greater meals are descended from him? How does that work?" "Not everyone," Porkchop explained. "He forged a great host of burrows. With him at the head, it was much less difficult for others to follow his path." "But you were saying he was an observed?" Caius asked. Porkchop huffed from behind him. "Yes, great achievement, to earn the notice of the system. Made the path a lot easier, lots of rewards." Caius's heart thumped. Rewards. He had been unsure if there would be any concrete benefits. He had to know more. It was now or never. "What if," Caius said, his voice shaky. "What if I was observed, I mean?" Caius stopped, hearing Porkchop's steady footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found his friend had stopped dead. "What?" "Well," Caius scratched his head. "Before you fell into the depths and I found you, I stumbled across a natural treasure and—" "What?" Porkchop's mental voice rose, causing Caius to wince as his head throbbed. "And I ate it. The system said that consuming one made me worthy of observation." Caius's voice trailed off as his friend stared at him mutely. Porkchop suddenly lurched forwards. Caius let out an oof as his friend's heavy head drove into his stomach. "Idiot, should have told me. We have to push harder." What do you mean? Aren't we pushing ourselves plenty hard already?" "Nothing but old stories," Porkchop grumbled. "But being observed only happens if you do something you shouldn't be able to. Hard or unlikely, doesn't matter. Do more, the system rewards you. Don't know much more, the stories are always vague." Porkchop pushed past him, trotting off into the dark of the cavern. "Come, more champions are our best bet." Caius smiled as he raced to catch up to his friend. Excitement or no, he couldn't let Porkchop take the lead. No point letting him break a leg on a missed trap. He thanked the gods that being an observed had gone down well. Any fear he felt of his friend treating him any differently had vanished in the sheer excitement. Porkchop showed for him. He couldn't help but feel the same. Learning that the system's attention might come with rewards, it filled him with a fire. Every scrap of growth they could eke out before facing the Guardian was vital. They were meant to be faced with full teams of experienced delvers, ones who could cover each other's backs and weaknesses. Killing one as a freshly classed man and matured beast was a tall order. An idea began to percolate in Caius's mind, a reckless one. The height of stupidity if he was honest with himself, yet the allure it held was undeniable. What if once he had all of his legacy skills, once he had grown his hoard of champion-defended artifacts, he was strong? If they did manage to earn whatever rewards the system deigned to give them, would it be enough? What if they could escape before he got his class? What would that do for the strength of his class? What sort of reward would the system give him for doing the impossible? Yellow light spilled out from around a bend in the tunnel ahead. It was a welcome reprieve from the washed-out drudgery that was. Low light vision. It also meant a cavern, and he had yet to see one that hadn't been swarming with depths born. He placed his hand on. A father's gift, feeling the supple leather of its grip. Something's up ahead. Caius called back to Porkchop. He got a growl of acknowledgement in response. He knew there was no way his friend had missed the light, but he was the vanguard. Calling out potential threats was his duty, and one that had stopped them from being caught flat-footed more than once. They crept forward, alert and ready for hostile depths born to bear down on them at any moment. Caius rounded the bend, stopping fast. His sudden halt caused Porkchop to bump into his back. "What is it?" Porkchop asked, moving to his right to peer around him. "Another glade," Caius said softly, staring at the sight before him. Though much smaller in scale than the one they had left in the prior weeks, it was still a breathtaking sight to see so far beneath the earth. The cavern must have been an hour's walk across, with a ceiling that soared high above. Strange, impossibly thick, vines snaked their way up the edges of the caverns, clawing their way up the almost impossibly tall walls. Great serpentine trunks spearing deep into the grass-covered loam below. They wove their way through stalactites, arching over the roof like the streamers he draped over rafters during a solstice celebration. Long hanging tendrils hung from the great vines, their emerald lengths drifting in an unfelt breeze. Each was tipped by a strange fluid-filled sac. Almost like an overripe berry full of juice. The growths were the source of the soft yellow light that drenched the trees below. And the trees, they were so green, so blessedly green. Caius didn't realize how sick he had gotten of vegetation that glowed blue. Seeing the wash of normality splayed out in front of him brought it rushing back. Green was home. He'd spent his entire life in the sea. Even when he and father had gone to visit the outlying villages, the trees had always been there. A wall of green and brown barely a stone's throw from the settlement's borders, comforting and secure. Before he had trapped himself down here in the depths, his 3-week trip to Dedeker had been the longest he had been separated from the forest. That had been radically uncomfortable. The rolling grass of the frontier left him feeling so exposed. It was so open. Gods, by the time they got back, all he wanted to do was give the nearest trunk a damn hug. At least down here in the depths, he hadn't had to deal with the sheer openness of the frontier. Hells, the glade had done much to put him at ease. The burrows and trunks had been familiar, at least familiar enough to provide some semblance of conference, but it was blue. Blue wasn't home. Green was. Sure, the trees were the wrong shape. Strange droopy things with 2 large leaves. The arboreal sea also didn't have vines thicker than a century oak with glowing fruits either, but it was green. There was also the matter of the absolutely massive trunk that dominated the large copse. The rest of the trees were easily the size of a full-grown elm. The specimen at the center, easily 4 times that height, its tallest reaches brushing up against the ends of the glowing tendrils that hung from the roof. They'd have to investigate that later. If there was one thing he had come to expect for the depths, was that it wasn't exactly subtle about where the greatest dangers waited. Nor that they guarded the best rewards. Porkchop stood next to him, frozen at the sight. A moment later his friend burst into motion, sprinting out of the tunnel. He hit the soft earth and grass that coated the cavern floor, blurring claws kicking up clumps of sod. "Shit," Caius thought. "Porkchop," Caius yelled, running after his friend. "Wait, you idiot." Porkchop leapt upwards, flying through the air like a heavy stone to hit the grass with a thud. Caius came to a stop, watching as the exuberant greater beast rolled around on the grass, letting out happy chuffs every few seconds. "Grass, green, I missed green," Porkchop said, shoving his face and head into the ground. Caius laughed. A deep growl from the edge of the trees cut him off. Caius moved, ripping his sword free from its sheath with a fluidity born from months of living under the threat of ambush. Porkchop sprung to his feet. Red and black fur stood on end, making the bear-sized meals look twice his usual size. His friend met the growl with a challenge of his own, a bassy roar echoing from deep within the meal's chest. Eyes scything across the tree line, Caius spotted the beast instantly. Cloaked in wiry brown fur, it was a stocky thing. It stood on its rear legs, leaning over to prop itself on long arms. Each limb was tipped by ochre-colored claws. They tapered to a wicked point, each one the length of one of his fingers. It was hideous, a naked face of thick leather draped loosely over prominent ridges of bone. Beady eyes rested over a flat nose, recessed deeply beneath its oversized brow. Reacting to Porkchop's roar, the creature hooted. Straightening itself on its rear legs, it smashed its fists into the ground over and over again, claws ripping deep into the earth. Caius shot often. Inspect, Cavern Shambler Level 17, Depths Born Beast. Just a beast, Caius called out to Porkchop, but be careful of its claws, they look nasty. The shambler punched the ground for a final time and roared at them. It charged, throwing its hands into the ground ahead of it and swinging through its arms in a strange lopping gait. Caius set off at a sprint, blade held at the ready. Porkchop was beside him, rumbling out a steady low growl. They met it halfway, on the open field of grass that separated the tunnel they had left from the edge of the underground forest. It struck Caius first, one arm swinging wildly towards him with claws outstretched. He stepped around the blow, letting the claws skitter harmlessly off his scale mail. He cut. His longsword opened a long slash down the creature's side. It roared in agony, blood erupting from its wound. Flesh rippled, sealing the cut closed far faster than Caius expected. Porkchop smashed the shambler aside, interrupting its attempt to maul Caius. One paw hit it in the ribs with a heavy crack. More followed. Caius pressed the assault, following through with flowing slashes. The shambler seemed to view his blade as the greater threat, crying out in pain and rage as it dug its grip into the ground to launch itself in his direction. Its arms rose over its head, descending back down in a viscous hammer blow. Caius brought his sword up, blocking the swing with the edge of his blade. His defense cut the depths borne to the bone, sword biting deep into its wrists. Porkchop lunged forwards, snapping his jaws around the monster's ankle. He yanked back with beastly strength, flinging the shambler away from Caius. It hit the ground with a tumble. Arresting itself out of its roll with its claws, the shambler hauled itself to its feet, charging back in their direction. They closed around it, assaulting it from both sides. Whenever the monster turned its focus to one of them, the other dove behind, assaulting it from the rear and splitting its attention. Every cut that Caius landed severed flesh and scored bone. Even with the Depthsborn's prodigious rate of healing, it wasn't able to keep up. Soon the wound stopped writhing, failing to close. Blood drenched its hair and it slowed, weakened by constant blood loss. Eventually it collapsed, growling weakly as it bared its teeth at them. Caius delivered the killing stroke, separating its head from its body. Ding, level 17 cavern shambler slain. Caius's chest heaved from the exertion of the fight. Taking a moment to mop his brow, he cleaned his blade on the grass before returning it to its sheath. Hells, that thing healed fast, he exclaimed. He wouldn't have been surprised if it had been a champion. They at least had powerful abilities that would explain the increased regeneration. Maybe Depthsborn had something equivalent to general skills. With how shallow of a layer they are on, it was hard to tell. He doubted whatever skills they had would be extraordinarily powerful, although it could just have easily been a natural trait of the beast. He'd seen some lizards regrow their tails, and they hadn't even been connected to the system. Still died easy. Porkchop snorted derisively. Yeah, you're right. He turned to look at his friend. Though maybe next time we don't sprint directly into caverns we haven't had a chance to scout out. I know we haven't seen grass in a while, but you've gotta admit that was stupid. Porkchop had the sensibility to look embarrassed, his ears drooping. He perked right back up after Caius ruffled his head. Come on, let's go check out that tree in the middle. I bet we'll find a champion there, and I've been itching for a real fight, Caius said, setting off for the trees. Porkchop chuffed back at him, keeping pace. It was true, he had been getting a bit bored with the normal Depthsborn. With everything he had gained, they no longer felt like the threat they had once been. Sure, he wasn't any stronger or faster than he was when he first entered the depths, but his skills and equipment had improved by leaps and miles. Undead weren't so scary when their rusted weapons couldn't pierce his armor. The only trouble they'd had recently had been a sheer numbers issue. Even if they could handily trounce a handful of foes, some of the smaller caverns they passed through had a score or more milling about in a group. Fighting that many all at once was tough. It was also boring. More a factor of covering each other and working against getting surrounded than any true test of skills. Not like the champions. They entered the trees. Thick in the trunk, they had soaring canopies made up of quickly thinning branches that drooped towards the ground, weighed down by flat leaves the size of Caius's chest. Thick roots snaked out from the base of the trees, dancing through the surface of the earth, their rough exteriors extending out to the edges of the canopy. It made for treacherous footing. The canopy shadowed them, yet enough of the light penetrated the thin leaves to give them more than enough to see by. It tinted the light into a pale green, the shifting foliage sending the occasion beam of brighter yellow scything through the glade floor. A quick inspect let him know that they were called verdantha trees, while the vines above were hanging lanterns. Their journey wasn't exactly a peaceful afternoon stroll. It felt like every few minutes another shambler called out a challenge, leaping out of the trees above to throw themselves towards them with outstretched claws. Thankfully, the beasts seemed to be solitary in nature. The one time two approached them at once, they spent almost as much time hissing at each other as they did trying to tear them limb from limb. They cut through the obstructions easily. The massive tree that lorded over the grove was situated in the middle of a clearing, almost as if the other trees didn't dare to intrude on its domain. A thick crown of leaves stretched just under the ceiling of the cavern, reaching the edges of the clearing. Amongst squirming roots, Caius spied a hulking figure. Though it was hard to tell from the distance, Caius was almost certain that at the shoulder it was as tall as him. Covered in a thick mat of gray fur, its thick chest held a broad head with two wicked-looking horns erupting out to curve upwards. Behind it, a long tail snaked out. Heavy and muscular, it was almost as long as the rest of the creature's body. He inspected it. Grimclaw Dreadbeast level 27, champion, depths-born beast, apex predator. Caius let out a savage grin. They'd found their next target. The champion prowled around the base of the tree that stood sentinel over the surrounding woods. Despite its thick limbs and stocky chest, it leapt from root to root with lithe agility. Caius and Porkchop watched the lethal depths born from behind the relative safety of a bulging root, a little ways into the edge of the treeline. "This place is way too open," Caius whispered. "No way we are going to get the drop on it. You're right, we will have to strike with fury and bravery in our hearts." "What, just run out and charge it?" Caius grunted, watching the way the Grimclaw moved with sleek grace. "With how bloody big the bastard is, I don't think my armor will matter all that much. One good hit and it'd just cave my chest in. I'm not so confident at dodging this one, Porkchop. It's moving around like a chase predator. I'll do it," Porkchop said with finality. Images flitted across the bond, filling Caius's mind, challenging a worthy opponent, the rare one able to match him in physicality. Winning, bloody, broken, and triumphant. A glorious final roar, shattered body of the challenger lying limp under paw. Porkchop was serious. Caius looked at his friend with a cocked brow, then turned back to look at the distant Grimclaw. "Porkchop, look at the claws. You'll get cut to ribbons." "You forget," Porkchop said with a threatening rumble, "that you are not the only one with a full set of legacy skills. My hide might not be as unbreaking as your new scales, but you will find that I am hard to kill. Wounds that would end you would just slow me down." Biting his lip, Caius continued to watch the champion. It stalked the area of the massive tree, slinking through the shadows to patrol its domain. Reacting to some unseen motion, the Grimclaw dug its claws into hard roots with buttery ease. Caius's breath hitched. Wheeling around with startling ease, it blurred across the clearing, away from them. God's damned, it was fast. It snapped up something in its jaws before slinking back to the tree trunk with easy grace. Caius shook his head. He needed to get a grip. It was a big bastard, but he'd managed to take out 2 champions alone. He'd grown significantly since then, and he had Porkchop as well. Things would be fine. He looked over to his friend. "You're sure?" "Yes, all right." Caius let out a steadying breath. He drew his sword, the blade glinting softly as a beam of yellow swept over them from the hanging lanterns above. "Let's do this." Porkchop let out a low, rumbling growl, thick digging claws sinking into the ground. "After I challenge it, go offside and follow once I have it distracted. You will know when I engage." Caius nodded. He set off, leaving Porkchop behind to move through the trees. He leaned into the stealth aspects of Explorer's Toolkit, shadows reaching out tenderly to wrap him in their embrace. Once he had gotten far enough, he moved closer to the clearing, pressing himself close to the trunk at the very edge of the start of the canopy far overhead. With his path set, their approach decided, Caius's nerves dissipated. In their place, a rising anticipation grew. The slow rustle of the surrounding foliage faded. His vision sharpened, heart pumped slow and heavy as a tingle started to grow in the tips of his fingers. The Grimclaw didn't seem so imposing now. He hoped it would put up a good fight. A father's gift rested in his hands, its comfortable weight reassuring him of his success. He had armor now, had grown his skills at an unimaginable pace. The depths had thrown its best at him, and he had come up time and time again, using the challenges as a stepping stone to higher heights. He was born for this, trained for this. He was a warrior. A deafening roar echoed across the clearing, soft ambience of the glade shattered by the sheer rage of Porkchop's battle cry. His friend charged into the open, sprinting over loose earth and twisting roots. His hackles were raised, massive teeth bared at the Grimclaw. "Ding, you have challenged a champion, Grimclaw Dreadbeast." Caius watched the champion turn to Porkchop in shock, whirling with a snarl of its own. It locked eyes on his friend, the very air seeming to hold its breath. Snorting its own challenge, the Grimclaw sprinted to engage. A cold calm descended over him. Not yet. He had to wait until the champion had fully committed. If he tore in now, it would see him, ruining any advantage of surprise. His grip tightened on his blade, muscles tensing in anticipation. The Grimclaw dropped its head at the last moment, trying to gore Porkchop in their collision. Porkchop went low. They collided with a crash, both beasts snarling as they snapped at each other. Wrapping his thick red and black arms around the champion, Porkchop reared up. Despite easily being thrice Caius's size, Porkchop picked up the beast with ease, sending it sprawling backwards with a parting snap of his jaws. His friend slammed down, diving towards the champion's undefended belly. Porkchop had always told him that his thick dagger-like claws were for digging out burrows. They seemed to eviscerate flesh just as easily. The beast howled as Porkchop ripped open its midsection. It kicked out, using its powerful legs to rake Porkchop with its claws. He was forced back, thick lacerations on his chest weeping blood. Porkchop only seemed to grow more enraged. He moved. Jaws snapped shut around the Grimclaw's shoulder. With a contemptuous heave, Porkchop tossed the champion in Caius's direction. It flailed through the air, a steady stream of blood from the gaping wound in its stomach splattering against the earth below. "That's my cue," he thought. Caius vaulted over the high tree root he was hiding behind, sprinting out into the open field with his sword held ready. The Grimclaw was still entirely focused on Porkchop. scrambling to its feet with a lash of its tail as it howled in fury. Porkchop returned the call with a roar of his own, charging forwards. Caius grit his teeth and sprinted as hard as he could, legs burning as he kicked up loose dirt. He was almost there. Porkchop reared up, drawing back a paw to deliver a crushing strike. Caius saw the Grimclaw tense. It lowered his head. Caius's eyes widened, knowing what it was about to do. Porkchop was still in the throes of his fury, unknowing or uncaring about the threat of the champion's horns. His friend's claws descended, ripping a furrow through its front shoulder. Its leg buckled slightly. The wound stopped nothing. Driving its back legs forcefully into the ground, the Grimclaw launched itself forwards, burying its stride long horns into Porkchop's chest. The world hung still, time pausing for one moment of terrible realization. Caius watched in mute horror as his friend let out a gurgling whine of surprise and pain. The haze of fury left Porkchop's face. Fear and confusion were left in their wake. The champion tossed its head, savaging the wound. The beast pulled back and Porkchop dropped to all fours. He watched the blood gush from Porkchop's wound, watering the earth with rich red. Caius's heart leapt into his throat. Porkchop cringed, shying away as the champion lashed at him with his claws, leaving weeping rips across his friend's face. Rage roared through Caius. He had to do something, take the pressure off his friend. His world collapsed, narrowing to just the dripping of Porkchop's blood and the last few steps he had to make to help. The final strides between him and his target vanished in an instant. Caius brought his sword up high. A roar slipped from his lips, every muscle in his back and arms contracting to bring his blade to bear with as much force as possible. Reacting to the sound, the Grimclaw whirled towards him. Even with all its agility, it wasn't fast enough. Enchanted steel parted flesh like muslin. Caius dove to the side, narrowly slipping under a hastily delivered swipe of the champion's claws. Watching Porkchop back up on quivering legs, Caius pressed the beast. He stepped forwards, cutting it across its long snout. It snapped back, trying and failing to catch him with a bite as he danced backwards. Caius's mind raced. An injury like Porkchop had just received was dire. He'd be out of commission for some time. If he didn't keep the champion occupied, it was all too likely that the beast would turn its attention back to his injured friend. The Grimclaw lunged forwards, trying to swat him with one claw-lined paw. He snapped his blade up with preternatural agility, adamant body diffusing the force of the swing enough for him to parry. The razor edge of a father's gift cut deep into the bones of the champion's forearms, drawing a hiss of frustration from the beast. Ding, adamant body has reached level 9. He stared at the champion's wounds. The ones on its flank were already healing, and Caius could no longer see the rip Porkchop had left in its stomach bleeding. It still had health. Caius lunged forwards, burying his sword deep into the beast's clavicle. Claws skittered across his scale mill in response. He ripped his sword free, turning to parry another follow-up claw swipe. The Grimclaw dropped its head, lunging towards him with the same move that had just grievously wounded his friend. Dancing to the side, fast steps let Caius slip away. The Grimclaw's charge sent it sailing past him. A draw cut left a weeping slice down the length of the beast's side. The champion hissed in agony, keeping its distance as it stalked around him, trying to get an angle, watching him with black, hateful eyes. Caius kept his sword point trained on the beast, slow steps keeping pace with its circling. He made no move to break the stalemate. Every moment he allowed it to continue was another that Porkchop healed. They never should have separated. Their strength was in the pressure they could lay down together. Keeping his eyes locked on the Grimclaw's own, Caius watched his friend out of the corner of his eye. Porkchop's slow, wheezing breaths had faded. Hunkered down against the ground, Porkchop was watching him with a burning intensity, rhythmically raking his claws through the earth with anxious tension. He was alert, watching. That was good. He should heal. The Grimclaw pounced, leaping forwards with claws outstretched. Caius spun to the side, stepping backwards to avoid the sudden strike. He cut down with his blade, punishing the attempt and tearing open the beast's side once more. They went back to circling. Blood now thoroughly marred their arena. The whole glade silent except for the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the sounds of boots and paws taking step after steady step. Caius racked his brain for a way to approach. At some point, the beast was going to realize just how much mass it had on him. If it was willing to accept the threat of his sword, it would be able to bowl him over with ease. Armor or no, he didn't like his chances if it managed to get him grounded. Growling low, the Grimclaw rushed him once again. It committed to its assault, harrying him with a flurry of swiping claws. Caius parried what he could, each one leaving deep cuts on the beast's claws and arms. Others got through his defense. His cerulean armor protected him from the worst of the wounds, sharpened claws screeching as they skittered over the polished surface of enchanted heliumite alloy. It didn't stop everything, even with the padding of his armored jacket underneath the scale mill. The champion's blows were heavy, backed by enhanced strength and sheer weight. Caius felt his bones creak under the assault, each impact leaving sharp aches in their wake, his shoulders and chest bruising under the claws. Ding, adamant body has reached level 10. He had to do something. If he let the rain of slashes continue, he would eventually collapse under the champion's fury. Behind the beast, Caius watched Porkchop surge to his feet with a slight stumble. "No," he called, pivoting to deflect another claw. "I've got this, keep healing." Porkchop growled in frustration before settling back down. That caught the champion's attention, its head snapping backwards to assess the potential threat of the opponent it had already wounded. Caius's eyes widened. Now was his chance. He stepped in, aiming for the beast's neck. He brought his sword down in a cleave. Flesh parted. His blade sank deep, cutting through the thick muscle that supported the champion's oversized head. Blood geysered from the wound, coating Caius from head to toe in a sticky hot spray of vital fluid. A panicked gurgle left its throat. Snapping its head back to him, the beast hastily swatted him in the side. Caius's elbow dug painfully into his ribs as he was forced back. Rumbling a threat, the champion crouched low, even as bright arterial blood continued to spurt from the wound on its neck with each beat of its heart. Watching him, waiting, the spray slowed, eventually becoming a trickle. Caius gasped, his chest heaving with the excretion of meeting a high-leveled beast toe-to-toe in physical combat. The bleeding stopped. Drawing in a deep breath, the Grimclaw let out a soul-rending cry, mouth hanging open with finger-length fangs on display. Caius adjusted his grip on his blade, bringing it over his head into a high guard. Behind the beast, Porkchop surged to his feet, chest whole and hale once more. He met the champion's roar with one of his own, voices mingling in an ear-ringing cacophony. The Grimclaw's jaw snapped shut, quickly looking over its shoulder at Porkchop before flicking back towards Caius. It growled in frustration, tail flicking. It was going to move now. It had to, too much risk of being caught between them. A sharp breath stoked Caius's bloodsong, battle fervor keeping him steady in the face of the champion. Tensing, the Grimclaw made its decision. Scrabbling legs drove it towards Caius, evidently taking him as the lesser threat. Porkchop surged forwards, chasing to take advantage of the champion's opening. Caius charged forwards with a harsh cry. It threw itself to the side, digging claws in to spin its whole body away from him, turning to face the approaching Porkchop. The Grimclaw's large whip-like tail snapped through the air. He shifted his blade, bringing it down to block the incoming blow. Instincts flared. He activated Mana Sense. The clearing was instantly enveloped in a billowing, multi-hued fog of mana, obscuring his surroundings. But not the tail. That burned with inner light. Fuck, it's a skill. Caius tried to throw himself back, out of range from the empowering ability. His insight into the attack may have only taken a moment. It was a moment too late. He didn't have the time. The thick, bony tail of the Grimclaw hit him with the force of a boulder in freefall. His arm cracked, blade swatted aside with contemptuous ease. The tail hit him in the chest. Without a rigid backing, his scale did nothing. Ribs collapsed inwards, bones crunching like glass. Before he could even process the agony, the power of the tail whip lifted him off the ground, flinging him away. Hitting the ground with a thud, pain snapped into focus with a flash. Agony coursed through him, every finger span of his chest screaming for release. Rapid adaptation compartmentalized the pain, shoving it into a corner of his mind. Scrambling backwards, he pulled himself away from battling giants, barely aware of the thundering cracks of Porkchop raging against the champion. He had to breathe. He sucked in, getting nothing but a wet rattle for his efforts. Lungs filled with blood, burning claws set into his chest. He needed air. As if from a distance, he heard something start to roar. Caius gasped, trying and failing to force his shattered body to take in a breath. Everyone sent shuddering spasms through the musculature of his trunk. Each one heightened his agony, brushed muscles pulling on the shattered remnants of his sternum. He couldn't breathe. Trying again, he found his gasp catching in his throat. Lungs refused to inflate. He had to clear the blood. Health burned, flooding free from his soul space to suffuse his chest. Morphic fire settled into torn muscle and broken bone, forcing his shattered body to mold itself back together. He barely noticed the unsettling cracks of his ribs moving back into place. The candle light of its burn invisible in comparison to the all-consuming desperation. To just breathe, it was too slow. He had to clear the blood. He rolled over, gurgling in raw pain as scale and leather pushed his chest unnaturally inwards. He forced himself up onto his knees, bending over in an attempt to let the blood run free from his throat. It trickled out with agonizing slowness. Ribs continued snapping into place. He coughed, thick wads of blood splattering over the ground below, filling his mouth with the rich taste of iron. Racking spasms followed the action, agony flaring as his crushed chest rebelled against the pressure. Shoving the pain deep, he took a deep, gasping breath, finally free of the all-consuming desire for air. Holding his chest as still as possible, his eyes shot around the battlefield. He dropped his sword in the collision, the blade lying in the dust a few paces away. He crawled to it, wincing with every movement. Snatching it up with jealous haste, he turned his attention back to the battle. Right as Porkchop let out another ground shaking below. His friend was giving as good as he got, prior wounds forgotten as he laid into the champion with heavy slashes of his claws. Each one sent the beast stumbling, weeping furrows of torn flesh left in their wake. The Grimclaw didn't take the assault lying down. It danced around with hasty agility, never staying still long enough for Porkchop to land a disabling or fatal wound. Porkchop wasn't without his own wounds. Whenever the Grimclaw had the opportunity, it would lunge in, nipping at his friend, needle teeth tearing out small chunks. Caius hissed at the sight. He couldn't waste his time waiting around to heal. He dropped inwards, seeing gaseous red flood free of his soul to suffuse ruined flesh. He dived into his soul and yanked at his health pool, forcibly accelerating the flow of the resource. Ice picks of agony drove into his mind. It was delicate work, not suitable for brute force. Grace would take time. Force did not. The additional rush of the healing energy vastly accelerated his healing. His chest physically roiled under his armor, ribs snapping back into place with sickening cracks. It wasn't a perfect process. Haste and mental strain made his grip clumsy, a portion of the excess energy diffusing throughout his body to dissipate away. Wasted, he growled. Jerky hands flicked open his potion pouch. He slammed down an orange tonic, taste of sunshine and vital growth on his lips. Ding, you have imbibed a tonic solar revitalization. The magically charged fluid absorbed the moment it hit his stomach. Alchemical power flooded through his body, settling into his soul to forcefully increase his regeneration. It might be enough, forcing his health to surge from his pool. Caius wished he had practiced this technique more. It was a vital component of his final legacy skill, so he thought that he'd have plenty of time before he had to use it. Stupid. His sternum healed with a final grinding snap. Caius dropped his focus, letting the flow of his health return to normal. His attention snapped back to reality as he lurched to his feet. Porkchop was soaked with blood, black and red fur plastered tight to his skin. Rents in his flesh glistening under the swaying lights of the lanterns far above. He stood firm in the face of the champion's assault, unyielding. In contrast, the Grimclaw looked battered. Chunks of its gray coat were missing, slickened with even more blood than the prodigious amount that Porkchop had spilled on the floor below. It moved with a limp, twisting and contorting to avoid blows where it could. Caius sharpened his eyes, watching it like a hawk. Its wounds still healed, but with how heavy the creature's wounds were, the resource was stretched thin. Each additional cut slowed the regeneration, its health unable to keep up with the systemic damage. Its body was failing it. They could win. Caius sprinted into the fray, a cry leaving his lips. The Grimclaw leapt back from Porkchop, head twisting to look back at him with surprised panic clear on its face. It had thought him dead, finished from the use of its skill. A fatal mistake. Porkchop barged forwards, forcing the beast's attention back to the fight. It leapt backwards, one leg dragging as it all but stumbled away from the blow. It looked back towards him once more, watching him as he slashed for its flank. Muzzle twisted into a snarl. The beast tensed. Caius readied himself for a counterattack even as Porkchop pressed the distraction and reared up. The Grimclaw disappeared with a pop of displaced air, Caius's blade sailing through empty space as Porkchop slammed heavily into the ground. His friend stumbled forwards with a scream of pain. Jolting at the sound, Caius looked over. Horror flooded him. The Grimclaw now mounted Porkchop's back. Claws dug deep into his friend's back, heavy jaws closing around the back of Porkchop's neck. Caius saw the muscles in its jaw and its neck heave. Its mouth started to close, hair's breadth by hair's breadth. It was trying to shatter his friend's neck. Porkchop mewled in pain. Porkchop, he screamed, sprinting over to force the champion from his back. Porkchop tried to struggle to his feet, attempting to shake the Grimclaw free. It only made the beast dig its claws in deeper. Caius blanched, seeing the chunks of flesh tear free from Porkchop's back. He had to do something. Now, there was still one more. Solar Revitalization Tonic. If he could get it to Porkchop, it might be enough. Skidding to a stop by his friend's side, Caius hacked at the beast, adding to the gaping wounds on the champion's back and sides. Momentarily releasing its grip from Porkchop's neck, the Grimclaw hissed at him. One paw smacked his blade away before raking Porkchop's back once more. Caius grit his teeth in fury, launching forwards to thrust his blade deep into the champion's side. Letting out a cry of pain, it leapt off Porkchop's back. His friend collapsed to the ground dazed, blood still pouring from his wounds. Caius had to do the rest of this himself. He needed an edge. Fucked up, sorry. The words were weak in Caius's mind. Strained. Sush, you'll be fine, just rest, I've got this, he said, his hand trailing reassuringly over Porkchop's head as he stepped past his friend, putting himself between them and the prowling Grimclaw. He kept his gaze locked on the champion as he reached for his potion pouch, pulling out his last regeneration potion. Here, drink this. Chew the bloody glass if you have to, he said, tossing it behind him to Porkchop. Porkchop let out a weak chuff. Don't need it. I told you I'm tough. Asshole just crushed my neck. I can barely feel anything below my shoulders. Break them, Caius. Porkchop finished after a moment's pause, his tone venomous. Gladly, Caius said coldly. He reached for the next potion in his pouch, one of the boiling red ones. The description had worried him, but he needed strength, and he didn't see how he could possibly feel any more aggressive than he did already. He snapped his potion pouch closed, bringing the tonic slowly to his mouth as the Grimclaw tensed at the movement. It growled, still watching, still waiting. Cork came free with a yank of his teeth. Steaming fluid poured down his mouth, racing to be absorbed by his stomach. Ding. You have imbibed a tonic, psychopathic assault. Instead of hate, the kind that burned all passion in its wake, leaving nothing but ash. Notes of paradise raised, of salted earth and tearing flesh. All-consuming violence coated his mouth, knives of primal madness catching in his throat. It was cold, so very, very cold. All thoughts, all worries left his mind. Energy seeped into his musculature, reinforcing it, bolstering his power. His mind expanding, sharpening as the outer world slowed down. Everything became tuned, focused, all with one goal. Slaughter. Caius took a single quick look at his resources. Health 41, 302 min plus 15 min. Stamina 123, 202 min plus 15 min. Mana 140, 142 min. It was enough. He raced forward, splitting his focus. Mana sense activated. Billowy arcane fog covered the arena. Unacceptable. He filtered the input, dragging it back until only a subtle aura surrounded the physical world. The Grimclaw glowed weakly in his sight, barely standing out against the background. The teleport had drained it. Caius weighed his options in a blink. Might still have enough for another tail whip. He kept the skill running. It twitched at his charge, readying itself to meet him. Another part of his focus slipped into his internal world. An iron grip settled on his health, forcing it to stop. Undirected healing was a waste, not enough fuel. Non-vital organs were discarded, as were remaining rents in skin and fat. Muscle and bone were needed to move, to kill. He kept healing those. Bleeding would weaken him, might stop him from killing. Keep those. Ding. Mental visualization has reached level 19. He arrived. The Grimclaw clawed at him, aiming for his shoulder. Teeth bared at him as a feral growl shook its way free from its chest. Caius analyzed the incoming claws. They were going to hit him in the shoulder. He had heavy pauldrons. It would most likely break his joint. He could heal that. He didn't need that arm to thrust. Acceptable. He dipped into a lunge. Point of his sword shot straight for the champion's chest. Its eyes started to widen at his reckless assault. Claws raked his armor. Bones splintered. Sword pierced chest. Blood ran free. He smiled. Health was corralled to his shattered shoulder. Soul pain ignored as he forced it to heal faster, flooding the joint. Only the joint. No excess wasted. Too inefficient. The second mental process ripped control from the unguided resource. He'd had the anatomy lessons. He could do it himself, barely a trickle spent. Bone reforged. Much better. The champion lunged towards him, jaws open wide. He ripped his blade free. Explorer's toolkit twinged. He could finally see. Too clouded before. Too slow. An opening. Useful. He stepped back. Sword swung for the Grimclaw's exposed face. It had left itself defenseless. Overcommitted. That was silly. A father's gift sliced through its eye. Clear jelly mixed with blood. Rolled down fur. Beautiful. It was a good sword, a killing gift, the best kind. It was trying to claw him again, going to hit his leg, a necessary sacrifice. He would live, it would die. Handspan-length claws ripped through his muscle. Blood fell. Snapped muscle fibers writhed, snaking back to wholeness in moments. Fat and skin stayed torn. Inner workings revealed in exquisite detail. Ding, adamant body has reached level 11. Ding, mental visualization has reached level 20. There was pain, it didn't bother him. It was only a feeling. Wouldn't stop him from killing. That was all that mattered. Sword came down, cutting deep into the arm that just clawed him. The Grimclaw snarled. He saw bone. He smiled wider. When had he started smiling? Need to check resources again. Resources, health 32, 302 min, plus 15 min. Stamina 108, 202 min, plus 15 min. Mana 140, 142 min. Good, so much better than when left undirected. The beast was trying to claw him again. Predictable, well-positioned for a parry. Maybe he would get to see more bone. His sword came up, catching the swing. Edge of his sword bit deep. He pushed the limb away from him, stepping around the blow in a single fluid motion, a twist of his wrists. His blade slid along bone, turning into a smooth thrust. It sank deep. The Grimclaw gurgled, blood foaming from its mouth. That was good. He'd stabbed its lung. Warmth started to trickle in. Unfortunate. He was having so much fun. Best to kill it now. If he died, he wouldn't get to have fun like this again. Sword came free. The wound didn't move. Its health was finished. That was good. More fun if it kept wriggling, though. He parried another blow. Riposte slashed the beast's neck. A fountain of blood. Pretty. The Grimclaw's eyes were wide. Was it scared? Amusing. Wouldn't save it. More warmth. Things were starting to slow down. Unfortunate. More warmth. Had to be a decisive blow. The champion dug its back feet into the earth, lowering its head. It launched forwards into a goring charge. Perfect. Caius stepped to the side and lined up his sword, bracing himself. A horn clipped his arm, tearing a divot. Secondary focus flooded the region with health, working to heal only the most vital elements. The point of his sword bit deep. The Grimclaw stiffened. heart shot nice. Its body still moved, bowling both of them over as its crushing weight landed on his chest. Caius watched as the light faded from its eyes, body twitching in its final death throes. He tried to smile wider. He couldn't. Ding, you have slain a champion, Grimclaw Dreadbeast level 27 Prowling Displacer. Caius gasped, pain flooding back with a vengeance as the last of the psychopathic assault tonic left his system. The dregs of his health flooded free, vanishing in moments as it worked to heal the rents in his exterior flesh. The Grimclaw was on top of him, pinning him to the ground. He stared at it with wide eyes. What the hells had that been? When he'd read the description of the potion, he'd been expecting anger, some sort of consuming rage that drove him into a fervor. There had been no anger, no burning heat of madness. No, the only thing that he had felt had been joy, the beauty of spilled blood, the ecstasy of pain, of destruction levered against those he hated. And how he hated. It had been overwhelming, the sheer disgust and contempt he had felt for the champion. It had chilled him to his very soul, freezing out all passions except those that brought ruin to the object of his fascination. Yet there had been no madness, no fugue. He'd known it was the tonic, known the entire time, that it was unnatural. Yet he hadn't cared. Everything that couldn't be leveraged into the total destruction of his opponent had been discarded. A whine shook him from his thoughts. Caius strained against the heavy meat that pinned him, craning his head to see Porkchop limping towards him on quaking limbs. His friend seemed tense, cautious. Caius, Porkchop's tone was frantic. Are you okay? Has the bloodlust left you? Caius grunted, pushing against the body on top of him as he attempted to wriggle free. Yeah, I'm okay. The tonic wore off. Hells of a fucking tonic, though, gods, he cursed. Porkchop slumped down to the floor next to him, grunting in pain. I'm still too weak to pull it off you. Give me a few minutes. He spat out the last revitalization tonic, the square glass bottle thunking into the earth. I'll be fine. Caius heaved, wincing as the cuts on his body were yanked uncomfortably from the movement. A few moments of frantic shuffling and he managed to pull himself free. See. Moving to stand, Porkchop interrupted him with a growl. Sit. Rest. Rage like that burns you, tires the mind even if your body is left untouched. It is an affliction of the meals. We can lose ourselves in the heat of battle. You feel it too, I know it. The rush. This was different, too brutal. No passion, only hate and cold. You should be wary of that tonic, Caius. Caius sighed at Porkchop words, but relented and returned to sitting. Swiping his tonic from the ground, he slotted it back safely into his potion pouch. Looking at the glassy eyes of the Grimclaw and his sword that was sunken hilt deep into its chest, he knew his friend was right. Yet the power had saved their life. He would use it again if he had to. I didn't lose myself, that's the most disconcerting thing. I was still me, I just only cared about death. He muttered, just be careful. I will. He thought back on the exchange. The sheer power, the control, that the tonic had given him. Never in his mind did he think he would be able to get that level of control over his health until he had merged. Lesser regeneration. He dove inwards, waiting a few seconds for a burst of health to spurt from his soul. He grabbed the scrap of the resource, directing it to the cut in his thigh, urging it to knit skin back together and skin alone. It was slow, far slower and less efficient than he had been only minutes before. It still worked, still restored flesh far faster than he could before. His mind was slower, weaker without the power of the draft. But the knowledge, the capability remained. What if it was repeatable? Dangerous indeed. Looking over to Porkchop, he activated his sense mana. A blinding halo lit up. He dialed it back, reducing the impressions of latent mystic force until it returned to diffuse auras. A flick of mental will lock the skill in place. He gazed out at their surroundings in awe. The mana was everywhere, blanketed everything. Trees wreathed in greens and browns, the lights above glistening in silver and gold. He looked left, towards the massive sentinel that dominated the clearing. It shone with a radiant inner light. The depths had always had a savage grace to them, but this was true beauty. Regardless if the tonic had saved their life, it would have been worth it for just this sight alone. Porkchop had tried to help him with the skill. As a greater beast, he could naturally see mana. Yet the fact that his friend had the power as a birthright meant that he'd never had to learn how to control it, nor was it quite as acute as his own. Porkchop's advice had been about as helpful as if he had tried to explain how to make seeing in color less overwhelming. What are you looking at? Porkchop asked, cocking his head at him. Sense mana. Everywhere, Caius replied absent-mindedly, fascinated with his surroundings. Porkchop snorted. Of course it is, we are in the depths. Even the inner sea struggles to compare to the density. It is pretty, though. The pair sat in companionable silence, waiting for their wounds to heal while they rested next to the corpse of their slain foe, enjoying the moment of peace that followed a hard-fought battle. Caius rose first, his bolstered regeneration and comparatively few wounds allowing him to rise quickly. He grabbed his sword, yanking it free from the champion's chest. Back in a moment, gonna go get my pack. Caius trotted off, approaching the tree where he and Porkchop had originally planned their assault. Slinging his bag back on, he walked back to the site of their victory. "So how are we doing? Ready to go look for the loot?" Caius asked with a wide grin. "You and loot." Porkchop snorted, rising to his feet. His friend was stable, but the movement was still slow. No running, still sore. Caius nodded in understanding, and they set off for the base of the tree. As they walked, Caius craned his head up at the massive plant that towered over them. Its trunk was as thick as a house, and each individual branch may as well have been a paved path for how stout they were. "Are there trees like this in the center of the sea? I thought I'd seen some truly big ones by the mountains, but this makes them look like saplings," Caius asked. And Porkchop replied, "Bigger. The center is old. Older than even the matriarchs remember. Having a den in the center is a great honor, a sign of powerful fathers and patriarchs. The canopies shade dangerous hunting grounds. Even the elven conclaves avoid it, other than their most accomplished hunters, that is." Caius could see it in his mind's eye, a reflection of the forest he had grown up in, but more life, more power, more excitement. Elves, too. He'd seen a few, mostly halflings. Full-blooded elves so rarely crossed the mountains. "Would you take me someday to see the center?" he asked. Porkchop snorted, his ears flicking happily. "Yes, though only if you show me the lands beyond the forest first. I've often wondered how strange it must be to live without trees." Caius laughed, happy that Porkchop had accepted so easily. "We can explore them together. I haven't left the forest much myself, remember. I've wanted to for a long, long time." Caius paused, thinking back on the stories he had been told. "It's why I pushed myself so hard, you know, beyond not wanting to waste the gift of my legacy and the joy that growth brings. I want to see the world, eat strange foods, fight rare monsters, and simply see what life has to offer." Porkchop listened to him speak of the lands beyond the arboreal sea, humming pleasingly as Caius relayed stories he had heard himself from his father, and travelers at the various taverns he'd stayed at in the frontier villages, like the Drazag stoneholds. "The dwarves have carved entire cities in the mountains beyond the lands of the Hewian tribes. They say that they cut the tops off mountains, hollowing them out, and laid great panes of stained mosaics across the openings. Each and every one is supposed to be cut from gems the size of a boulder. I heard it's so common for travelers to get struck mute by the beauty that they have dedicated healers just for that. Can you imagine? That sounds ridiculous." Porkchop chortled. "Are you sure the man that told you this had not had too much to drink?" "Well, he had quite a few flagons of stout. But still, it's worth investigating for ourselves, is it not? Even if only half of it is true, it would still be quite the sight." "That it would," Porkchop agreed. His friend grunted, nudging him with his shoulder before gesturing with his nose towards a hollow at the base of the tree's trunk that had been hiding in the gaps between two massive rising roots. "I think I might have just found your loot." Caius grinned, setting off at a trot. "I said no running." Porkchop grumbled, but ran after him all the same. Caius entered the hollow with Porkchop close behind. The smell of musk and wet fur hit him like a wall. He scrunched his nose. "Gods, what the hells is that?" "Pheromones? It's its burrow," Porkchop said, pushing past him. Resigning himself to breathing through his mouth, Caius chased after his friend. "Still smells bloody rank." The burrow was dark, fully shaded from the light of the lanterns above. To one side, the Grimclaw had clearly made its nest, discarded twigs and dry leaf litter having been gathered into a large pile with a depression at the center. The other side of the space was clearly its larder. Stripped bones lay in a wild jumble. The oldest were bleached white, while those near the top still had strips of meat on them. Surprisingly, the beast was a clean eater, as other than the stink of its territory, Caius couldn't catch the faintest whiff of rot. Most of the bones were clearly from the shamblers they had fought in the outer forest, knobbly skulls and 2 long arm bones giving them away. A glint caught Caius's eye. Something in the pit of refuse shone like metal. "We're gonna have to dig." Caius set, letting out a long, resigned groan. "Nope. You're going to have to dig, your loot after all," Porkchop said, backing away. Caius gave his friend a betrayed glare and stomped towards the bones. He tossed them free, digging for whatever had caught his eye. He unearthed it quickly. A helmet, one still attached to a skull, the shattered remnants of his spine dangling free. Caius pulled it free gingerly, setting it to the side. "I wonder, was this another delver?" he asked pensively. "Or is it just another thing that the depths placed here because it made sense to? Don't know. The depths is strange. I try not to question it." "What? No wise wisdom straight from the muzzle of the matriarchs?" he asked, staring at Porkchop in disbelief. "That is the wisdom. They are wise enough to know when something is beyond them. To question the depths is to question the system. You'll get no answers and drive yourself mad with knowledge hunger. Better to just take it at face value. Bah, where's the fun in that? Meaningless supposition is the only thing we've got down here. Not like we can go check a library." He turned back to the pile of bones. "Hold on, I'm going to see if I can find anything else in here." Digging through the pile, Caius managed to find a ring on a discarded arm. The flesh on the finger had been left intact, but had desiccated, perhaps from the same body as the helmet. Regardless of its origin, Caius delicately pulled it free from the shriveled digit. Tossing it towards his other prize, he returned to digging. "Nothing, that's it." He picked up his spoils, wandering over to his friend. "Well, it smells gross here. I suggest we check out what these babies do outside. Maybe somewhere with a soft patch of leaf litter to sit on." "Agreed." They left the hollow, walking a short distance to get away from the sprawling roots that rose up above their heads at the base of the tree. Caius plopped himself down, holding his new helmet up to get a better look at it. It was a hardy thing, made of gleaming bronze metal. It had a ridge that ran along its top. Sweeping extrusions ran along where it would sit against his cheek and jaw, and a slip of metal shot down from the brow to protect the nose. Swirling embossed designs of knots covered the entire thing, and when Caius looked closely, he could make out dense lines of runic script etched into the decorative covering. He appraised it. Kalheim Helm, comment. The cold home is a ruthless place. Life is cheap and death is cheaper. It breeds hard men, but even a hard man does not survive an axe to the skull. Depths wrought artifact. Medium armor helmet. Durability I, impact negation I, self-repair I. He read the notification, turning the helm around in his hands. Nothing exciting, but like it said you didn't need something fancy if it still stopped your head getting caved in. He shrugged and slid it on. His shaggy hair immediately covered his eyes. Pulling it off with a huff, Caius threw his head back to get his hair out of the way. He might need to go at it with his knife again soon. The helmet went back on, now keeping his hair out of his eyes. It fit perfectly, snug but not tight. Nice. He thought to himself, doing up its clasp to secure it in place. A shake of his head confirmed it wasn't going anywhere. Looks a little silly. Different color from your scale. Porkchop said, watching him from off to the side. Caius rolled his eyes at his friend. It will also save my life if someone hits me over the head. I can deal with a little clashing colors. He reached for the ring. Now if you'll excuse me, I have something else to look at. Plain and made with gleaming silver, it had a ring of runes around its inner edge, while an engraved closed fist graced its exterior. Ring of the dedicated brawler, common. Only a coward brings a sword to a fist fight. Made from shining argentium, this ring's enchantments turn the wielder's hands to iron, allowing them to turn blades and land heavier blows. Slightly enhances strength. Depths wrought artifact. Accessory. Brawler's Gambit I, resizing I, self-repair I. Ding, appraise has reached level 20. Caius grinned as he saw the notification that trailed shortly after the ring's description, though he set the thought to the side for the moment. Holding the ring up, Caius stared at its description pensively. It might work, may as well try. Hey, Porkchop. Caius rolled the ring around in his hand, staring at the light that bounced off its polished exterior. Resizing. It was a minor enchantment, usually used so that artificers wouldn't have to waste their precious time on measuring clients for non-commissioned pieces. He honestly had no idea how far the enchantment could be pushed. If it was artisan-made, he wouldn't even try, but items from the depths tended to be a little stronger, and a lot more weird than those made by people. Only the best enchanters would be able to scribe runes as dense and small as the ones that lined the ring, and they certainly wouldn't put that much effort into a common item. His friend responded to his call, trotting over. Yes, I think I might have found you some loot after all, he said, holding up the shining ring with a grin. Porkchop looked at him quizzically. That thing, what am I supposed to do, tie it to my fur? Just give your paw, you dolt, Caius said, gesturing impatiently with his hand. Porkchop chuffed, putting one of his front paws on Caius's knee. It was massive, easily half the size of his torso. Oof, you're a heavy bastard, aren't you? He got a throaty growl in response to his jibe. Laughing back at his friend, Caius brought the ring closer to one of Porkchop's thick claws. They were frightening things, as long as his hand and built like the curved tip of a pick. The ring expanded, growing in his hands until it would fit loosely around two of his fingers. Caius grinned, happy that he was right, and slid it down Porkchop's middle digit. It would be more out of the way there. The ring shrunk, tightening to sit snug against the base of Porkchop's digit. He yelped in surprise, the insignia of a closed fist flashing once. Once he got over his initial shock, Porkchop held his paw up curiously, eyeing the artifact. What does it do? I feel a little jittery, he asked curiously. The jitters might be from some strength, though I don't know the effect personally. It also does something else. Do you trust me? Of course. Porkchop responded without hesitation. Give me your paw again. A little when he drew his hunting knife. Bringing the edge of the blade to Porkchop's pad, he dragged it across sharply. Porkchop let out a huff of surprise. The honed edge skittered across his friend's paw, leaving no sign of a mark in its wake. Pulling his paw back, Porkchop stared at it with open fascination. I doubt the enchantment is strong enough to deal a heavy blow from an enchanted axe or anything, but I thought maybe you would get less cut up if you could smack away swords without worrying about being cut to ribbons. I'd bet it makes your paws hit way harder too, Caius explained, watching as his friend turned his paw back and forth. I think we should start looking for the next champion, Porkchop said. It is very important we get more loot. Caius let out a laugh from deep in his belly. I knew I could get you to see it my way. I've just got a couple of things I want to do first, checking those artifacts brought. Appraise up to 20, and I'd like to merge. Identify and get my last skill before we go gallivanting off. With everything else already capped for his next legacy skill, Caius had been growing impatient. The level of Praise couldn't have come at a better time. Watch over me, he asked. Porkchop chuffed in acceptance, and Caius closed his eyes, dropping into his soul space. The glowing bonfire of his soul shone in his mental sight, revealing the skill shards that orbited it. He quickly spotted Appraise and Inspect. He doubted he would have any difficulty with the merge, even with the escalating mental strain with each successive legacy skill. The skills were supremely compatible, and there were only two. He wove a rope of soul fire, the strand coming away with ease, connecting it to Inspect took moments. An encyclopedia of sights washed through him, a catalog of 1,000 beasts and 1,000 classes, similarities, simple categorizations. It wasn't an in-depth look, but even a short entry to a growing book of knowledge had value. The choir of his legacy skills screamed for his attention, but before they could get their avaricious hooks in him, he was already moving. He drew another thread of soul fire, sending it questing for praise. This skill was similar to its cousin but avaricious. The merchant to the curious researcher before, simple pottery through to the rarest of legendary blades. All were stripped back, quantified, appraised. A third thread connected the skills. They all but smashed into each other, so eager was their desire for union. Ding, skill merged, identify obtained. Caius opened his eyes with a smile, bringing up the description of his latest skill. Identify level 1. Rare. Even a little knowledge can make a world of difference in the right hands. Skill that enables slight insight into all things that fall under the purview of the system. Higher rarities, levels, and power disparities are more difficult to identify. Enchantments and skills can block this insight. Each level slightly increases the skill's ability to overcome insight blocking effects. Merged from Inspect, Appraise was a simple merge, one that combined the effects of both skills with very little in the way of new capabilities. It was also amongst the few that were only rare, though in his mind that was a fair assessment. It was still very useful and one he was glad to have. Tactical insight and an understanding of the effects of their gear was vital. Now he had room for his last skill. Eagle Eye. All done, Porkchop asked, clearly eager to get moving. Just a minute, big guy, just going to get this skill. Caius mumbled, training his eyes on one of the hanging lanterns that drifted aimlessly in the slight breeze. It was a far one, situated near where they had entered the cavern, distant enough that it was barely a smudged, glowing pinpoint of light to his eyes. He grabbed hold of his mana, going through the now familiar process of suffusing his eyes with the mystic resource. Stinging irritation brought tears to his eyes, in no way helped by his unblinking focus. He ignored the pain. It had been growing less intense with every infusion, his body growing used to the presence of mana in his flesh. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn? Eagle Eye rare. With a snap, the hanging lantern suddenly focused in his sight. Still just as far, still just as small, but he could see every ripple in the strange fibrous membrane that acted as windows to the lantern's glowing interior. As the vine swayed gently in the breeze, Caius watched liquid slosh inside the bubble, roiling and flashing in the movement. A headache started to set in. Caius groaned, attention flicking to Porkchop when his friend made a questioning rumble. He could see every hair in excruciating detail, see the very texture of the follicles. There was no magnification. The increased detail added to all of his field of view, acuity sharpened to a deadly point, one that felt like it was being rammed into his brain by a particularly pissed-off blacksmith. He snapped his eyes shut, grumbling. Did you break yourself again? Porkchop asked, amused. Yeah, Caius said, rubbing his temples in an attempt to encourage his headache to go away. It's sense mana all over again. I'm gonna try something. Caius opened his eyes, careful to keep his gaze trained on his knee. He could see the bloody weave of his pants better than if he used a jeweler's lens. Thinking back to the memories of his final confrontation with the Grimclaw, he tried to remember how he'd first gotten his grips on sense mana. He could always turn the skill off, but it was blatantly obvious to him that seeing in higher detail at a greater distance was way too valuable to not at least make an attempt. It had felt like choking out a fire that first time. Reaching out with his mind, Caius grabbed a firm hold of the skill's influence, throttling it. His newly enhanced sight lessened, becoming more manageable. He increased his pressure until he no longer felt like throwing up. He nodded in satisfaction, throwing Porkchop a smile. The boost was still significant, but he planned to grow used to its full effects as soon as he could. He pulled up the notification that was blaring in the corner of his mind. Eagle Eye, level 1. Rare. Clear, focused, and unyielding. Every detail is laid bare beneath the sweeping of your sight. Skill that enhances visual acuity and range. Each level moderately increases visual processing capacity. Each level slightly increases range and detail of sight. Caius let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, the burden would lessen as he increased the skill's level. All right, I'm all done. Want to go for a walk and see where all the exits are? Yes, Porkchop said, tapping the ground rhythmically with his feet. Maybe we will find more loot, Caius laughed. Maybe, though this place is a lot smaller than the Blue Grove, so don't be disappointed if there is just the one champion. He jumped to his feet, walking with Porkchop towards the tree line at the edge of the clearing. In the end, despite scouring the glade from top to bottom, they weren't able to find another champion. Plenty of howlers to tussle with, another convenient spring and half a dozen exits, but no more champions. The howlers themselves quickly grew to be an annoyance. Despite their potent regeneration, they were no true threat, yet they didn't have the decency to fall quickly to their blades, more than content to exhaust them with a steady stream of rabid attacks. Quickly deciding to move on, Caius and Porkchop pushed through another tunnel. Days passed as they wandered through jagged corridors of solid stone, even with low light vision. Caius found the darkness oppressive. Seeing in monochrome for so long gave everything a strange washed-out quality to it, and he missed the simple vibrancy that color brought to light. His unease was only worsened by the focus the tunnels demanded of him. Filled with traps and ambush predators, Caius had to stay constantly alert. Sometimes, over an hour would go by without an encounter. Others, he was forced to disarm 3 traps in a row while a half-rotten undead hauled itself out of a shallow grave and attempted to ambush him from behind. In that case, Porkchop had more than proved his worth as a rear guard. A single swipe with his newly enhanced paws had crushed the creature's head. Thankfully, the long passages of dark were broken up every couple of hours by smaller caverns. It was a twisted respite, one that they were forced to rest from the grip of hungry beasts and restless dead. Eventually, though, something changed. They'd left the last cavern about an hour ago, having made camp there the night before. It had been a good rest spot. The only inhabitants were a couple of rams and a single undead shepherd, an unusually low number of enemies, but the cavern itself had been small, barely 40 paces from edge to edge. A single tree stood proud in the center, glowing with a familiar blue that had made Caius think of the glade where he had spent his first months in the depths. The shepherd had been disposed of quickly, and they had had a fantastic meal of roast mutton. There'd even been enough to restock their stores of jerky, even with Porkchop's impressive appetite. Now, though they were back on foot, traversing more shadowed tunnels torn through with twisted roots, they turned a corner. The passage abruptly changed. Gone were the roots and raw natural cave walls. In their place was a tunnel that had been hacked through stone. Forcefully and brutal, whatever had created the passage had left carved scars etched into the walls. Haphazard logs were propped up as supports. Some were simple rough-hewn logs, branches barely even trimmed. Others looked like the supports of more civilized folk, but ancient, splintered and bowed. The line that delineated the two styles was stark, almost razor-thin and perfectly straight. As if some god had hacked 2 different tunnels in half and transported them here to be pasted together with deific magic. "Stop," Caius called at once. "What do you think it is? Haven't seen anything like that in, well, ever," Porkchop asked. "No idea, but let's be careful. So far, different may as well mean dangerous," Caius replied with a low voice, calmly pulling his sword free from his sheath. He crept forwards, agreed, Porkchop said, following close behind. Despite their tension, nothing happened as they approached the sudden change in the tunnels. Peering further, Caius could see nothing that would warrant halting their approach. "Last chance. Want to go back and try a different tunnel?" Caius asked, checking Porkchop for his response. "No way. Different is also interesting. I'm sick of these tunnels," Porkchop replied, urging him on. Caius nodded. He stepped over the threshold. Biome entered the Great Warren. Caius stopped fast at the threshold between the root-bound cave and the carved tunnel, staring at the notification that told him he had entered. The Great Warren, Porkchop stepped up next to him, also pausing with a low growl as he saw his own version of the notion. "Seems we have a decision to make," Caius said after he had had a moment to digest the information. "Agreed." "Well," Caius said, walking to the side of the cave. He rested his back against the wall, looking at Porkchop with his arms crossed. "Do we want to stay where we are? Keep looking for a guardian?" "I'm ready for something new," Porkchop said. "There's only so much of walking through the same bloody caves I can take for weeks on end." Caius frowned. "You have a point, though I didn't expect that it would take us so long to at least find one. Most stories I've heard from delvers say that they can usually clear a biome in a couple of weeks or so. Unless they are walking straight there, I don't see how that's possible. We've spent so long just bloody wandering. Known biomes would explain it." "If they already know where the Guardian is, it wouldn't take anywhere near as long. We're basically just exploring at random," Porkchop replied. "That would explain at least part of it," Caius said, reaching up to rub his chin. "But lots of delvers explore passages in the wild. There must be some method." Porkchop snorted, mild amusement flowing across their link. "That might be so, but we don't have any way of following their method, especially not if it is some sort of 2-legged artifice. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Finding a guardian can wait, you still have skills to merge, and we both still have a long time until our full induction into the system." "You're right," Caius sighed, "but we can do that and probably find more champions here. Overgrown graves are a known quantity, and this next biome is a warren." "And," Porkchop replied quizzically. "Oh, right. Caius said, feeling a little foolish. Of course, Porkchop would have no reference for what the biome being a warren meant. He stood up off the wall, pacing slightly as he explained what he knew. Father spent a lot of time discussing biome names with me. They can reveal a lot of what you can expect to find in that section of the depths. For example, overgrown graves suggested that there would be undead and probably beasts as well. It's nowhere near perfect. There's a lot of room for interpretation, and it gets a lot more complicated at lower levels. So a warren would have things that normally live underground, Porkchop asked, tilting his head at Caius. Caius nodded. Most likely, but not just that. Things like warren, infestation, or siege suggest that it's probably going to be horde enemies. Sort of like a swarm, but across the whole biome. Lots of enemies, but comparatively weaker even if they have similar levels to elsewhere. Still better than here. I'm sick of fighting undead. They taste disgusting, which means I have to avoid biting them. It'd be like fighting with one of your arms behind your back. Porkchop's distaste was almost palpable, the faintest hint of vile rot slipping across their link. Caius went a little green. The great warren it is, he readily agreed. Let's be careful, though. We still don't know what sort of depths-born we will find, and there will be new traps as well. They set off, Caius taking the lead as they entered the new region of the dungeon. Caius took the lead, sword in hand, as he scanned their surroundings for any sign of traps. The tunnel was clearly manufactured, very unlike the natural caverns they had just left. Whatever had dug them was inelegant. Like they had been excavated with picks alone, no concern for anything other than breaching further into the bedrock. The supports were haphazard, uneven, and scattered at seemingly random intervals. Half had clearly been scavenged and not treated well besides. The carved beams were splintered, and in some cases had been chopped to length in order to fit the tunnel's uneven width. Hells, half of them looked like they would fall to pieces at the slightest touch. The other supports weren't much better. Hacked tree trunks with little to no time spent on curing the raw lumber. It was blatant they had been hammered to place while still fresh, and as soon as the logs had dried they'd shrunk. More than one of the amateur supports looked to have completely given out due to that very reason, though luckily the tunnel itself held stable. Low light vision was unaffected. Nothing would be able to hide itself in a patch of darkness to ambush them when they passed. Explorer's toolkit twinge. Wait, there's a trap. Ed's stopping fast. Got it, Porkchop said, halting before he backed up to give Caius room. They'd figured out that one the hard way. Caius wasn't always successful at disabling the traps, and there'd been one time he'd almost gotten impaled by a spear trap when Porkchop had accidentally body blocked him. He backed up, searching the area for any sign. His skill nudged him to the beam itself. Looking closer, careful to keep his distance, Caius failed to spot anything that jumped out to him as wrong. No trip wires, no pressure plates, nothing suspended above. He thought to himself. Whatever had said of his skill was either supremely well disguised unlikely at this low of a layer, or it was hiding in plain sight. Activating. Eagle eyes. Caius winced when he was suddenly inundated with visual information. He tampered down on the skill, reducing its effect until he no longer felt like the tunnel was spinning every time he shifted his footing. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 2. Ah, there it was. The ceiling above was covered in a spiderweb of hair-fine cracks. The supports themselves were barely holding on, a fragile equilibrium held together by tension and pressure. The slightest touch could set it off. Glad he caught that. Health or no, a cave-in would have been disastrous. With no digging equipment, even if they survived, there was a high likelihood that they would have been doomed to a slow death of dehydration. With exceeding care, Caius ducked under the struts, making sure to avoid brushing up against the fragile beams. Caius eyed the gap before looking at Porkchop. Luckily, there would be plenty of room, as long as his friend crawled on his stomach. The tunnel was plenty wide enough. It's the struts themselves. I'm pretty sure if you knock them, the ceiling will come down, so you'll probably have to crawl. Porkchop huffed, hunkering down to awkwardly drag his bulk across the floor as he grumbled the whole time. It was downright undignified. Caius suppressed a chuckle with his hand. No laughing, Porkchop growled. Matriarchs would have my hide if they knew a two-legged had seen me scuttle across the bloody floor. He trailed off in a barely heard mutter. Caius grinned at his friend. He knew that Porkchop had meant for him to hear the last part, or it never would have made it across the mental link that all greater beasts used instinctively. As they moved deeper into the biome, the traps grew more frequent. Some were similar to the cave-in trap, but more and more frequently they started to be crafted things. Crude, with a savage viciousness, but definitely placed by thinking beings. Log falls, rocks suspended by the roof that swung down at head level, spikes attached to springy lengths of wood and held in tension. Frequent enough that he managed to get another level. Explorer's Toolkit. Ding. Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 11. That surprised him. With how broad the skill was, it no longer received the full experience that Trap Sense once did. It was the problem with most legacy skills. Breadth was useful and worth the trade-off, but they grew slowly unless you went out of your way to engage with all of their aspects. No skill was perfect, though. Not even a legacy skill, and especially not at the low skill levels of an unclassed. Inevitably, Caius eventually missed one. They had been walking through the tunnels, having yet to see any sign of the caverns that usually held depths born. The only warning he got was the faintest snap as his foot passed through a wire. Something slammed into the side of his chest, cracking his ribs. He fell to the ground with a gasp, clutching at the wound. Agony spread through him, clouding his mind. Porkchop yelped in surprise. His gaze snapped up, looking for unseen enemies. Ready to move, wound or no. All he saw was a rough wooden spike hanging in the middle of the tunnel. "I'm all right," he said, waving off Porkchop's concern. Ignoring the sharp pain in his ribs, he pushed himself up to his feet. Taking a mental grip on his health, he directed it to the wound, healing it faster. He still had no confidence in using the skill in battle. It took far too much concentration, but it was incredibly useful for situations such as this. Peering at the spike, he saw that someone had dug a tall and narrow slot in the stone wall of the tunnel. A tension-loaded spike trap jutted out from the opening. It had been hidden behind the profile of one of the struts, causing him to miss it entirely. He had less of an excuse for the snapped tripwire that now lay across the ground, a painful reminder that even skills didn't remove the need for him to focus. "We should slow down," Porkchop said, moving in to look at the hidden trap himself. "No, it was a careless mistake." Caius shook his head. "Let's keep moving." Porkchop gave him a concerned look but didn't press the issue further. They moved on. After another quarter hour and several more traps, the tunnel started to open up. It was a cavern, just as rough-hewn as the passage Caius looked in from. Several trunk-sized logs haphazardly held up the ceiling. Caius ducked to the side of the tunnel, frantically gesturing at Porkchop to do the same. Inside, he could see a good dozen or so creatures huddling around a small fire. They were squat green things, maybe as tall as his chest, covered in rustic leather and spun clothes. Jagged dagger-like ears poked out from their heads, while cruel eyes were set deep into two sharp features. Each and every one of them held a wicked-looking blade. They were as foreign to Caius as anything. He'd never seen anything like them. Identify helped with that. Goblin Outcast Level 15, Depths Born, Low Race. Caius's eyes widened at the notification. Goblins, that was unexpected. He turned to Porkchop, frantically waving for his friend to move back down the way he came. Porkchop assented in silence, padding away as Caius followed close behind. Once they were at a safe enough distance to not be heard, Caius called for them to halt. "Goblins, never thought I would see one in my life. Well, not until I went north, that is," he said, still excited at the chance to see the creatures. Even if they were notoriously vile things. "Goblins, you know what these things are," Porkchop responded curiously. "Yeah, sort of like a northern boggart," he said. Porkchop made a noise of disgust. "And this pleases you? Boggarts are a plague." Caius rolled his eyes. "No, I know that. So are goblins. It's just cool to see them after having heard so many stories from my father about them. They were his favorite monster to use whenever I asked for a scary story as a kid. Apparently they live in the northern mountain ranges, supposed to be a major problem for the Stoneholds. I can imagine that if they are like boggarts. Apparently they are worse," Caius said. "You know how boggarts inevitably flame out when a tribe gets too large?" Porkchop grunted and gave Caius a short nod. "Yeah, goblins don't." Imagine a boggart that was half as stupid, knew enough farming to just barely not starve, still bred like locusts, and had a tendency to fall under the banner of the biggest and meanest lump around. Caius chittered, gesturing wildly with excitement. "Caius, none of that is a good thing." Yeah," he scratched his head. "I know that, but it's still cool to see them. It's like seeing the Huian bloodstones. Barely anyone travels to the Stoneholds, and if you don't go there, you don't see goblins." "Caius, focus. Do you know anything that will actually help us clear this biome, or do you just know stories?" Caius took a moment to think. "Well, they're not much for building, as you can probably tell by the state of these shafts we've been exploring, but they do have a tendency to make use of anything they find. Apparently whenever the dwarves lose one of their deep settlements, it gets turned into." Warren Caius trailed off. "So, what you're trying to tell me is that there might just be a city of these things down here." "Yes," Caius said after a moment. "Great, still better than undead." Porkchop pushed past him, striding towards the goblin camp with intention. "Let's go." The final goblin came at him with a feral squeal, swinging its rusted machete at him in a sloppy overhand blow. Caius parried, a father's gift, knocking the short Depths Born's blade away with a clang. The goblin was left open. He followed through. The point of Caius's sword punched right through its face with a spray of green blood. Ding! Level 15 goblin outcast slain. He sneered in disgust as the creature went limp, sliding free from his sword with a wet schlick. It was the last one. The fight had been easy. Everything he had fought for months had been stronger than him. It didn't matter all that much when the only way they had tried to leverage it was clumsy swings and wild swarm tactics. The goblins were about as good with their jagged machetes as he had expected after seeing their ramshackle weapons. Terrible. It had been all too easy to punish amateur swings with fatal riposts. Caius turned to check on his friend, finding Porkchop licking one paw clean of blood, a pile of crushed corpses arrayed around him. Gross, he said, squirming at the sight of his friend happily enjoying goblin blood. What? It's almost as good as jerky after all the undead. Caius shook his head, definitely still gross. Porkchop huffed and went back to cleaning himself. Shaking his head, Caius moved towards the cook fire that was at the mining cavern's center. The goblins had been roasting some sort of beast over it, a massive rodent, judging by the head and tail. Frankly, it smelled delicious, especially after months of unsalted jerky and hastily cooked kills. He'd had a growing suspicion that the depths tried to make water and food readily available. Whatever the purpose of the arcane structure, its challenges weren't meant to include death by starvation or dehydration. Even so, he would have to be an idiot to eat the meat without checking it first. He used Identify roast ruse, depths wrought item. A ruse that has been inexpertly roasted over an open fire, partially scorched, at least it's salted. Ding, Identify has reached level 3, salt. He was already moving. Snatching one of the legs of the roasted beast, he twisted it free with an uncomfortable crack. The fire hissed, a stray juice sizzled on the hot coals below. Sinking his teeth into the leg, the meat scorched his mouth. He ignored the pain, moaning as salted meat practically melted in his mouth. Caius laughed into his food as Porkchop bolted over at seeing his reaction. His friend ripped his own leg free from the carcass, savaging it on the cavern floor. It's not gonna run away. Why? The bone crunched between Porkchop's jaws. A chuck of meat came free with a snarl. He snapped it down. So, good, salt. Best thing ever discovered. Why haven't you been doing this? Your jerky sucks. I would if I could, buddy. Caius laughed. We don't have any. The jerky is pretty shitty. It's supposed to have salt. As he ate, Caius walked around the rough room that had been carved into the stone. The goblins had set up a number of tents, crude things of leather and cloth, barely remaining standing as their rickety frames of sticks threatened to collapse at a moment's notice. One of them did, when he accidentally brushed against it. He did find a barrel of water in one corner of the room. He refilled their water skins before they drank deeply from its reserves. They moved on, returning to the dark shafts that crisscrossed this biome. Almost immediately, they ran into more traps. The worst was a pitfall, a jagged pit carved into the floor of the passage, falling deep enough that he couldn't see its bottom with his low-light vision. Ironically, the trap itself was incredibly poorly hidden, a blatant hole in the floor covered up with splintering slabs of wood. The problem came in crossing the pit. It was too wide to jump. While the planks looked sturdy enough that he could edge his way over them if he was slow, Porkchop would have smashed right through them. It had taken carefully stacking the planks until they were 4 thick and some very careful steps to get his friend across. Even then, every creak of wood had sent Caius's heart leaping into his throat. Once they left the pitfall behind, it wasn't long before they noticed something different. The tunnel ahead opened into what could only be called a corridor. So unlike the haphazard excavation of the goblins, this tunnel was smooth, clean, perfectly spaced metal supports holding up the room with geometric perfection. Every third section between the supports was carved in massive, intricate reliefs that stretched from floor to ceiling. The ones he could see depicted stout figures in impressively thick armor, fighting off hordes of strange beasts for which he had no name. This is Dwarven, Caius said, running his hands along the perfectly smooth walls. They weren't manufactured. It had been cut directly into the stone with a jeweler's precision. You sure it's the depths, not like it has to reflect your stories. I know. But this matches up with everything I have ever heard of them. Plus, look at the art. Those are definitely dwarves. Wherever this leads, I bet it's going to take us to at least one champion, he said with conviction. They moved in cautiously, well lit by yellow-white glowing crystals embedded in the ceiling. The path was as straight as an arrow and up ever so slightly to their left. Looking both ways down the path, Caius saw that the upwards route seemed to open up far, far in the distance. He activated. Eagle-eyed, there was something there. He couldn't quite tell what it was, not even with the added acuity of this skill. But there was something, an open space and large, though with the distance and angle he could tell little more than that. Ding, Eagle-eye has reached level 3, they moved. Caius was careful to keep an eye out for traps, but there didn't seem to be any. Every so often another butchered entrance was hacked into the perfect stone of the passage, showing where the goblins had added their inferior work. Reaching the end, Caius's jaw dropped. Shock rooted him to the spot. He'd known the cavern was going to be large, maybe even as large as the original Blue Grove. He hadn't expected this. The passage breached the wall of a truly immense cavern. They were halfway up, exiting onto a thin platform of carved stone. Off to the side, a narrow staircase was embedded in the cavern wall, offering passage to the floor far below. Impossible, Caius said. Porkchop was silent, simply standing and staring. It put the Blue Grove to shame, large enough to fit the sizable corpse of trees a dozen times over. At least, a city dominated the center of the open cavern. Stacked like a wedding cake, every layer of the city rose higher than the one before it, growing more and more opulent and intricately carved as they went. It seemed to be made from one seamless piece, the entire place apparently carved whole cloth from the bedrock. Fields surrounded its fortress like walls. A massive suspended crystal illuminating endless regimented fields of mushrooms and other, more exotic fungus. Caius's eyes flicked to the walls of the cavern. They were as glassy smooth as every other piece of dwarven construction. They'd carved the whole place out of the bedrock, city and all. It was insanity. Porkchop broke the silence first. Caius, I know it will hurt, but you need to use your skill to scout the city for us. If that place is swarming with goblins, we need to leave. We'll be overwhelmed the moment they spot us. He tore his eyes away from the vista in front of him, giving Porkchop a nod. Moving to the edge of the ledge, he lay down on his stomach, facing the city. It was a sheer drop to the cavern floor, when he had no chance of surviving if he fell, with the vertigo he got from Eagle Eye. He didn't want to risk it. Focusing on the city, he amped up his skill, wincing as everything in sight was thrown into sharp relief. Not enough. It was more detailed, but he could still barely make anything out. He pushed the skill to full power, groaning as ice picks of pain hammered their way into the back of his orbits. Pushing through the pain, he swept his eyes over the city. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 4. Immediately he could see the flaws in the city. It was dirty, war-torn. Everything was smudged in a layer of grime. The desiccated bodies of slain armored dwarves filled the streets, and the stone that wasn't cracked was worn away. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 5. His eyes burned, forcing him to blink so that he could continue to scout. The mental load was worse. His mind felt like an overstretched water skin, every second forcing it closer and closer to bursting. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 6. While he had no way to see into the many buildings, from the squat green figures he could see wandering the streets and lounging on roofs, they seemed to be bunched together. Groups of 30 or so were milling about, going about their day, but there would be streets between them and the next. If they were careful, they should be able to deal with them section by section, hopefully without causing enough of a ruckus to bring a whole horde down on their heads. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 7. Another notification dinged in his mind. With each one his eyes strained just a little less, his migraine slowly reducing. Barely. He still felt like he was getting smashed over the head with a hammer. Sweeping his eyes across the city, he looked for signs of champions. At the end of the day, that was what they were here for. He found the first likely candidate quickly. The bastard wasn't even in the city, but in the fungal fields outside. Standing out like a sore thumb, a mounted warrior prowled amongst the spread-out common goblins who wandered the rows of crops. Garbed in cruelly spiked leather armor, the goblin sat astride a massive wolf-like creature. It was a champion, no two ways about it. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 8. The second one was near a massive set of stairs that lead up to the second tier of the city. Lording over some sort of mustering grounds, it stood head and shoulders above the rest of its kind. Of course, being head and shoulders above a goblin probably meant it was only as tall as he was, but the creature's bare chest was laden with muscle. Halfway up the city there was some sort of open-air temple, a square of freestanding pillars surrounding a wide altar at the center of a massive pavilion. A goblin stood tall on the raised stone, waving a staff through the air as it led its fellows through some sort of ceremony. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 9. He found nothing else until he reached the top of the pyramidal tiered city. A flat paved courtyard dominated the highest level, surrounded by a low wall with a statue depicting a stout warrior at its center. Something massive stomped across its surface, dragging a club as big as he was behind it. Caius blanched. Hulking and hideous, it was a fearsome sight to behold. There was no way that was a champion. No, the massive circle of glowing runes carved into the courtyard's surface gave away its true identity. They'd finally found a guardian. Lying down on the ledge that overlooked the depths recreation of a lost dwarven city, Caius focused his gaze on the creature that lounged at its highest heights. He had to know more. Eagle Eye had more to give, but his eyes already felt like he was trying to look through vinegar. The less that was said about his headache, the better. It was a guardian, he knew it. With how little success that they had had searching for the one in the overgrown caves, it was most likely to be the one they were destined to face. Learning as much as he could about the beast was vital, even if it would be agonizing. He further released the grip he had held on Eagle Eye since he had received the skill. The guardian slammed into full relief. The visual detail felt like a branding iron burning its way into his skull. Caius choked back a scream, grinding his teeth together with a creak. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 10. The level up brought the faintest hint of relief, like a single one of the 1,000 blacksmiths who pounded on his temples had gotten bored and stopped. Previously, he had only been able to tell the scale of the beast by comparing it to the pillars and statues that dotted the ritual plaza at the top of the city. In turn, they were roughly the same height as some of the smaller buildings situated on the previous tier of the city. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 11. The guardian came up to roughly half of the column's height. Considering that the small buildings in the richly ornate city quarter below were 3 stories tall, the guardian must have been easily thrice Caius's height. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 12. An escalating stab of pain caused Caius to scrunch his eyes closed with a groan. Caius, your eyes, Porkchop said. Huh? Caius wiped at the tears that had been pooling. Pulling his hand back, he saw they were streaked in red. He saw every line in his palm. The way the surface tension of his blood pulled it in narrow lines down the minute channels. Caius frowned. I should have noticed my health draining, he muttered through the fugue of the mental load of his skill. It had activated, he realized. Even now it was suffusing his eyes, fixing the damage his skill was doing. It was minute, a small enough trickle that he hadn't noticed it through the tidal wave of visual information he was being inundated with. He shook his head, turning back to the Guardian. This was important, if the drain on his health was this low it wasn't doing any serious harm. It didn't even come close to outstripping his regeneration. Pain was just free training for rapid adaptation anyway. Maybe you should take a break, Porkchop said, looking at him with concern. No, Caius shook his head. I'm fine, it's good training. Give me another minute or two and I'll tell you what I've learned. Turning back to the dwarven fortress city, Caius refocused his gaze on the Guardian, letting his skill ramp back up to full power, the immediate spike of pressure in his head drawing a wince from him. Bound in rippling muscle, the creature's skin was thick and craggy. Not quite scaled, but it still looked like it would turn a blade as well as any leather armor. Now in full detail, the club it wielded was clearly a rough-hewn tree trunk, slightly whittled down to a grip at one end. Crude spikes had been hammered in. It was a savage thing, something that would paste him in a single blow. He doubted even heavy plate would do much. He'd seen it like before, but never so large, some kind of troll or ogre. His only encounter had been from a distance. When a lesser cousin of the Guardian had wandered down from the mountains that cut off the deep sea from the rest of the forest, Father had said it must have been starving, as they usually avoided areas of low mana. He still remembered the way his father had dismantled it, carving it to pieces as it tried to squash him with a boulder that must have weighed as much as an ox. Bloody thing had taken hours to die, even after it had spent its health. Caius doubted the Guardian would be any different. Ding. Eagle Eye has reached level 13. Now that he was paying attention, he felt the drain on his health ramping up with every second. He kept his skill at full strength. It had dipped notably with his level up, as had the throbbing ache in his head, but it wasn't enough to outstrip the damage he was accumulating. He needed to finish up his scouting fast. He focused on the Guardian, trying to identify it. It took a force of will for him to get the skill to work. While the skill's description didn't mention a distance limit, it seemed to have one all the same, spiking his agony as he stretched the skill. With a ding, a notification sprung into his face. Level, ding, identify has reached level 4. Ding, identify has reached level 5. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 14. Ding, rapid adaptation has reached level 18. The backlash hit him, driving into his brain like an iron spike in spite of his pain resistance. Caius let out a cry of pain, slamming his eyes shut. He tried to tamper Eagle Eye back down to a manageable level, but he struggled to focus through the fugue of his overworked mind. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the trace amounts of light shining through his lids, highlighting the delicate blood vessels that spiderwebbed through the delicate membrane. Caius, that's enough. Turn off the skill. Porkchop growled in concern, nosing at him. I'm trying. Caius ground out, gritting his teeth. He reached out again, strangling his skill, damping the overwhelming sensations. Slowly, ever so slowly, his vision dimmed, reducing to a level where he no longer felt like every slight flick of his eyes would make him throw up. Sighing in relief, he pushed himself up, shuffling back from the edge of the ledge. Okay, that didn't exactly go how I wanted it to, but I learned a lot. Didn't exactly go how you wanted it to. Caius, you looked like you had gotten into a staring match with a basilisk. Eyes should not bleed like that, Porkchop said, punctuating his last sentence by nipping Caius in the ear. Ow, he slapped his friend away. Stop that. Gruesome or not, I barely lost any health, got the answer to your question, and leveled the skill more in a handful of minutes than I could have otherwise in a week. It was worth it. It better have been. Porkchop said, what you see? Well, Caius smiled. There are a fucking lot of goblins. That's it. I'll have your hide if that's all you saw. Porkchop swatted at him with faux anger. Caius laughed. Just kidding, there are a bunch, but they're spread out, distant enough that we should be able to deal with one group without bringing another down on their heads. Caius slung his pack off, pulling a waterskin and rag free to dab at his blood-stained face. Oh, and I could see what I'm almost certain were 3 champions, he said, shooting Porkchop a grin. Porkchop froze, his ears perking up. Loot. Yeah, buddy, loot. That's not all. There's a bloody Guardian, I'm almost sure of it. Porkchop stilled, looking at him intently. You're sure? Almost certain. Caius nodded. Big fucker. Some sort of ogre or troll with a massive club right at the very top of the city. Probably ridiculously strong and durable, but there are much, much worse matchups. Besides, who knows how long it would take us to find another one. This city must be almost all of this biome. Others might need us to search for months. Porkchop grumbled. There are also much easier matchups. An ogre, even one that didn't overlevel us, is more than strong enough to crush us with a single swing. Better than something too fast for us to land a hit on. I'm sure we'll be faster than it. Besides, we have over a year until I get my class and you evolve. At the very least, it will be a good backup if we can't find anything better," he said, mopping at the red that streaked his face. "This is true. Now," Caius clapped his hands. "The first champion candidate is outside the city. There's a bunch of fields of mushrooms down there, but most are pretty spread out. The one we're looking for is riding on some sort of wolf thing. He's got a spear, but he's pretty lightly armored. I think if we can kill the mount, he should be pretty easy to deal with. What do you say? Time to get some more loot." Porkchop shot to his feet. "Yes, let's go already," he said, rushing over to the wide stone steps that were carved into the side of the cavern. "Hey, wait up, and be careful on those stairs if you slip your toast," Caius said, rushing after his friend. The walk down to the mushroom fields had been treacherous. While the stairs were wide and had more than enough space for both of them to walk abreast, they were glassy smooth. Without a railing to protect them from going over the edge, a single misstep would have been enough to do them in. Every time Caius looked to the left over the yawning drop to the floor below, his head swam. He'd never exactly been bad with heights, but walking next to an open drop that steep was enough to set anyone's teeth on edge. Porkchop had it worse, his weight distribution getting the best of him. Fur-covered paws got little traction on the polished stone, and every step threatened to send him tumbling to his death. Every long stride was taken at a snail's pace, slowing their descent to a crawl. As they walked, every now and then Caius would intensify. Eagle eye a little, scanning for the mounted goblin champion. It roamed around the mushroom fields, and a little headache and vertigo was more than worth keeping track of its movements. Eventually, though, they reached the bottom. As soon as they hit the loamy soil, Porkchop dived forwards, burying himself snout deep in the damp earth. "Ground, sweet, sweet ground," Porkchop all but moaned. Caius himself wasn't much better, taking a seat next to his friend. "I feel you," he muttered, giving Porkchop a scratch. "We should get moving, though. The champion is still relatively close. If we can help it, I would like to avoid fighting our way through a city's worth of farmland." Huffing in acceptance, Porkchop took the opportunity to get one last roll in the dirt. Caius shook his head at his friend's antics. The pair set off, heading in the direction that Caius had last seen the mounted goblin. The fungal crops were strange things. Set in neat rows were a dizzying array of mushrooms. Most were a motley collection of standard caps, ranging from ankle height all the way to coming up to his mid-thigh. Their colors were just as diverse. Browns, grays, and tans were the most common colors, but others were a stark red or brilliant blue. A rare few did not fit this mold. Strange clusters of ear-like growth sending out plumes of glittering dust, striking knots of twisted tendrils writhing slowly as they passed. It was heaven for training. Identify, every third fungus seemed to be something new, pushing his skill to new heights. Unfortunately, eventually his growth tapered off as he ran into less and less unique specimens. Much to Caius's disappointment, none of the mushrooms were alchemical reagents. If they had, such a wealth of resources could have provided an extremely valuable source of renewable wealth if they were able to map a path back to the biome from the world above. At the very least, he could have used Explorer's Toolkit to flesh out their supplies with some much-needed poultices. Thankfully, neither were any of them toxic or poisonous. They were farms in truth, filled with a dizzying array of edible varieties. At the very least, they would be eating well while they cleared out the city. Despite what it looked like from above, the cavern floor wasn't perfectly flat. As they traversed across the fields in search of the champion, they walked up and down gentle rises and dips. It was after summiting one such rise, slightly taller than most, that they spotted their quarry. Maybe a few hundred strides away, the mounted goblin stalked through the fungal fields. Caius put his hand up, gesturing for Porkchop to halt. After months of cooperation, his friend complied without hesitation, training his sight to where Caius was looking. Caius ratcheted up. Eagle Eye bringing the champion into greater focus. The beast the goblin rode looked like it would come up to his chest. While he'd originally told Porkchop that it looked like a wolf, that was only true in the most twisted and nightmarish sense. Its head was blocky and thick, features twisted with a sick malevolence. Bulky muscle covered its thin frame, almost looking to painfully yank at its joints. The goblin wasn't much better. Sitting high in its saddle, its eyes scythed over the fields, looking at distant laboring goblins with a cruel sneer on its face. It was garbed in light-studded leather and held a long barbed spear, one that looked better designed for maiming than it did striking true killing blows. He relayed what he saw to Porkchop, his friend growling low in his chest as he squared off against the far-off champion. Caius felt it too, the familiar heat in his blood, the way his concerns and fears dampened. It was a rush like nothing else. Knowing that the only thing that stood between him and a gruesome end was his skill, timing, and ability, he couldn't wait. Caius lay flat, the soft earth of the fungal farms dampening his clothes ever so slightly. Porkchop had hunkered down next to them. He peered over the peak of a soft rise in the fields, staring at the mounted goblin champion that prowled a couple hundred long strides away. Their walk here had been uneventful. Only the dizzying array of mushrooms and the odd goblin laborer had interrupted their journey. Now he watched the champion. tried to learn as much as he could before he dived headfirst into fraught confrontation once more. Up close, he got a much better look at the depths born. Unlike some of the others that he saw in the city, this one was not much larger than the common laborers they had mowed through in the fields. Its spear looked just as mean as it had before, but it was also long, more of a pike or a lance than a weapon meant for dueling. Its mount, the cruel wolf-looking creature, was smaller than he expected. Viciously muscled it may have been, the creature looked like it would match him shoulder to shoulder. By no means an easy fight, but far smaller than the Dreadclaw had been, barely taller than Porkchop, though his friend almost certainly had more mass. It was garbed in thick leather barding, armoring its side, back, and chest. He used Identify first on the goblin and then on its mount. Goblin Outrider level 25, Champion, Depths Born, Cavalry, Low Race. Warg level 22, Depths Born, Beast, Mount, Elite. Ding, Identify has reached level 16. Caius gave the skill notification a quick look. Inspecting the massive variety of mushrooms in the fields had been amazing for its growth. He shoved it to the back of his mind, turning his attention back to the Outrider. The champion itself glowed in the sight of his sense mana, the aura giving away its empowered might. He'd started to get more comfortable with the skill, more used to the constant, ghostly presence of the mystic world. He hoped that this time he would be able to make use of it in the fight. Capitalize on the information it provided, much like he had under the influence of the psychopathic assault tonic. Caius ducked back down, hiding behind the hill once more as he turned to Porkchop. It's a champion all right, he whispered, shuffling away from the rise. Only the goblin, though. Its mount is something called a warg, level 22. It's a short thing, barely taller than the rest of the goblins. With how long its spear is, I think it would be an easy fight if we can knock it from the saddle. Porkchop acknowledged him with a flick of his ears, crawling forward on his belly to get his own look at the mounted duo. He shimmied back a moment later. I can take the warg, easy. Leather will not protect it from my new claws. Caius nodded. His friend was right. While Porkchop's new ring was most likely designed for a humanoid pugilist, its savagery was amplified in his friend's hands. His long digging claws had hardened to the point they acted more like sharpened steel daggers, and they had been tearing through leather-armored goblins with ease. Its biggest advantage is mobility, and its ability to use its lance. I think I should bait it into a charge while you lie in wait here, hidden behind the hill. Once it's committed and summiting the peak, you pounce on the warg, Caius said, tracing a loose diagram in the dirt. Porkchop looked at his drawing, flicking his ears in agreement. I'm ready when you are, he said, backing up and bracing himself to charge at the slightest provocation. Caius nodded, taking a moment to breathe, stoking the heat that bubbled just below the surface. His heart raced, blood rushing to his extremities. He was ready. Jumping to his feet, he drew his sword and stomped to the top of the hill. Stern eyes locked on the champion, boring into them. Hey, short stuff, he yelled. Get your ass over here. The champion snapped its gaze over to him, sneering in disgust. The warg it was mounted on snarled, a low crackling rumble rolling across the fields of mushrooms between them. Yeah, that's right. You and your half-drowned rat of a warg, Caius continued. The goblin screamed something indecipherable at him. They must have been quite the mix of obscenities, because even from half a field away, Caius could see veins bulging on its face. The Outrider lowered its spear, training its point towards him. A slight kick of its legs and the warg ran, kicking up plumes of dirt, pulping delicate mushrooms in its furious charge. Gods, it was fast. Ding, you have challenged a champion goblin Outrider. Caius suddenly questioned the wisdom of standing directly in front of a champion's cavalry charge. He braced himself, bringing his sword up, ready to block or deflect the goblin's spear if he wasn't fast enough to dodge. At the halfway mark, he saw the goblin's aura pulse, flaring with magical potency. Shit, Porkchop, get ready, it's using some sort of skills, Caius said, his eyes widening at the sight. Ready. His friend called silently through their link, avoiding making any sound that could give away his hidden presence. Magical energy suffused the goblin's mount. Despite already moving at a full sprint, it suddenly sped up more, nearly doubling the speed of its charge. It barely took a second for the Outrider to cross the rest of the distance between them. The warg launched itself towards him in a final leap, the savage spear point of its rider trained directly on Caius's chest. There was no way he was going to be able to parry the blow. There was too much speed, too much weight behind it. Even if he managed, it would do little to stop him being trampled. He dove. The champion reacted instantly, shifting its spear to track his movement. The barbed point clipped Caius on the pauldron, sending him spinning through the air, the heavy blow nearly knocking his sword from his hand. He hit the ground, hard. A groan slipped free, health rushing to his aching shoulder. Heavy metal plates on the joint had saved it from a fracture, but it still hurt. He rolled to his feet, moving to dodge any follow-up attempts. Looking back to the Outrider, it scowled at him, the momentum of its charge carrying it forward. The impact had rattled the goblin, loosening the grip it held on its warg's saddle. There would be no more attacks until it was ready to charge once again. The The champion and its mount continued over the hill, readying themselves for another pass. Caius returned the goblin's hateful sneer with a grin of his own. Their plan had worked. Porkchop struck. With a bellowing challenge, Porkchop leapt for the pair. Thick claws raked the warg's side as Porkchop lunged for the goblin champion. The warg stumbled, nearly unseating its rider as it wheeled on the new aggressor. In an impressive display of agility, it returned Porkchop's assault with a swipe of its own, raking him across the chest. Roaring at Porkchop, the warg lunged towards his friend's throat. Trying to take a bite, the outrider yanked on its mount's reins, pulling itself firmly back into the saddle. It righted the beast with the jab of its serrated knife like spurs. The warg yelped in agony, jumping away from Porkchop as it ran away. The goblin brought its mount back under control, slowly turning for another charge. Caius frowned. They had to try again. If they let the outrider dictate the pace of engagement, it would whittle them down with charges. Besides, Porkchop had almost no defense against a lance thrust. Worse, the goblin had to have another skill. Caius wanted the champion dismounted before it had a chance to use it. "What now?" Porkchop said, frantic as he scrambled closer to Caius. "Wait." Caius held his hand up to stop his friend. "Stay behind the hill. We try again." "Caius, it already knows what we're trying to do." "Doesn't matter. It still needs to come off the saddle," he said, voice stony. "Best chance we have is if it can't see you. It won't know where you are waiting." Porkchop growled, but moved back out of sight of the champion once more. Speeding up from a trot, the outrider began to race towards Caius once more. His gaze sharpened on the rapidly approaching champion. Surrounding distractions forgot. No fluctuations in its aura. It wasn't using a skill this time. Yet, the goblin stared at him with undisguised aggression and hate, thin lips peeling back to reveal densely clustered needle-like teeth. It lowered its spear, training it on him. Caius screwed his feet into the earth, finding his grip, ready to dive at the last moment. He had to time it right. Last time he'd been a second too early, given the goblin time to adjust. He couldn't afford another hit. Now, he threw himself to the side, away from the encroaching barbed spearhead that had been rushing towards his chest. The goblin's aura pulsed, its spear flaring with light. With unnatural speed and grace, the spear shifted, setting itself back on course. Caius blanched. No way to dodge, didn't have the footing. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his blade into the spear thrust, just barely managing to shift it away from his chest. The barbed spearpoint bound his blade, ripping it free from his hands and sending it spinning into the dirt. Jagged metal raked the side of his ribs, catching the edge of his scales, tearing through the chain and soft flesh below. Caius let out a scream at the mutilation. The mounted outrider cackled in glee, yanking on its reins. With preternatural agility, the warg skidded to a halt, whirling towards Caius. It pounced, flying with outstretched claws in a low roar. Death approached. Caius dove to the side, ignoring the hot blood that poured from his side. Porkchop slammed into the airborne warg, driving it onto the ground prone. The goblin rider screamed in fury, tumbling free of its saddle. Porkchop laid into the warg in a whirlwind of snapping teeth and sharp claws. Caius trusted his friend to do his part. He only had eyes for the grounded outrider. Already on its feet, it screamed at its mount, tried to kick it to its feet, only to jump back hastily when Porkchop's claws sailed within a finger length of its face. Backing up, it trained its hate on Caius, bringing its pike up to hold with both hands. It charged, shoving the pain of his savage ribs into a box guarded by. Rapid adaptation, he lunged for his sword. Swiping it off the ground, he swept out with a hasty parry, forcing away the goblin's stab. He'd been right. On the ground, the weapon was unwieldy, hard for the diminutive goblin to control. "You're mine now, you little shit." Caius grinned at the goblin. It hissed back in response. "Drak, Gruzka Roknar, Nuk Vorgal," the outrider spat. The words meant nothing to Caius, save that their guttural, tortured syllables grated against his ears. Regardless of what the goblin said, it was filled with rage. Every word choked out, mangled by jaws designed more for the tearing of flesh than civilized speech. To his right, Caius could see Porkchop savaging the warg with primal ferocity. Like they had anticipated, the mount's leather barding did little to protect it from the cutting fury of Porkchop's claws. It still tried to give as good as it got, getting its feet under it to launch itself for Porkchop's throat. Caius slowly backed away from the fighting beasts, drawing the outrider with him. The goblin jabbed at him with its spear. They were slow strikes, the goblin poorly suited to controlling the weapon's obscene length without the height and power of a charge behind it. Caius smiled. Whatever benefit it had held from its weapon's reach was long gone. It was on his turf now. He doubted it would be able to keep up. Caius circled the goblin champion at the summit of one of the slight hills that rolled over the fungal farms. Every few seconds it would test him, lunging forwards with a clumsy stab of its pike. Caius would dance back, happy to take the time to let his ribs heal before he fully committed to an assault. Behind him, he could hear Porkchop in full-blown battle with the dismounted goblin's warg. Their extended tussle had moved to the base of the hill, after a particularly successful tackle on Porkchop's part had sent them rolling down its slope in a blur of claws and teeth. He knew his friend would come out on top. He already would have called for him if there was any true risk of something going awry. Caius parried another of the outrider's thrusts. He felt the itching heat die down on his ribs as the flesh finished reknitting itself. He checked his resources. Resources: health 246, 302 min. Stamina 180 for 202 min. Mana 140, 142 min. The drain had stopped, though he was surprised at how little it had taken to heal the wound. It had felt like his entire side had been flayed, though looking at that weapon, that's no real surprise, he thought, staring at the blood-stained barbs that lined the spear point's edges. Thrusting again, the outrider screamed in fury when Caius parried its blow once more. Vrak, Jiruskar gul snar mi vihak. Caius shot the goblin a taunting grin. Whatever it tried to say was strangled in a furious cry. It launched forwards with a thrust. Smashing the stab aside, Caius snapped out with his offhand, grabbing the weapon by the haft just below its stride-long blade. Before the goblin could process the move, Caius yanked, sending it stumbling towards him. He returned the goblin's aggression with a stab of his own. Enchanted steel was sharpened further by Warforged, cleanly punching through the goblin's studded leather armor to bury itself deep in the goblin's chest. Green blood erupted from the outrider's mouth, spilling down to stain the front of its armor. Caius pulled his sword free. The goblin's aura pulsed. Its hand snaked for its back, ripping free a curved knife the length of Caius's forearm. It stabbed, glowing in the sight of. Sense mana, he tried to parry, still holding his sword with a single hand. The blade seemed to glide around his defense, somehow warping the path of his blade. No way to avoid it, not if he wanted to keep up the pressure. He leaned on. Adamant body, twisting at the last moment to protect his vitals. With unnatural luck, the long knife found a gap in his armor, sinking into the side of his stomach. Pain flared, quickly locked away by. Rapid adaptation. Blood-filled spilled free, staining gleaming scales red. Ding, adamant body has reached level 12. Roaring in fury, Caius yanked on the goblin's pike, pulling it forward. The knife shoved deeper into his stomach. He ignored it in favor of driving his knee deep into the champion's own. The goblin gasped, dropping its weapon. Caius tossed the pike to the side, laying into the goblin's jaw with a heavy haymaker. It stumbled, stunned by the shock of the swing. Caius stepped back, the goblin's knife still planted in his stomach. Gritting his teeth, he ripped it free, tossing it behind him out of the goblin's reach. He charged back in, swinging his sword in an upwards diagonal slice. Shaking itself free of its daze, the champion danced back, avoiding its swing. It pulled free another knife from a sheath on its back, tossing it to his dominant hand with a hiss. Caius refused to give the outrider a moment to breathe, rushing in with a flurry of tight swings. Unburdened by its burdensome polearm, the goblin was an agile demon. It danced around his swings, cutting parries, shunting his sword away. It wasn't entirely successful. A growing number of cuts rent through its leather armor, wounds staining its torso a dark green. Even if it was nominally stronger than him, Caius had the advantage of height and reach, and a knife was a poor matchup for a longsword. Screeching, the outrider dove in, mana flashing. Its knife found an impossible hole in his guard. Leaving a deep cut on his thigh, Caius transferred his weight to his other leg. If he collapsed due to an injury to the muscle, the goblin would be on him in seconds. He forced it back with a heavy chop, giving his leg precious seconds to heal. Ripping his blade free, Caius transitioned into a slash. The goblin hissed, slipping under his attack to stab at his chest. Caius pivoted, slapping the knife aside and punishing the attempt with a cleave, attempting to force it back. The goblin took the blow head-on, a father's gift cutting deep into its torso, revealing its ribs. Another pulse of magical potency, the champion's knife glowing with internal light. Caius pivoted on his lead foot, leaning away from the strike. The cruel blade kissed his arm, parting flesh with a light cut. A trickle of red spilled free. For the first time, the goblin's power hadn't left a grievous wound in its wake. Barely a scratch. Caius's mind raced. He still didn't know how to block the skill. It slipped past parries and blocks with ease, finding chinks in his armor where none should be. Yet it seemed that even if it all but guaranteed a wound, he could still lessen the wounds he was destined to take. A weakness, something he could punish. He booted the goblin in the chest, interrupting its follow-up slash and forcing it back. With a roar, he drew his sword up high, bringing it down in a crushing blow. The champion blocked. Steel rang as height and reach was forced to contend with the simple power of higher stats. Defense holding strong, the goblin spat at him, green-tinged spittle landing on Caius's cuirass. Heaving, the goblin broke their bind, forcing Caius's attack to the side. Aura flashed again. Another destined wound. Caius lunged towards it, forcing the blow to skitter over his shoulder. The knife slipped through layered steel plates, cutting into the meat of the joint. Barely a flesh wound, Caius ignored the blip of pain to whirl his sword around, burying his own blade into the champion's outstretched arm. The honed edge sliced through flesh before glancing off the bone. The outrider screamed, yanking its knife free to jump back, out of the range of Caius's sword. Behind them, Caius could hear Porkchop's confrontation with the warg still going strong, bestial roars echoing across the field. From the ragged sound of the warg's pants, Porkchop seemed to be winning. Caius grinned. He'd need to pick up the pace. No way was he going to lose to that overgrown fur ball. Heart racing in violent anticipation, Caius rushed in. He flowed into a seamless assault of flashing steel and perfectly timed footwork. Every blow had his full weight behind it, shifting into a style that maximized the momentum of his swings. Ringing clashes sounded, the goblin straining against his heavy blows, its arms quaking. This was it. This was what battle was about, seeing your foes driven before you. Superior strength rendered useless in the face of greater technique. The goblin might have been stronger than him, faster than him. It wasn't enough. He was too tall, too practiced. Dismounted and reduced to using an overgrown utensil, it couldn't leverage its strengths. Reduced to relying on a single skill in order to even put up a fight. Every ringing clash drove the goblin's feet deep into the tilled earth, forcing it back step by grinding step. He could see the clench in its jaw. The way its slit pupils widened with every descending slash. It was afraid. He could taste it. He fell into the full embrace of the heat of battle, feeling his blood sing. It used its skill. He slapped the blade aside, taking a cut to his palm. A pommel strike crushed the goblin's orbit in turn, caving in its eye. Another weakness. He pressed the new blind spot. Dazed from the heavy blow, the goblin barely managed to ward off his follow-up slash. Another torn rent opened on its chest. Weeping green blood, it was shaking now, sweating, gulping down air. No stamina, Caius realized. It was faltering. Aura flared again, quickly sputtering out as the magic of the skill failed to transfer to the outrider's weapon. Caius let out a savage grin. It seems the ability didn't just make use of mana, the goblin had drained itself dry. He pressed the assault. More and more wounds began to accumulate on the champion, its defense flagging as exhaustion began to set in. Without the bolstering of stamina, the toll of smashing aside the swings of his blade grew heavy. Glee rose within Caius, watching the way its arms began to quake. With every cut, both deep and shallow, the outriders' health was slowly overwhelmed, spread thin in an attempt to heal all wounds equally. Caius never let up, not even for a moment, never giving it a second to recuperate. With a strangled cry of rage, the goblin heaved, forcing away his sword with a clang. It dove in, desperate to turn the tide. Caius punched out, smashing it in the jaw with his hilt. A follow-up boot to the chest forced it back. He heard a howl, full of bloodlust, quickly followed by a frenzied whine of pain. Porkchop was winning. The sound made his bloodsong heighten. They made a good pair. A friend who knew the joy of spitting in the face of possibility and knew the savage glee of striking down those that should have been their betters. Caius thrust. The outrider parried. The knife gave it little leverage. A father's gift sunk into its chest. The goblin let out a wheeze, blood foaming from its mouth. It still fought on, futile as he thought it may be. It staggered back, blood pouring from its many wounds. Shaking, almost listless, as its final hate-filled eye bored deep into him, Caius returned the stare with an intensity of his own, making his gruesome satisfaction clear. A whine of despair came from behind him, followed by a savage crack and the sound of tearing flesh. He heard Porkchop snarl his victory, announcing his domination of the warg. Caius scowled. His friend had beat him. Unacceptable. No matter, his fun was drawing to a close. He stepped forwards, the goblin trying to ward him off with a messy slash of its knife. Its body was failing it. Blood spilled free from a dozen deep rents in its flesh and a myriad smaller cuts. A slab of its chest hung free, revealing grisly muscle and exposed ribs. Caius had no doubt even if he left it, the champion would expire of its wounds on its own. He would not be denied satisfaction. Another snarl of fury, Caius heard his friend charging in from behind him, his hand flung out. "No, you had your fun. This one is mine." His voice was unyielding. Porkchop hissed. "Fine, yours by right." His tone was clipped, understanding but in no way happy with withholding himself from more glorious battle. Caius could feel it rushing across the bond, the bloodlust, the desire to feel flesh give way beneath claw, for bones to crack underneath his teeth. It should have been maddening. It only heightened his lust. A savage cry tore at his throat, a scything cut coming in heavy. The outrider tried to block, racing against the blow with its whole body. His sword smashed into the tip of its knife, overwhelming the point of poor leverage. A father's gift rammed home, cleaving flesh and bone alike. The goblin screamed, right arm falling free with a spray of blood. Caius pressed the assault. It might have felt agony, might have known hate. It was still a depths born. It did not flee, did not beg. Even as it cried in horror of the approaching doom, it did its best to gut him. Shaky parries and dogged slips turned life-ending blows into yet more mortal wounds. Moment by moment it faltered, nearly unable to stand. Joy flushed through Caius's blood, the satisfaction of a fight well fought. It had been a good opponent, stronger, faster, with all of the advantages. It still crumbled before his might. It was over now. There was no honor, no song to be had in toying with a finished opponent. He ended it. A cleave smashed its knife aside. Caius whirled with the momentum. A follow-up blow cleaved through the outrider's neck. Its malformed head flew free with a final gush of vital fluid, scowl frozen on its face forevermore. Ding, you have slain a champion goblin outrider level 25 Ironlash Rider. Caius let out a scream of victory, channeling the crescendo of violent satisfaction that had been building the entire fight. Porkchop joined him, letting out a rumbling snarl. Good fight, it was. Caius panted, feeling the rush of battle lust slowly leave him. His exhaustion and aching wounds flooding back as his single-minded focus ebbed. Staring at the ruined corpse of the champion, he sheathed his blade. Spawn of the depths and dwarven scourge it might have been, it had still given him a good fight. For that, he had a modicum of respect. Turning to Porkchop, he was about to ask his friend about searching for their loot when another system notification stopped him fast, rooting him to the spot. Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor, born for slaughter. Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor, born for slaughter. Caius stared at the notification, his pain and exhaustion completely forgotten. Shock paralyzed him. He could feel another notification blaring in the corner of his mind, demanding his attention. He left it there, too absorbed in the one that hung in his vision. This must have been what Porkchop was talking about, how the system rewarded those that pushed themselves when under its observations. But why now? The goblin was nowhere near the first champion he had slain. Caius, what's wrong? Are you injured? Porkchop asked, coming forwards to examine him closely, checking his wounds. Caius shook his head, throwing off the shock. I think I found out how the observed got so much stronger than everyone else, he said quietly. Porkchop's eyes snapped up to meet Caius's own. What? Caius nodded, telling him about the notification he had received from killing the champion. What? How? What does it give you? Porkchop asked, the questions coming so fast they nearly blended into a single word. I'm not sure yet, I haven't checked it, Caius said, shoving Porkchop away when was nearly bowled over in his friend's excitement. You haven't checked it? What the hells are you waiting for? Give me a second. I was about to before you started asking questions, he huffed. Porkchop snorted in response but waited patiently all the same. Caius took a breath to calm his racing heart and pulled up the final notification waiting for his attention. Like he expected, it was the honor in question, born for slaughter, honor. Rules are made for a reason. Many are to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Some fools disregard those rules, facing death due to need, want, hubris, and ignorance. Most are crushed under the weight of reality. Those that don't are forged anew, shining brighter than those that dared not. Awarded to those who slay 3 champions unaided before class selection. Provides an infinitesimal increase to skill leveling speed, plus 5 all stats. Bonus for being the first in your cohort to achieve this honor skill. The leveling bonus is increased to minute, and the stat bonus is increased to plus 8 all stats. Caius dropped like a marionette with his strings cut. Power surged through him, shifting him, forcing him to change. He writhed as every facet of his being was reinforced, mind overwhelmed in totality. There was no pain. It was far, far beyond that. He felt like he had been snatched up by a god, broken, prodded. Molded into a more pure version of himself. Letting out a choked scream, he felt his body contort, bones creaking under the force of his convulsions. White ice picks were driven into his mind, forcible expanding his senses, speeding up the rate in which he could process information. A slight amount, just under a fifth of his baseline capabilities. All at once it was immobilizing. The moment seemed to crystallize into amber, burning its way into his memory. Then it was over. He lay there panting, soaked in his sweat. He peered through bleary eyes to find Porkchop staring at him, barely a finger length from his face. Ouch, bugger off, Caius said, pushing his friend away. Hells, that was awful, even worse than the natural treasure. He shuddered. Was this what everyone went through when they grew their class? It gave you stats, Porkchop guessed. Caius pushed himself up. Yeah, it did. How'd you know? Connecting to the ancestral blood stabilizes you, eases the transition of growth. Gaining stats without it is supposed to be uncomfortable, at least the ones that aren't natural growth. I assumed it was the same for classes, Porkchop asked. Great. Another hole in my education, Caius grumbled. Despite how much father had taught him, it has become more and more clear how much had been sacrificed on the altar of preparing him for his legacy skills and class selection, though perhaps it was just another case of the Emil's oral histories remembering what people had forgotten. Born for Slaughter's notification. It was massive. The stats alone were an insane boon to an unclassed. Ultimately, though, as he grew, that bonus would eventually be reduced to meaninglessness. At higher tiers, the difference in stat growth between rarities would be enough to outweigh that bonus in a single level. No, the true boon was what those stats would mean for his class, and the growth to his skill leveling. One would almost guarantee his first class would be of higher rarity than normal, preserving his lead. The other. It was infamous how much effort it took to get skills to the tier cap before class evolution. It was something everyone tried to do. The benefits it gave to skill evolution were well known, even if the specifics had not been explained to him. Yet very few succeeded, and almost no one was persistent enough to hold off on a qualitative surge in power in order to cap them all. This must have been what elevated the observed to mythical heights, an acceleration of their growth. Boosts that let them climb faster and higher than everyone else, giving them the power to hunt down more. Honors, hells, Caius, don't just sit there dumbstruck. What does it do? Caius quickly relayed what he knew of his new honor. The information seemed to light a fire under Porkchop, the meals pacing as he digested Caius's latest boon. There must be more that we can get before we are inducted into the system proper. The fact that you are the first in our cohort, whatever that means, is valuable information. It would be foolish to leave potential gains on the table, Porkchop said. Caius nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. I'm willing to bet that at the very least there must be an honor for killing more champions in a group of unclassed. Maybe 10, he said, though before that happens we need to find some favorable matchups for you to slay 3 on your own. Why? Porkchop asked, cocking his head. I never received one for eating the natural treasure. I'm worried the first one will be forfeit if you achieve the feat before the system officially starts observing you, Caius admitted. Porkchop shook his head. No, I don't think so. Finding that fruit was pure luck. Enough luck that it drew you to the system's notice, but the system has never rewarded luck so directly. Only struggle and triumph. I doubt the fruit would have ever given you an honor. You could be right, still this is even more of a reason for us to push hard. These rewards are invaluable, and the only lead we have is that some of them are tied to doing things before our full introduction to the system. That puts us on a time limit. Caius pushed himself to his feet, enjoying the newfound strength that coursed through his limbs. Come on, there are more champions in the city. He set off, striding towards the far-off walls of the dilapidated and overrun dwarven settlement. Caius. Porkchop called to him, insistent. What? The loot, Porkchop deadpanned. Oh, Caius said, stopping mid-stride. Right. Caius crouched in front of the cold body of the warg. Porkchop had absolutely mutilated the beast. Great divots had been torn from its flesh, revealing shattered bones. It seemed like they had been correct about the effects of Porkchop's ring. Despite wearing thick leather barding, reinforced with tactically placed metal plates, the armor had done little to save the warg. Its head that lay a dozen paces away was testament to that. Caius grimaced at the eviscerated corpse, turning his attention back to its large saddle bags. After searching the area for any depths-created artifacts, they'd come up short. Even the goblin's pike had been a simple item. All they had left were the saddle bags. They were small things, more designed to hold a few days' rations and a rolled-up mat than supplies for an extended journey. If they did contain their well-earned artifacts, they would have to be on the small side. Hurry up, Porkchop said. He'd been pacing a little up the hill that the warg's corpse lay at the base of, too impatient to sit still. Hush, I'm looking now. He flicked open the satchel, peering inside. The bag's interior was shaded in a deep, unnatural shadow. Caius frowned. Explorer's toolkit was silent, so it should be safe. He reached inside, nearly falling forwards when his arm plunged down to the shoulder. He ripped his arm free, staring at his hand in wonder. A spatially enhanced container. They existed, but he'd never seen one for himself. Almost all of them were pulled from the depths, but he'd never heard of one being found at so high a layer. Grinning in excitement, he shoved his hand back inside. The container was reward enough itself, but he had to know if there was more. Looking up the hill, he found Porkchop still pacing, huffing as he batted at mushrooms. Best not to tell him just yet. No point dealing with more belly aching about how long he was taking. Caius reached around the expanded space, quickly finding something small and cylindrical. He pulled it free. It was a sharpened spike, textured with dense inscriptions and contoured with a curious grip. He set it to the side. Identify could wait until he knew he had got everything. Diving back into the bag, he grabbed something else. Tough leather with some sort of cold metal attached to it. He yanked. The bag morphed, stretching impossibly to accommodate the exit of something far too bulky to fit through the opening, distorting along some non-existent fourth line. Caius fell back, nausea joining a rising headache at the unnatural sight. He let out an oof as heavy leather landed on top of him. Caius stared at the artifact. It was some sort of armor, that much was clear. Thick sections of leather reinforced by laminate plates of metal, held together by buckles and straps. There's no way he could possibly wear it himself. It looked far too odd. He set it aside with a shrug, moving back to check the saddle bag. His hand hit the bottom, barely a stride in. He tore the bag open in horror, looking inside with desperation. His worst nightmare came to pass. It was empty, made of simple folded leather. A plain saddle bag. No, he cried in despair. What's wrong? No loot, Porkchop said, galloping towards him. Wait, it's all here. What are you crying about then? Caius kneeled there, white-faced, mourning as his dreams of riches shattered like glass. A spatial artifact. It was right there. He stifled a sob, shoving his pain deep as he turned to shoot Porkchop a smile. Nothing, just hoped there would be a bit more. Porkchop cocked his head at him. Liar. Also weirdo. A moment later he pounced on the strange, too large armor that Caius had pulled out of the saddlebag. What's this? Looks different. Not sure yet. Give me a second. Caius used. Identify on the artifact. Deep beast light barding, common tier-eye. Trained from birth, the dwarven beast-bound scouts are the eyes and ears of the Stoneholds. They prize their mounts higher than their own lives, and cost is no factor when it comes to keeping their companions safe in the dangerous conditions of the northern mountains of Vostovar. Made from alchemically treated ironox leather, reinforced with plates of doped titanium, this barding is designed to offer maximum protection to a variety of beasts without compromising mobility. Depths wrought artifact, light armor barding. Well-fitted eye, resizing eye, self-repair eye. Caius smiled at the description. It's armor that you can wear. Porkchop went stock still, ears flicking at the news. I get armor? Yep, Caius said. Porkchop immediately went into a frenzy, bouncing back and forth in his excitement. Caius laughed. Easy, buddy, calm down and I'll help you into it. With a clear effort of will, Porkchop went still. Caius picked up the barding, unbuckling its straps before throwing it over Porkchop's back. As he buckled it in place, straps seemed to shift to the perfect length, cinching snug, but leaving no excess weight. It fit Porkchop like a glove, conforming perfectly to his body. A massive reinforced section of leather draped over Porkchop's back and shoulders, holding tight to wrap around his sides. His legs were left entirely free, apart from small free-flowing sections that hung over his upper limbs, short enough to stay out of the way while still providing some protection. A strange, almost gorget, buckled around his neck, flowing into an armored section that guarded the chest and top of Porkchop's stomach. Metal plates were affixed all over the armor, adding additional protection to key vitals. It even had a couple of lightweight saddle bags that rested on his hips. The barding provided almost complete coverage, and as soon as it was fully buckled in place, Porkchop sprinted around like a madman, diving and rolling around the ground. It fits and it doesn't slow me down, he said in wonder. Caius smiled in satisfaction. It had always been a fear in the back of his mind, that Porkchop's lack of protection would do him in some day, that some bastard with a sword would get in a lucky strike and gut his friend. The armor would help, especially when he sat on the sidelines and had to watch Porkchop fight champions alone. Bending down, Caius picked up the strange bronze stylus he had pulled from the warg's saddlebag. He slid it into his pocket. Come on, let's start heading towards the city. It's a long walk and I want to make some headway before we have to stop to rest, Caius said, setting off at a walk towards the far-off settlement's walls. Porkchop stopped his gallivanting to pull up next to him. What about your loot? I'll check it on the way, he said, tussling Porkchop's fur. Caius sat on the side of a hill, nestled in amongst the rows of myriad fungus that made up the extensive farms surrounding the underground city. After a few hours of walking, they'd noticed the gargantuan crystal suspended from the ceiling had begun to dim. An artificial night had quickly set on. It was beautiful, a full quarter of the mushrooms in the farms lighting up with soft inner light, a riot of greens, blues, purples, and oranges. Taking another bite of a strange gray mushroom that he had picked from the fields, Caius looked out over the softly pulsing lightshow. A snort made him jump, and he turned over to find Porkchop twitching in his sleep. He smiled. Taking the first watch had been his idea. He still felt absolutely wired from receiving his first. Honor, no way he was going to be able to sleep now. He'd expected some kind of benefit for being observed by the system, yet nothing so drastic. It made sense, though. The system was already set up to reward feats. He knew it kept track of people's triumphs, tailoring offered classes and evolutions to what someone had achieved. He just hadn't quite expected that something so massive had been forgotten. The other observed, those from the stories, must have gotten at least a few of them. Even if it was far harder to gain them after class selection, it was the only way to explain the feats attributed to them. He fell backwards with a soft thunk, staring at the dark stone far, far above. They were a tangible goal, something to work towards while he grew his skills. The stats alone would provide him with a notable edge. While not much in the grand scheme of things, the cap at 20 for an unclassed was punishing. Every boost would let him push just that little bit harder, getting him closer to achieving the next. Honor, if he got enough of them, they might be able to take on the Guardian, without a class. What sort of honor would that give? They'd need more though, both of them, at least another honor. He just wasn't sure what feats the system would need to see for them to get it. There had to be one for defeating more champions in a group, and maybe higher versions of the one he already had. 10 was likely. If they didn't get one by then, he doubted it existed. The problem was time. Even if they aimed for getting Porkchop 3 solo kills and 10 as a group, that was far more than the 3 he had seen in the city. It was entirely possible that they would class up before finding enough. Whatever method delvers used to explore a biome in weeks, they didn't have access to it. Even finding the city had taken months, and that was with this being an unusually open biome. They wouldn't get so lucky with others. Caius took a deep breath, setting out a long sigh. There had to be other feats that the system would reward. He would have expected capping a complete set of legacy skills to be one, but surely it couldn't. There had to be others out there with a full set somewhere, right? His father would have told him. He would have. I suppose that I'll find out one way or the other, he thought to himself. The only others that even remotely made sense to him would be honors for reaching a certain layer of the depths and killing something a certain number of levels above him. Both of those had jumped to mind as something that might have happened to the heroes in the stories if they ever existed. Unfortunately, they were inaccessible. He was stuck with a layer maximum of 20. Even the strongest champions would be capped at 30, and only the Guardian would be higher than that, considering he wanted the honors to fight the Guardian in the first place. They wouldn't be much help to him even if they did exist. He couldn't just chase after them mindlessly. Even the ones he was half confident in acquiring in time would press them for time. That, or they would be an idiotic risk. Sure, he could see the system rewarding him for surviving an affliction that was all but guaranteed to kill an unclassed, even with rapid adaptation. He had no intention of killing himself on the off chance it might give him some sort of benefit, let alone the fact that he was unlikely to find something with that sort of power on this layer. Even if it did, it was likely to be champion, something that wouldn't exactly sit pretty while he tried to fight off an infection. Caius groaned, quickly quieting when Porkchop shifted in his sleep. He'd finally felt like he was ahead of his deadline. His skill growth had been explosive, and he was certain he would be able to merge and cap all of his legacy skills before his looming class selection. Then this had to land in his lap. Not that he was complaining, nor had he exactly planned on taking it easy. The depths didn't do easy. It was just another mystery on an already teetering pile. He had so much to do, both now and when he escaped. Bah, nothing I can do about it now. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the bronze stylus that was curiously molded to his grip. He hadn't had the chance to identify it on their walk through the fields, too absorbed in keeping watch for goblins and mulling over honor it'd make for a good distraction, he thought as he pulled up its description. Juryrigger's inscription stylus, uncommon tier I. Most see the runic arts as something to be relegated to the sterility of the laboratory, or held contained in the illusionary spaces of the mind. Environmental conditions, perfect mediums, and tightly controlled mana density are useful, but they are not the core of the art. A true master knows that quick and dirty always has its place. Made from mystic bronze, this stylus is shaped to provide smooth control over the long process of runic inscription. Enchantments allow mana to be channeled through the artifact, allowing clean and stable lines with low mana resistance to be inscribed on a multitude of mundane and poorly prepared surfaces. Less effective with mana-dense and alchemically treated materials. Low flow rate, depths wrought artifact. Auxiliary equipment, inscription stylus. Mana conduit I, multi-purpose inscriber I, self-repair I. Caius bolted upright like he'd been smacked. His head snapped back and forth, looking for something to test the stylus with. His eyes settled on a woody fungus growing just a few steps away. They were fairly common in the fields and would suit his purposes. He crawled over, cutting off one of the growths with his knife. It was a few fingers thick and shaped like an odd lopsided bowl. Identify said it was edible, but he hadn't had the guts to try it yet, what with it being as hard as a rock and all. He placed the slab of fungus in his lap, holding his stylus like an over-large pen. Despite the strange size and hefty weight, its shaped grips felt comfortable in his hand, molding to its contours. He'd used an inscription stylus once or twice. Father had a couple. They had, however, been made for his father personally. Using them as a mana conduit to inscribe bottomed out his pool in seconds. That was still enough for him to be familiar with how they worked. Caius reached for the mana in his pool, teasing it free and connecting it to the artifact in his hand. It snapped in place with ease. None of the mental strain present like it was when he infused his eyes. Intuitively, he could feel his link with the tool. None of his mana was draining, yet a flicker of intent started the process. Sipping daintily at his offered mana, the runes on the side of the stylus began to glow with a dim internal light, working their way down to the tip of the implement. A moment later, he felt the drain halt as the mystic bronze was saturated. It would drain more as he inscribed. With a low flow rate, he would need to go slow. Too fast, and he would drain the bronze faster than he could top it off, breaking the connection and forcing the metal to physically scratch the material. He brought his hand down, dragging the tip of the stylus against the fungus in his lap. The bronze spike at its tip seemed to almost merge with the material, phasing into it. He drew. A perfectly straight darkened line was left in his wake, a mana channel. He pushed more of his mana through the device, slowing the rate at which he drew. The line darkened, more resilient, less resistant to the mystic power that would flow through it in an inscription. He pushed deeper. The line widened, allowing a greater flow rate. This was perfect. Inscribing was delicate work, and he had been avoiding making use of it due to the danger of collapse when improperly formed. You could inscribe with just about anything that could leave a mark. Hells, he'd done just that when he made the inscriptions to learn sense mana and sense illusion. Those were basic inscriptions, about as simple as one could make and still achieve an effect. Oversized, simplified, and barely more than parlor tricks. One of them had still blown up in his face, wood and charcoal too imprecise to correctly contain the flow of energy. Sure, it had been exacerbated by the abnormal mana density of the depths, but with a proper stylus, it never would have happened in the first place. The tool he held in his hand was even more useful than a traditional implement. Most inscriptions, even those done with mundane materials, were done on immaculately smooth surfaces, polished flagstones and the like. This one seemed to forego the ability to work with higher-grade materials to smooth out the process of working on uneven surfaces and inconsistent densities. He could make wards. He hadn't dared to do so yet. They were complex and time-expensive things to set up. With only charcoal at his disposal, they were more than likely to blow up in his face than do anything helpful like make an alarm perimeter. Unfortunately, he doubted he would get any use out of his formations in combat. There were disposable formations and crafted artifacts, but that was an entire discipline of its own. With how much of a time crunch his training had been, they'd only just had enough spare time to work on the bare necessities needed for body formation work. Basic wards were, well, part of the basics, so he'd learnt those. A lot of other things had fallen by the wayside. Still, basic locking inscriptions and alarm wards were things he knew well enough. They'd be a massive boon for their safety wherever they rested. Plus, now he could practice. He'd been dreading the work he would have to do to merge. Runic lexicon, nominally a language skill, it was incredibly difficult to level without actually displaying your ability, for something like common speech that meant works of writing or oration. For runes, it meant inscriptions. Beyond that, he'd still have to mostly hold off. He didn't want the skills of a traditional runewrite to impact his class overly much, though if he was successful with his plans, he expected he would get plenty of use out of the artifact. Pulling his new stylus away from the fungus, Caius smiled at the mess of meaningless lines he had scrawled all over its surface. Meaningless scribbles to simply try out his new toy. He reached over and tucked the stylus away safely in his back. He could set up some sort of basic ward now, but even if his artifact was up to it, Caius didn't trust his skills nearly enough to try to inscribe a formation on loose dirt of all things. Tomorrow they would reach the city. More battle, more champions, and more loot waited for him. More than that, he was excited to simply explore the place. He was almost certain it was modeled after a dwarven city. Having never even met a dwarf, he was eager to see how they might live. Stories of the Stoneholds had always been his favorite, and now he might get to explore one, even if it was just a facsimile. For now, though, he would wait a few more hours before waking Porkchop for his turn at watch. That, and check his status. Muscle-bound and draped in silk, a figure lounges over an austere stone throne, floating in a void only broken by dancing lights. He smiled. It was a jagged thing, like he had forgotten how congeniality worked, like he had twisted boredom and frustration into a new shape, forced them into a box that did not fit. Finally, he savored the words, tasting each note on his tongue. The boy had done it. He'd found out about honors. The bait had been set and his hopes were being realized. With a click of his fingers, a mote of light darted out of the swarm, slamming into his forehead. He checked the system's analysis for the 1000th time. The boy was perfect. An optimal mix of uncommon strength, stubborn will, revelrous aggression, and sheer avarice for power. He was now destined to face the Guardian while unclassed. The temptation of an honor would be too strong, especially as his desire grew with more rewards from the system. The figure had no doubt that Caius would be getting at least one more honor before his final confrontation. Anything more would require grit, ingenuity, and more than a little luck. And the greater meals, unawoken bloodline too. He couldn't have planned it better if he tried. What were the chances? As a pair, they were all but assured success. Finally, he would be one step closer to freedom. Caius peered up at the monolithic gray stone walls that towered over him. They'd broken camp a few hours before, rushing towards the city, cutting their way through fungal fields and goblin laborers alike. The city's fortifications were an imposing thing. He'd only seen one other city wall in person, Deadacre's. That had been maybe thrice his height, and built from chunky blocks of stone held together by mortar. The dwarven city wall made it look positively ramshackle in comparison, formed as it was from a single contiguous slab of stone. Matched with the abnormally smooth and perfectly proportioned cavern walls, it was like the entire settlement had been carved from bedrock, cave and all. Earth magic on a titanic scale, it had to be. He could wrap his head around the depths working such grand thaumaturgy, but if this was modeled after a real place, how in the hells had they managed it? What sort of level would you need to be to work on that scale? He struggled to imagine even a vaunted third-tier classer managing it, even with a dedicated team. It wasn't just the size, but the attention to detail as well. Caius ran his hands over the wall, feeling the perfectly carved reliefs on its surface. He hadn't been able to see them from a distance. He probably could have when he used Eagle Eye at full power, but he'd been focused on goblins and the Guardian then, not the walls. They were so dense, massive sprawling scenes of battles, forge workshops, and great feats of magic. Nothing was shown in titanic proportions, everything was to scale. At the very least it confirmed that it was a dwarven city, he thought, looking at the carved figure of a stout dwarf in full plate caving in the skull of some monstrosity. They walked in the shadow of the walls, circling the base of the tiered city. Heading towards a broken portcullis, a good hour's walk around the city's edge from their starting point. Though there seemed to be few entrances into the interior, he'd only been able to see one gate on their approach, diminutive in comparison to the walls themselves. A city designed for war. Do all people live in places like this? Porkchop asked, staring at the monolithic stone in fascination. No, Caius shook his head. Not really. I mean, there might be places of a similar size, and we do use stone, but nothing quite this impressive. That's so strange, to live all hidden in rock like this, so close together. Surely you must have seen some elven domains in the sea. You mentioned you had met some. Caius asked. A little. It's not like this, though. They grow their burrows from the trees, still connected to nature. More spread out, too, Porkchop answered. That sounds just as strange and wonderful to me. Caius said, imagining what a house grown from a tree could possibly look like. I hope I get to see it one day. One day. Once we've seen everywhere else first. I only just left. Porkchop reminded him. Of course, Caius laughed. It was just an idle thought, plenty for us to explore without retreading ground just yet. Once we escape, that is. As he spoke, he scanned the far-off tops of the wall, flaring eagle-eye momentarily to bring their crenellated battlements into clear view. He'd been checking for goblins every few minutes, but so far he had yet to spy any. Yet more evidence that despite its fidelity, the depths did not perfectly reflect the wider world and its biomes. From what he'd heard, if this was a goblin stronghold in truth, they may as well be fighting a two-person siege. Even with the level locks, such an assault would have been suicide. They reached the entrance. It may have looked small at a distance. It was anything but up close. Towering over them, it had once held a solid steel gate. Once. Now the remnants of the stout barrier were torn and twisted, burst inwards like so much scrap metal. Cracked and broken, Caius could see the faint remnants of a grand inscription engraved into the few parts that had fallen outwards from the walls. The sight gave Caius pause, slowing his and Porkchop's approach. What could have done this? Wrought such destruction? Nothing that he had seen when he had looked through the city with eagle eye from above. Not even the mighty guardian at its peak was powerful enough to tear through what looked to be solid enchanted steel a full long stride thick. Do you think whatever did that is still inside? Porkchop asked with a nervous grumble. No, Caius shook his head. I would have seen it. Maybe in the world above some twisted horde did this, but down here we're seeing nothing but echoes. Despite his conviction, Caius still found the sight unnerving. A warning that monstrous danger wasn't the sole domain of the depths, and that even when he had a class, he would be far from all-powerful. Wait here for a moment, I'm going to check inside, Caius said, gesturing for Porkchop to stay hidden in the shadow of the wall. He crept forwards, feeling relief when Explorer's toolkit started to ease his movement, dampening his impact on the world around him. The skill said it was far less effective in urban environments, but he'd hoped it only counted the actively settled kind. It seemed he was right. Shadows lengthening to cloak him in their embrace, Caius ducked behind a shard of twisted steel that was embedded deep into the earth. Whatever had torn through the gate had cast it to the side, leaving it buried right next to the wall. The perfect cover. He peered into the open city. A wide open road led into a dense mix of military-style barracks and industrial workshops. Much like the walls outside, the buildings were formed from seamless stone. Each was a squat, blocky thing. Ranging from 1 to 2 stories, they formed a dense warren of side streets and veiled alleys. Dwarven corpses were strewn everywhere. They were densest right by the blasted open gate, nearly a legion of heavy-plated fighters having been left to rot where they fell. Considering the bleached bone he could see peeking out from behind rotted cloth and rusted chain in some of the lighter armored units, they must have been laying there for quite some time. 3 scores of goblins lounged in the alleys and prowled the rooftops. They were hard to spot, but ultimately, eagle eye was more than enough to reveal them in their half-hearted hiding spots. Skirmishers with savage-looking short swords, scouts with short bows, and a few beefier-looking bruisers looking mean with studded clubs. With levels ranging from 10 to 14, Caius didn't foresee them having too much of an issue, even with their numbers. The bows could be a problem, but with how sheltered the alleys were, he doubted they would be able to keep an angle on him and Porkchop for more than a few seconds. Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 15. He could see open-air stairs leading to the varying flat rooftops, most on the side of the buildings facing away from the open thoroughfare. Those would have to be their target. Thankfully, they were all concentrated on the leftmost buildings. Less chances of being caught out in the open with a crossfire from across the street. Once the archers were dealt with, the other goblins would be simple to deal with when they were forced into the tight confines of the alley. Some of the armor still gleamed in the false daylight of the suspended crystal, mostly the bulky-looking plate, clearly designed for high-level classers with how thick it had been wrought. There was no way that it would fit him. It would both be too short and too wide for his frame. Still, if it had lasted this long, maybe it would have some value. he used. Identify, decrepit dwarven heavy plate, depths wrought item. Ding, identify has reached level 17. Caius scowled as he read the description. No doubt dwarven steel had a value all on its own. The frontier was about as far as you could get from the northern mountains while still staying in civilized lands. The rarity and curiosity alone would be sure to fatten his purse. Yet steel was heavy, and even if they somehow found and brought a cart through the portal when they eventually left, there was no way they would be able to drag it through the wilds that were the arboreal sea. If it had been enchanted, he would have found a way to make it work. Without that magic, it may as well have been scrap. Taking a final look at the goblins, Caius ducked back behind the shattered shard of steel that he was using as cover. No doubt there would be more of the depths spawn that he hadn't been able to spot, but he was confident that they would manage. He slunk back to the safety of the wall. So, how'd it look? Good, Caius said, his voice low. There's an open boardwalk after the gate, lots of buildings and narrow alleys, a few dozen goblins with some archers on the roofs on the left-hand side. Archers, how are we supposed to deal with those? Porkchop said, flicking his ears. There's stairs at the back of the buildings. The alleys are pretty sheltered. I think we push hard and fast for the roof. One of us holds the stairs to deal with any goblins who follow. The other goes after the bowmen. Caius drew a rough diagram in the soil at the base of the wall, gesturing to a thin strip between buildings that lead to a way up to the tallest building. What are you more comfortable with? Stairs. Porkchop let out a low rumble. Stairs, he confirmed. With my paws and my armor, they will find much difficulty in their attempt. Then let's do this. Full assault. No screaming until they see us. No screaming, Porkchop said, ears drooping in defeat. No, screaming. Caius gave his friend a pointed look. Fine. Porkchop pouted. They set off at a sprint, ready to take the fight to the goblins. Caius charged through the broken gate, rushing into the wide street that led into the military section of the dwarven city. Goblins let out guttural hisses from the alleys and roofs, reacting quickly to their presence. Porkchop responded in turn, letting out a roar right next to him that rang Caius's ear. Still sprinting, Caius led them in the direction of the alley that wrapped around the back of the tallest building by the gates. 3 stories tall, he could see an open-air staircase on its rear face. The goblin archers at its top scurried to the edge, knocking arrows as they took aim at him. More goblins flooded from the alley, clubs and wicked blades in hand as they rushed to hold back their offense. The arrows loosed. Caius spun to the side, the projectiles shattering as they hit the stone where he had just been standing. Another volley. One archer delayed its attack, fumbling as it knocked its arrow. The mistake was enough that it could correct for Caius's evasion. He swiped with his sword, parrying the shot. Porkchop let out a hiss of fury. Caius snapped over to check on his friend, finding 3 shafts sticking out of his back. Shallow turned aside by the thick leather of his friend's barding. All they'd done is piss him off. They hit the coalescing goblins at the mouth of the alley like a hammer, shattering their ramshackle formation. One skirmisher tried to leap towards him, knives ready to gut him. Caius booted the short creature in the chest, knocking it out of the air to barrel into its companions. A whole section of the line collapsed. Caius waded in, a father's gift reaping lives left and right, caving in skulls and cleaving necks. Ding, level 11 goblin skirmisher slain. Ding, level 13 goblin skirmisher slain. Ding, level 11 goblin bruiser slain. Grashek Kurdril Jacques Bureau UK Drash. Caius heard a goblin call from behind him. His head snapped back, seeing more of the horde spilling from the opposing narrow lanes. They had to move, fast or risk getting pinned. Porkchop, rush them, I'll be right behind, he screamed, gutting another goblin. Ding, level 12 goblin scout slain. Porkchop let out a feral howl of fury, charging into the mass of bodies. The short and lithe goblins were tossed to the side as Porkchop forced his way through the crush. Caius fell in behind him, moving at a swift jog, cutting tendons and leaving maiming wounds as he forced the goblins back, stopping them from getting swarmed. Arrows rained down from above, the goblin archers focusing much of their fire on Porkchop. Most got lodged in leather or glanced of metal plating. More missed entirely, maiming the archers' allies as crooked shafts buried themselves in wiry green flesh. Not all with every second, another arrow found its mark, cutting deep into his friend's flesh. Caius hissed at the sight, glaring in hatred at the archers above. He would be coming for them soon. Slashing out with his sword, he forced back the ranks of goblins that had closed around their rear, now well and truly into the thick of the mob. More were joining them by the second, reinforcements from across the road. There were more than he'd initially seen. As much as double, he thought with a scowl, yet they were falling like threshed wheat. He could feel his increased stats, aiding him as he smashed aside amateur defenses. As he cleaved through bone, he was faster, stronger, better able to keep up with the frenetic pace of the battle. A goblin screamed, clutching its spurting stump as Caius punished a rushed attack by hacking through its shoulder. A follow-up slash removed its head, silencing it forever. Ding, level 14 goblin bruiser slain. They reached the shelter of the alleys, the volley of arrows stopping. archers unable to get an angle through the various awnings that covered the narrow slit between buildings. With a final roar, Porkchop smashed a goblin bruiser into the side of a building. It impacted with a sickening crunch, studded club slipping from its cooling fingers. Bursting free of the crush, Porkchop raced ahead, Caius quick on his tail. That way, Caius yelled, gesturing to the next turn to their right. Let me up first when we get to the stairs. Got it, Porkchop called. An unlucky skirmisher rounded the corner, going down as Porkchop snapped his jaws around the depths-born's face. Without breaking stride, he shook, snapping the creature's neck with a crack. The stairs were right ahead. Porkchop slowed. Caius passed him, planting his feet to run up 3 stairs at a time. It was a precarious thing, just barely wide enough for Porkchop to run up. Without a banister, it would be hellish for a force to take the roof. Exactly what they needed. Kreltok Rashk, Bolgnadrov, a goblin archer, screamed, coming to the edge of the building. Its allies flocked to it, raining arrows down on them. He couldn't dodge, far too many to parry, especially at such a close distance. He covered his head with his armored arms, trusting it would be enough to stop a lucky arrow from taking him in the dome. Projectiles plinked off his armor, leaving stinging welts in their wake. A few glanced off his unarmored forearms, leaving weeping gashes. Only a few more long strides and he would make it. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 13. Caius burst onto the roof in a fury. The archers screeched in panicked fury, training their bows on him. He got to work, trusting in Porkchop to hold the stairs. Cutting the first arrow out of the air, Caius advanced. The closest of the rangers dropped their bows, drawing long knives from behind their backs, hurling hateful words at him. They ran in, knives blurring in clumsy slashes. He parried the first, cutting through its throat with his riposte. A hiss perished on its lips, dark green blood gushing from the rent in its neck. It died gasping. Ding! Level 11 goblin archer slain. The others were driven back, cleaving strikes exposing bone and lacerating organs. It wasn't enough to stop them, their depths-driven conditioning forcing them to fight until the point of death. One of the remaining archers still tried to fire at him. Caius danced to the side, snatching up a goblin that attempted to stab him despite ropes of intestines hanging from its split belly. He hauled, sending the light creature sailing through the air to crash into the ranger. A flash of his blade slew the last archer that had resorted to engaging him in melee. He cleaved deep into its clavicle, cutting through its heart with Warforged back steel. Reduced to 3, the remainders fell quickly, too slow, isolated, and weak to put up a fight. Ding! Level 13 goblin archer slain. Ding! Level 11 goblin archer slain. Porkchop was still roaring from the top of the stairs, embroiled in a meat grinder of feral goblins packed chest to chest. Every few seconds a goblin screamed, knocked free of the ledge to hit the stone below with a crunch. Caius slammed his sword into his sheath, grabbing one of the archer's bows and a quiver full of arrows. It was barely a short bow in his hands, closer to something one would give a child than a true weapon. It would be enough. Running to the edge of the roof, Caius knocked an arrow, training his aim on the thick flood of bobbing heads. He narrowed his eyes at a particularly large bruiser, at least for a goblin. Release. The projectile landed home, half quivering as it sprouted from the goblin's eye. Ding! Level 14 goblin bruiser slain. Caius smiled. He still had it. Archery might have been the last skill he had trained for. Warforged, but it was a skill he had been honing since he was a child. It might not have been his preferred weapon, but it was a necessity for someone who relied on the hunt to eat. Shame that he had to limit its use. He didn't want undue influence on his class after all. Firing into the mess of bodies as fast as he could, goblin after goblin dropped under his onslaught, lowering the pressure on Porkchop, who stood sentinel at the stairs' peak. He used identify as often as he could, an onslaught of dings sounding in his mind as the skill levels and kill notifications rolled in. Ding! Level 11 goblin skirmisher slain. Ding! Identify has reached level 18. Ding! Level 12 goblin bruiser slain. Ding! Identify has reached level 20. Ding! Level 14 goblin scout slain. Eventually the flood of goblins slowed to a trickle, Caius dropping the last straggler with an arrow to its head as it clambered over the corpses that littered the stairs. Dropping his bow, he stared at the devastation. Green blood had slickened the stone footholds, a trickling river of green that seeped out from dozens of corpses. Not all were from his arrows. Some of the goblins that Porkchop had knocked off the building had tried to clamber back up with shattered limbs and gushing wounds. Caius. Porkchop said, tearing his eyes away from the gruesome scene. Get these fucking arrows out. Right, Caius said, rushing over. His friend had started to look a bit like a hedgehog, crude feather shafts standing tall from his barding. Most hadn't penetrated, but a few lucky strikes had sunk half a handspin into his friend's flesh, blood weeping from the wounds as his health was unable to remove the obstructions. Porkchop growled with every arrow he yanked out, snapping at the air. A few moments later and it was done, the punctures sealing quickly as his friend's health went to work. You said a few dozen. Porkchop said accusatory. No, Caius replied, a cheeky grin on his face. I said I saw a dozen. There's a difference, though, he continued, looking over the impressive pile of bodies. I will admit that there were more of them than I expected. You're lucky they went down easy, Porkchop huffed, pushing past him to step onto the roof proper. Caius gave his friend a reassuring pat on the hip. We handled them fine. Now, this building looks to be one of the tallest in this area. I'm going to see if I can spot the champion. If I remember correctly, he should be somewhere that way. Caius gestured in the rough direction of the next set of city walls. They rose higher than even the external battlements at the edge of the city. Built like a stacked cake, the entrance to the next district was via a truly massive set of stairs that cut their way up the next wall, even without. Eagle Eye ramped up to full power. He could make them out from here. Caius walked to the far edge of the roof. Pulling on his skill, his eyes sharpened. Rows of squat and austere barracks and manufactoriums spilled out across the flat ground of the first district. They were blocky things, split by a warren of tight alleys and long and straight roads that all converged on the distant stairs. Every handful or so of blocks, Caius easily made out milling groups of archers hanging out of the rooftops. Ignoring the growing ache in his mind, Caius focused on drilling the location of the archers into his mind. Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 16. He had no doubt that below them they would find more goblins. Thankfully, they were distant enough that whatever compulsion the depths had laid on the creatures prevented them from reacting to his presence. That was good. With how dense the alleys were, they would be able to advance on the buildings under cover. Their current tactic had worked well, and he saw no reason not to repeat it. Using the main thoroughfares would certainly be much faster and less confusing, but they would have no cover, and would quickly get overwhelmed by goblins without a choke point to manage their numbers. Thankfully, between Explorer's Toolkit and mental visualization, he was confident he would be able to plan and remember a route through the confusing mess. Turning his attention back to the open pavilion at the base of the entrance to the next district, Caius ratcheted. Eagle Eye up further, his headache growing into a splitting migraine. It looked to be some sort of mustering ground. Mounds of dwarven corpses littered the area, the high-quality steel of their armor glistening in the false sunlight from above. He spotted it, their target. It couldn't be a goblin, too muscular, too large, and yet the shared features and common similarities meant it must have been. Easily as tall as he was, the shirtless champion was absolutely strapped with muscle. Ritual scarification turning its chest into a swirling pattern of ropey raised flesh. It prowled the courtyard with curt stops, pacing back and forth, dragging a two-handed axe that looked like it could cleave through even a troll's thick neck. A string of skulls clacked against its waist with every step. Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 17. Caius grinned, ignoring the hot spikes of pain that drilled into the back of his eyes. He used Identify on their target, trying to clean what he could. Blood Totem Hobgoblin Lieutenant level 26, Champion, Depths Born, Berserker, Low Race. Found you, Caius said in a sing-song voice. The bastard looked tough, he couldn't wait. After spending a few more minutes to engrave a route through the twisting alleys of the Dwarven military district, Caius reduced the power of his Eagle Eye skill until he no longer felt like a giant was wrapping him over his skull. Rubbing at his eyes, he stepped back from the ledge. What you see? Porkchop asked, pushing into his side affectionately. Apparently he was feeling less grumpy now that the arrow holes in his back had healed. Found our champion. He's way off by the entrance to the next tier of the city. Big bastard, Caius said, scratching his friend behind the ears while he blinked to clear his eyes. Plenty more goblins between here and there. Looks like we'll have to go through the alleys. I've memorized the route. He continued, tapping his temple. Let me guess. More archers, Porkchop grumbled. That's why we're taking the alleys more cover. You ready to go? Caius asked, itchy anticipation thrumming up his legs as he thought about the beefy goblin that was awaiting them by the next set of walls. Not yet. Found something. Come look, Porkchop said, leaving his side to wander over to the other edge of the roof. Caius asked curiously, hurrying after his friend. A wooden hatch was recessed into the building's ceiling, a thick steel ring embedded in one side, a way in. He must have missed it, too focused on killing the archers. Let's take a look then. Caius crouched down and heaved on the hatch. It was heavy, made of thick planks of hardwood, but it swung open smoothly on well-oiled hinges. A set of stairs ran down into a hall. It was austere, though well-lit from a number of embedded crystal light fixtures in the walls. Caius took the lead, puffs of dust kicking up with every descending step. The building had lain undisturbed for quite some time, it seemed. Reaching the bottom, Caius found the hall to be an awkwardly short height, not enough for him to stoop, but low enough that he could comfortably reach it with an outstretched hand. Exploring the building, Caius and Porkchop walked through bunk chambers, abandoned offices, and other common use areas. Each and every one of them was in perfect condition, like they had been unoccupied and waiting for years. Bed covers were in perfect order, offices had neat stacks of paper on their desks, and common rooms were neatly arranged. It was an eerie experience, like their very presence was intruding. quiet, solemn. They drifted into a natural silence, unwilling to disturb the abandoned building more than they had to. Caius knew it was most likely another oddity of the depths, just another strange happenstance amongst innumerable others, yet he couldn't shake the unease he felt. Why would the depths go through the effort to make the streets seem so chaotic, strewn with dwarven corpses and battle scars, but then leave the building interiors in perfect if abandoned condition? He slowly pushed another door open, peering into the room cautiously. A long wooden bench stretched across the center of the room. Shelved underneath was a massive and varied collection of pots, pans, and cooking implements. A metal rack hung above the bench, utensils and knives hanging from hooks. Caius stepped into the room, his unease at the building's atmosphere forgot. A row of half a dozen ward stoves lined one wall opposite the bench, enough real estate to cook for a battalion. Which, if this was a barracks like Caius assumed, made sense. "Caius, over here," Porkchop said. Caius looked over to find his friend pushing their nose into a wall-to-ceiling row of cupboards recessed into the stone, sniffing deeply. Caius hurried over, pulling open one of the doors. "The depths provides," he said in wonder. The cupboard was absolutely stacked with food. Dried meats, flour, trail rations, lard, even perishables such as bread, eggs, fruit, and cheese. Impossibly, they all looked fresh, untouched. Like they had just left the market yesterday, with nary a spot of decay or dust in sight. Porkchop all but lunged forward, rushing towards a box of globular dried fruit. "Whoa," Caius said, shoving his hand out to stop Porkchop. "Give me a second to check something." Porkchop gave him a huff, staring longingly at the food before backing off. Caius leaned closer, even leaning heavily on. Sense illusion, he felt nothing. The food was really there. Peering at the door frame, he found his answer. A dense line of large runes inscribed around the inside edges of the cabinet, glowing slightly with a ghostly aura only just visible to his. Sense mana skill, preservation runes, it must be, he murmured to himself, tracing his fingers along the script. It was an unfamiliar style, angular and blocky, but carrying all the telltale signs of the inscrutable workings of the system. They were supposed to be delicate things, requiring plenty of upkeep to keep functioning. It made absolutely zero sense to him that the combat-grade inscriptions of the dwarven armor on the corpses outside had burnt out, but this had not. Yet another example of the depths being selective of the accuracy of its constructions. The more time he spent down here, the more its artificiality became burningly obvious. "Is it safe?" Porkchop asked impatiently. Caius rolled his eyes, quickly swiping some bread, cheese, cured meat, and some sort of jarred pickle. "Yes, it's safe." He let out a short laugh as he was forced to jump clear of Porkchop's charge towards the food. He moved over to the bench, making himself a sandwich, smiling as Porkchop massacred fruit, meat, and eggs with equal violence. Taking a bite, Caius couldn't help but moan. After months of a diet of mostly unsalted meat, the sandwich was nearly enough to make him cry. After eating their fill, Caius abandoned the last of their jerky, his precious pemmican, and some of the more palatable mushrooms he had poached from the fields outside. In their place, he backed his bag, and the pouches integrated into Porkchop's barding, with as much food as they could comfortably fit. Hefting a salami in his hand, Caius looked between it and his already stuffed back. Mournfully, he placed it back in the cabinet. It was highly likely that most of the buildings in the city were similarly stoked, but on the off chance they weren't, Caius wasn't going to miss the opportunity to stock up. He hauled his bag back on, giving Porkchop a look. "Ready." Caius crouched down behind a stone pillar, taking his time as he slowly inscribed another rune in the flagstones, gradually linking it to the next in his circle. Pushing through the alleys had been slow going, but they'd finally made it. His memory had been far less accurate than he had thought. After the third wrong turn, he'd entirely given up on trying to map the entire path to the champion. Instead, he'd simply used eagle eye at every roof that they took back from the goblin archers, mapping a route from group to group, zigzagging their way across the district. Unfortunately, that meant facing far more encampments that they otherwise would have. Luckily, their tactic of rushing the stairs and holding them had proven effective, as the worst they suffered was a few broken bones and deep cuts for their troubles. By the time they had pushed halfway through the district, the hanging crystal above had started to dim. While both he and Porkchop could have pushed through the night, they didn't need to. Instead, they'd holed up for the night in another barracks. Every group of goblins seemed to be centered around one. Taller than the surrounding buildings, the goblin archers invariably used them to gain a longer sightline of the surrounding area. Not that it seemed to matter much, when they seemed to be all but invisible to the depths born if they kept a few hundred long strides away. At the very least, the constant use of eagle eye for navigation had done wonders, finally capping the skill at 20 halfway through the second leg of their journey, Adamant Body. They'd arrived not too long after that, popping out from between two large workshops that lined the massive open square at the base of the next district's walls. Those very same buildings had shadowed a line of short stone pillars that surrounded the open space from his early looks. He was hiding behind one now, scrawling a runic formation while Porkchop waited in the shadowed alley. It was a basic thing, maybe a few steps across. A binding formation, but a weak one. Caius doubted it would manage to hold the champion for more than a second or two, if that. However, if they were forced to flee, a second or two opening might be enough for them to turn the tides. Worth it for less than an hour's work. It wasn't like he was using his mana for anything else anyway. As he worked on the next rune, Caius thought on his next skill, True Sight. He was ready to merge it now, and it sat in the back of his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch. He wanted to deal with the champion first, though. His next two skills were the kind he could train holed up in a dwarven house somewhere, whittling away at them over the course of weeks while he rested. There was little about them that could be pushed to grow through combat. Besides, if he had to sit around all day working on skills while knowing that a champion was right there for the slaying, he might just go insane. Another swooping line, and the rune was done. Standing up, Caius took a couple of steps back to admire the rune. He could see it pulling in mana from the atmosphere, channeling it through the lines he had carved into the stone. No way this one was going to blow up, he thought, giving it a nod of satisfaction. A wave brought Porkchop padding over. All done. You sure you don't want to take this one on yourself? It looks like a fairly straightforward physical fighter, Caius asked. They talked about it when they had first arrived at the square, but Porkchop had been adamant they face it together. No, Porkchop said, shaking his head. Things with weapons are a poor matchup, even with my skills in this armor. I would be much more comfortable waiting until we found some beasts. At least I have experience fighting them alone, if you're sure. If we can't find any in time, you might have to anyway, Caius replied skeptically. That's fine. If that happens, it's likely we would have already gotten the honor for slaying champions in a group. I'd feel a lot more comfortable with that sort of power boost, Porkchop said, bending down to take a closer look at the inscription, carefully staying outside of the runic circle. You sure this will work? Caius nodded. Not for long, though, enough to give us an edge if we need it. Ready to do this? Porkchop huffed. Having already stashed his pack, Caius gave his gear a final once-over to make sure nothing had come loose. Satisfied with his preparations, he stepped out from behind the pillar, drawing a father's gift in a smooth flash of gleaming steel. Ahead of them, the guardian prowled through a field of ancient slain dwarves, waiting for a challenger. They managed to make it a dozen paces before it noticed them. The hobgoblin stopped fast, hefting its weighty axe. It slapped it into its offhand and held it at the ready. Caius felt his blood heating up as the hob stared at them, trembling in rage. They took another step. Ding, you have challenged a champion, blood totem hobgoblin lieutenant. The champion snapped, screaming in fury. It charged. Caius and Porkchop met the bellow with cries of their own, sprinting into the square to meet it on the field of battle. Caius and Porkchop tore across the open square, dancing over the mummified bodies of armored dwarves as they closed in on the hobgoblin champion. Their target was quite literally foaming at the mouth, lost in a furor as it charged to meet them, its axe held high. Split, Caius called. Porkchop reacted instantly, peeling away from him to approach the champion from a different angle. Watching as their foe started to flick its gaze between them, Caius screamed a wordless warcry. The hob locked onto him, fang jaw twisting into a snarl as it redoubled its pace. Now that they were closer, Caius could see that it almost perfectly matched him in height. Unfortunately, it also looked to be double his weight in pure muscle. Ritual scarification covered its chest in a ropey network of twisting scars, the red whorls and loops standing out in stark relief against the monster's dark green skin. The axe that it held so comfortably in its hands was positively massive. A thick and lacquered haft sprouted a double-sided axe head easily the size of Caius's torso. It definitely had the reach advantage that could be a problem. The battle started like a clap of thunder. Hurling its axe into a heavy overhand, the hob opened with a stone-shattering blow. Caius lurched to the side, getting showered with chips of flagstone as the axe cracked the ground. Despite the obvious power of the champion, Caius felt in control, ready for the battle ahead. Returning the assault with a cross cut, he cut deep into its arm and chest. He could feel the rush of battle building in his blood, making his heart thump with a strong rhythm, growing hot. A few more seconds and Porkchop would arrive. He only had to keep it occupied until then. Refusing to take its wound lying down, the hob yanked on its axe, shifting its whole body into a fast horizontal swing that sailed uncomfortable close to his chest, narrowly avoided with a hurried backstep. Momentum of the swing tugged the hob along with it, the champion struggling to control the heft of its weapon. Caius slipped in, marring its chest with another cut of his sword. The monster's flesh was almost woody, resistant to the biting edge of his blade. It roared, thick spittle splattering on Caius's armor. Kicking out with a thick leg, the hob forced him back. Out of the corner of his eye, Caius spotted Porkchop sprinting for the hob, coming in from its left side. His joy the champion hadn't noticed yet, too focused on the object of its rage. Caius dove for the right, feinting an attack. The hob twisted, lashing out with its axe to ward him off, leaving its flank undefended. Porkchop hit the champion like a charging bull. Claws tore into its green back, renting great strips of flesh free. Unprepared for the collision, it stumbled forwards, its guard dropping. Explorer's toolkit twinged. Caius lunged, thrusting his sword and running the champion through its chest. Green blood erupted from its throat, splattering against the stone. Its eyes started to burn. Shifting its grip on its axe, it slammed the haft into Caius's chest like it was a quarterstaff. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 12. Letting out a cough, Caius felt the air driven from his lungs. His bones creaking as he was forced back, his blade slipped free from the champion's chest. Mana flashed, the head of the hob's axe shimmering red. It whirled, axe blurring in speed as it turned on Porkchop. Caius blanched as his friend tried to dodge. Too late, too slow. The axe tore clear through the front of Porkchop's shoulder, metal squealing as it sundered armored plating. Now facing away from him, Caius got a look at the damage his friend had done. Deep furrows had torn through the hob's muscular back, leaking greenish blood and revealing the bones of its ribs. Already the flesh was writhing, growing to cover the lacerations. Fast too. Faster than he expected. Gritting his teeth at his friend's plight, Caius pressed the hob as his skill flared in his mind. The undefended back of the champion too tempting of a target to ignore. Rising his sword into an aggressive high guard, Caius threw himself back into the fray. If it had some sort of healing general skill, they had only one option. Hurt it faster than it could recover. Caius tore into the hob's back with a heavy descending chop. He twisted with the swing, whirling it around to deliver another slash. Moving into a third, the champion howled. Aura flashed again. It spun on him, swinging with enhanced speed in an upward slash. Caius blanched. Too fast, way too fast. He wasn't going to be able to dodge, not completely. Gritting his teeth, Caius slammed his blade into the incoming axe, pressing his whole weight into the collision. Blade edges met in a crash of screaming steel. The champion's strength was undeniable. Crushing his defense with ease, Caius jumped back, using the pressure of the clash to send himself flying back. The hob's axe continued unhindered, sailing through the spot he had been standing in an instant earlier. He hit the ground with a stumble, reeling to get his legs properly underneath him. The hob snarled, taking a step forward. Caius brought his sword up in front of him, ready to defend, a new nail-sized chip disfiguring its edge. He stared at the damage too. A father's gift in shock. That never happened. He'd been half certain that nothing on this layer would be enough to damage the blade. Gritting his teeth in forced acceptance, Caius stepped forwards to meet the hob, already preparing its axe for another swing. Ever the stalwart ally, Porkchop refused to let that happen. Snaking forwards, the meals sunk his teeth into the hob's leg, taking a chunk out of its hamstring. Thick leg buckling, the hob howled in rage. Caius watched as it smashed its elbow into Porkchop's face, stunning his friend. Caius's stomach dropped as Porkchop stumbled, shaking his head in confusion. The hob didn't wait to celebrate. Its axe came up. Caius rushed in, cleaving into one of the champion's thick arms. Blade cut through the muscle, glancing off the bone. Too reinforced to cut through. It had to have invested heavily. Endurance to be that durable, it was the only thing that made sense to him. Worse, it meant the champion would have a massive pool of health. Luckily, it was enough. The champion's arm went limp, grip slipping from the haft of its axe. Losing control of its swing, gravity rotated the axe's head. It slapped into Porkchop's shoulder with a heavy thwack, sending him stumbling. To Caius's relief, the jolt seemed to startle Porkchop out of his stupor. With a snarl, his friend leapt into the fray. His claws carved into the hobgoblin as it tried to put up a defense with only one working hand. Refusing to let the moment slip from them, Caius ramped up the pressure. He layered deep cuts into the champion, leaning heavily on Explorers. Toolkit to target critical muscles, destabilizing the monster. Yet despite the ferocity of their assault, they couldn't do enough. Caius grit his teeth, watching as the rents in its flesh rippled, sealing back together only seconds after his blade left its skin. He managed to get in a final deep cut, slicing it from shoulder to hip. Snatching its axe back up with both hands, the hob whirled on him, choosing him as the primary threat. It spun its axe in great sweeping strikes, shifting from blow to blow with a savage grace. Moving with the hefty weight of its axe constantly in motion, forced back step by step, Caius parried and blocked what he could. Every time the axe hit his blade, he watched more steel chip off from its fine edge, turning it into a ragged saw. Frustration mounted. As much as they had been able to avoid serious injury, they were doing little to permanently injure the monster. A war of attrition. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 15. Something had to give, and he was painfully aware the champion still had another skill in reserve. Mystic might pulsed in the shadowy afterglow that surrounded the hobgoblin. Its axe ignited, coming down in a blurring fast chop. Caius spun to the side, catching a glimpse of Porkchop ramming the champion from behind, forcing it off its footing, making it stumble. The swing continued, almost uncontrolled. It hit the floor with a massive crash, shattering the flagstones. The hob heaved on its weapon. It was stuck fast. Caius's skill flared. An opportunity. Porkchop grabbed the hob by the leg, yanking its feet out from under it, mauling the limb. It slipped down, just barely keeping its grip on its axe, neck exposed. Caius brought his sword up. Letting out a roar of victory, he brought his blade down on the champion's thick neck. Chipped or no, the edge of his blade was still razor sharp. It sliced through green flesh, a torrent of blood erupting from the wound. Biting into the monster's spine and completely failing to sever its spine, Caius widened his eyes. The hobgoblin let out a rabid howl. It slammed its fist into Caius's stomach. Blood filled his mouth, agony surging through his stomach as something ruptured. He only just barely managed to keep his grip on his sword as he went flying back, the blade ripping free from the hob's neck. Its blood flowed thick, splattering on the ground. Kicking out, it booted Porkchop in the face where he was savaging its other leg. Porkchop reeled, his nose leaking blood as delicate bone and cartilage was shattered. Zrashka Morgul, Thraknu Drak, the hobgoblin cried in fury. Its body suddenly rippled, the hob contorting as every muscle contracted at one. Vasculature swelled under its skin, pulsing a rapid staccato in time with its heart. Its head snapped up to bore its eyes into Caius's own, burning with a vibrant blood-red inner light. So different from the black-brown before, there was no surge of aura, no pulse of mysticism, no sign of magic at all. Caius still knew that it was a skill that he was certain of, one that relied on the might of its body alone. The champion's face grew focused, intense. Where previously it had snarled at every second moment of battle, it was now stern, driven. Only its largest tusks peeked out from thin lips where previously all had been on display. That was not to say the fight had left it. No, Caius could tell it was the only thing left on its mind. It was like looking into a mirror of his experience with the psychopathic assault tonic. The hob had only one thing on its mind, all else had been abandoned, their death and dismemberment. Shit, Caius cried, the hob leaping to its feet with startling agility, dashing towards him as it comfortably ripped its axe free with a single hand. It's a fucking rage skill. The pace of the champion's assault doubled, forcing Caius to devote his entire attention to simply staying alive. He couldn't risk trying to deflect the champion's swings, not anymore. Not with the ease with which it tossed its monstrous weapon around like it was a piece of pine. Porkchop jumped in to help him, tearing chunks from the champion's back with tooth and claw. Yet every time his friend started to do some true damage to the monster, it would pulse its aura, use its skill to spin into a wild storm of steel, forcing Porkchop back. The hob refocused on him, snatching at him with its offhand. Caius was forced to jump away, lest it get a fatal grip on him, right into the path of its axe. Steel scales screamed as the heavy wedge-shaped head of the weapon sundered his densely woven scales, tearing open his chest, scoring bone. Caius let out a ragged cry, swinging in desperation, scoring a deep cut on the hob's axe hand. He couldn't keep up. It was too fast, too strong. He knew that, yet all he felt was joy. Exaltation at being pushed to the very edge, at a superior opponent drawing out every drop of his skill and talent. Twisting around another wild swing, Caius punished the attempt on his life by sliding his blade between the hob's ribs. He danced away, the champion's frantic follow-up cutting a shallow line through his bicep, just barely nicking him. He knew Porkchop must have felt the same. His friend was totally focused, only broken by a constant low violent growl, a commitment to seeing this through. Conviction to live at the edge. They could do this. Caius watched the hobgoblin champion, evaluating it even as he was forced to slip around ever more furious swings of its axe. Since activating its body enhancement skill, the hob had grown cold, focused. Whatever the skill was, it was broad and powerful. It was now strong enough to use its axe one-handed, despite the weapon carrying enough steel at its tip to make enough swords for a whole regiment. It was faster too, dashing in with a fury that forced him to focus almost entirely on defense. If that wasn't enough, the champion's already prodigious rate of healing had sped up. Every thrust, every slash, left a wound that healed almost as fast as he could leave them. Even with Porkchop laying into the champion's undefended flank at every opportunity, the hob's seemingly limitless vitality was able to keep up with ease. Yet the skill had some clear drawbacks to make up for its strengths. Weaknesses that Caius planned on exploiting, ones he picked apart further with every passing moment. Its furious offense may have grown all the more oppressive, but defense and strategy had been all but forgotten. Wild sweeping swings left openings by the dozens. The problem lay in actually capitalizing on them, even if. Explorers. Weakness screamed at him, highlighting dozens of vulnerable arteries, joints, and ligaments that would help to slow the monster. It was just too fast, too strong. Without the stats to back up his capability, he had few opportunities to deal a decisive blow. He was going to have to bait it, that wasn't all. The skill was clearly influencing the hob's mind. Gone was the fury, the rabid howls of bloodlust. All that was left was a single-minded, cold determination. One that was utterly focused on tearing him asunder. So focused that its already poor capacity to split its attention between multiple attackers had deteriorated further. While he may have had few openings he could act on, Porkchop had dozens, ripping and tearing into the exposed flank of the hobgoblin, only forced back with the odd wild slash, more to stop his friend from hampering its attempts to flay him alive than any true focused assault. Caius pivoted on his front foot, shifting out of the way of a heavy slash of his head. A little too slow, the strike glanced off the top of his helm. He stumbled, his vision blurring, head ringing like a bell, though maybe that was just his helmet, a pulse of aura, clearly visible through his skill-impaired vision or no. The axe lit up in his eyes, a strange ethereal outline adding definition to his shaking natural sight. He dove, hitting the ground hard. Stone shrapnel doused him. He heard a roar, Porkchop leaping to his defense, a dark red smudge tearing into smushed green. He shook his head. The daze left him as his head grew hot with expended health. The hob was trying to drive Porkchop off, desperate to reach him. His friend was having none of it, tearing into the champion with savage fury, paying for it in blood. A massive split graced the sides of Porkchop's barding. Blood poured forth, spilling onto the stone. It joined the existing green to make a multicolored slick, a direct hit. How Porkchop hadn't been cleaved in twain, Caius had no idea. Forcing himself to his feet, Caius let out a battle cry, drawing the attention of the hob once more. Porkchop shot him a look, giving him a once-over. After sharing so many battles they were beyond words, his friend simply knew he was ready, was better suited to bearing the brunt of the champion's fury. Much like Porkchop was their best bet to wear down its resources with his iron-hard claws and greater might. Pouncing, the champion leapt at him once more. It had to be flagging. The skill didn't make use of mana, otherwise he would be able to see it with his skill. It was running of stamina and a skill like that had to have a major cost, even if the hob was heavily loaded on strength. It was still only level 26. No way it had the resource pool to keep this up for long. Same with its health. Porkchop had been absolutely tearing into it. Even if its skill stopped them from overwhelming its regeneration, it had to be getting low. Yet even with the enhanced acuity of Eagle Eye, Caius could see no trace of exhaustion on its face, no evidence that its healing was slowing. Caius spun around another swing, grunting as the heavy axe skimmed his heavy pauldrons, dousing him in a shower of sparks. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 16. He had to watch those. His chest still screamed in agony from where an earlier blow from the champion had scrapped against his ribs. Too much damage and his healing would slow. That would be the beginning of the end for him. Without the focus and fury of psychopathic assault, manually directing his health took far too much focus to use in battle. He felt confident, though. They could do this. He didn't need the potion. Far better to save it for when it was truly needed. The first had already saved him and Porkchop's life both, and he only had one left. The hob spun on Porkchop again, lashing out as his friend sunk his claws into the champion's shoulders, yanking it back, giving him a moment to breathe. He dived on the opportunity, cutting deep into the muscles, adding to the quickly healing wounds his friend had left behind. The battle had devolved into a grind. Even with its skill, the champion was forced to chip away at their resources, unable to catch them with a fatal blow that would finish them off. They fought together too well, covering each other's weaknesses, capitalizing on openings and giving each other time to breathe, to reset and heal. Yet the champion's vitality, its staying power, was similarly inviolable. He kept pace with them, refusing to go down despite numerous and ever-growing wounds. It bored him. This was work, not a fight. Where was the fraught desperation, the thrill of cornering your opponent into an unavoidable killing blow? He wanted to end it. All they needed was a moment, one that wouldn't come while the hob's furious assault continued unabated. Just a single moment. He knew where they could get one, ready to run. He called out, earning another chip on his sword as he narrowly parried another of the champion's swing. "We're fleeing," Porkchop asked, offended. No, he stepped back, axe sailing past. The formation, he dodged again, axe slamming into the stone next to him. "I'm going to go for his knee, knock him over when I do and run." "Right." Porkchop clawed the back of the hob's legs, dancing back as it furiously slashed in retaliation. Caius waited for the moment. Eagle Eye tuned to the limit of what he could comfortably handle, taking everything in, working in unison with Explorer's toolkit to spot the opening he needed. There, a diagonal slash. The weight of its axe forced the hob to step forwards, bending, opening the front of the joint, its hands off center, unable to force him away. Caius thrust his sword, the point of a father's gift slipping under its kneecap, savaging the delicate connective tissue of its joint. He ripped his blade sideways, forcefully tearing it asunder. The leg collapsed. Porkchop lurched forwards, slamming the champion forwards, forcing its weight onto its ruined knee. The joint snapped, leg held on by only a thin strip of tissue on its inner thigh. Even now it was silent, staring at him intensely. Caius spun, sprinting across the courtyard. Anything else and he would have felt confident to go for the kill right then and there. A severed limb required significant resources to heal, and that was only if it was held to the site of the injury. Unfortunately, Caius had no doubt that as soon as the hob set its joint, it would be healed in seconds. They managed to get halfway across the courtyard before Caius heard the first roar since the hob had activated its rage, quickly followed by the sound of thumping footsteps. It was after them. Porkchop pulled up next to him, slowing to keep his pace. Go, Caius yelled. I'll bait it into the trap. A flicker of assent crossed their bond, Porkchop sprinting ahead. He could hear the hob gaining on him, enhanced body pushing it to terrifying speeds. Caius watched Porkchop sprint past the pillar, skidding to a halt, ready to tear towards him at the slightest sign the champion would catch up prematurely. The hob was right behind him now, close enough he could hear its heavy and metered breathing. The pillar was so close, a soft snarl from behind. Caius lunged forwards, planting his hand against the spire of carved rock. His shoulder yanked in his socket as he used the leverage to spin around the pillar at top speed, just barely missing the entrapment formation he had carved into the stone floor. Skidding to a halt, Caius spun, placing the runic circle between him and the rapidly approaching hob. Porkchop ran forwards, ready to assist. It clipped the pillar with its shoulder, stone chips and dust flying free. Shaking itself free, it locked eyes with him. A smile graced its face, clearly pleased with catching its fleeing prey. With the heft of its axe, it stepped forwards, right into the runic circle. Mana pulsed in his vision, plumes of mystic energy rushing through runic pathways to explode out of emission runes. Shaped into hyper-dense rope, the energy bound the champion, forcing it to freeze solid. Caius let out a whoop of success, glad that their plan had worked. He moved, already able to see the hob straining against its bond. He knew it wouldn't be long before its prodigious strength completely sapped the stored well of mana inside of his formation. Porkchop reached the hob first, tearing great chunks from its thigh, removing as much muscle as he could, ensuring that even if it broke free, it would at the very least be left helpless until it could restore its leg. Caius leapt forwards, thrusting his sword. With the hob completely undefended and standing stock still, it was simplicity itself to thread his sword between the champion's ribs and pierce its heart. Caius sawed his blade back and forth, doing as much damage as he could. He was in no way confident that would be enough. The hob was starting to twitch, muscles straining against its bonds. The fact it could move at all meant that the formation was already failing. They had a few more seconds at most. He had to finish it now, ripping. A father's gift from the champion's chest cavity, Caius hacked at its throat, blood torrenting as he sawed at the hardened musculature, carving the flesh open. He hit bone, the champion's head almost entirely decapitated, only held in place by its spine and the magic of his formation. Green viscera splashed over him in a wave of gore. Finger length by finger length, the champion started to raise its axe. Caius tore his sword free of its neck, grabbing the blade with his offhand in a half-sword grip. He jammed its point into a gap in the hob's exposed spine, ramming himself forwards, bone crunched but held. Cursing in frustration, Caius rammed his shoulder into his sword's cross-guard. Vertebrae cracked, the blade sinking a little deeper. Porkchop, his friend's eyes snapped up, seeing what he was trying to do. Caius leapt back as Porkchop lunged, rearing up on his hind legs. With a hiss of fury, Porkchop slammed the back of the blade, driving it home. The hobgoblin champion went limp. Holding on until the last moment, the entrapment formation finally failed. A hiss of mystical fire surging through its circuits rendered it useless. The champion was somehow still alive, the raging orange fire in its eyes burning bright as it dropped to the ground bonelessly, impossible vitality sealing the wounds on its leg and neck. Caius watched as its body failed to even twitch, the hob snapping at them ineffectively with its thick tusks. With his sword forcefully lodged in its spinal cord, even health did it no good, unable to reconnect nerves with a steel barrier in the way. Stepping forwards, Caius grabbed the hilt of his sword and started to saw. Ding! You have slain a champion, blood totem hobgoblin lieutenant level 26 blessed by frenzied spirits. The hot rush of victory thrummed through him as the hobgoblin's head fell to the ground with a wet thunk. Another champion slain, another step closer to his goal. He turned to Porkchop with a grin, slapping his friend on the shoulder. All according to plan, he said. Porkchop snorted. Yes, we were definitely planning on you getting gutted. Caius gave an exaggerated humph. I'll have you know that was definitely part of the plan. How else was I supposed to level? Adamant. Body Porkchop cocked one furry eyebrow at him, staring directly at the stride long rent in his enchanted scales. Of course, how could I forget? Caius scowled at his friend's look. I never should have taught you that. Letting out a mirthful huff, Porkchop shoved him, drawing a wince as his barely healed wounds twinged. Come on then, I believe we have loot to check. Is its axe an artifact? Caius shrugged, using Identify on the oversized weapon. Thankfully, it was just a simple item, like all of the champion's gear had been so far. With how massive it is, Caius doubted he could even pick it up. They would have had to lash it to Porkchop's back, something that sounded like far more trouble than it was worth. Maybe it's hidden in one of the piles of dead dwarves, like the tree burrow after the Grimclaw, Caius suggested. Porkchop let out a pensive grunt. Hope not. Caius couldn't help but agree. The courtyard where they had fought the hobgoblin was absolutely littered with them. Most of them were shock troops in ultra-thick heavy plate. Even if they focused on checking the various squad-sized groupings, there were still dozens of them. Well, we better get started. Caius sighed, staring at the ancient battlefield. They worked their way slowly through the mustering ground, shifting through piled bodies of dwarves. It was exhausting work, even with their enhanced strength. With their plate being half a finger's length thick, every corpse weighed as much as an anvil. After finding nothing but burnt-out enchanted plate in the first dozen piles, Caius had had enough. "This is ridiculous. We should have started in the middle," he grumbled, stomping his way to where they had first spotted the hobgoblin. There were a few piles of dwarves there, arrayed in a circle around the hobgoblin's place of vigil. They started shifting bodies. The first group had nothing, nor did the second. They spiraled further out. "Is there no loot?" Porkchop asked, concerned. "Ridiculous. There has to be." Caius grew frenetic, hauling aside armored bones with increasing haste, hurrying between patches. They split up, covering more ground. Minutes ticked by, his anxious tension ratcheting up. Porkchop let out a hoot of joy. "Caius, over here, I found it," his friend called, words blurring together into a smudge of meaning as his excitement bled powerfully across their mental link. Rushing without pause, Caius hurried to see what Porkchop had found. He was standing over a larger-than-average pile of dwarves, all facing outwards like they had died to the last, protecting something. He got closer, seeing that Porkchop had hauled away the centermost bodies, revealing a heavy steel chest embossed in gold. Foreign iconography covered its lid in a raised relief, depicting strange gods and their symbols. Palanquin handles jutted from the chest's bottom, more than one dwarf still clutching tightly even in death. Caius leapt forwards, grinning widely. "Good find," he said, stepping past his friend to take a closer look. It was almost seamless, apart from the distinct evidence of a simple latch holding the lid closed. A lock held it closed, though it seemed time had been far less kind to the mechanism. Rusted and broken, it was barely held on by a hair-thin patch of rust. Caius ran his hands over the seams, checking for any traps. They hadn't seen any yet, and Explorer's toolkit was silent, but it paid to be careful. Porkchop whined behind him, growing impatient. "Just a second. Want to make sure it's not gonna blow up in our faces," Caius said. Confident that the chest was safe, he yanked on the padlock, snapping it free from the latch. He flipped open the lid, nearly falling in when Porkchop just about shoved his whole head in there. "Loot," Caius smacked at his friend, shoving his head out of the way. "And how am I supposed to tell you what it does if I can't bloody see it?" he asked, exasperated. Porkchop let out a huff, pulling back so Caius could see into the chest. Caius bent over, scanning the chest. Laying at the bottom of the gleaming interior were two artifacts. The first was a set of vambraces. Backed by leather and scale mail, the arm guards were layered in overlapping plates of a bluish steel and stretched all the way over the elbow. They were richly inscribed, chains of runes edging each plate and scale, while a larger sigil sat centered on a long slab of steel that stretched across the exterior of the forearm. Caius pulled it out reverently, feeling the heft and weight. It was lighter than he expected, and looked closer to plate than any kind of mail he had seen, catching the light as it reflected off the polished metal. It was a good find. While his scale stretched down to his elbow, his lower limbs were still left exposed. Every time he fumbled a parry, or slightly misjudged a block, he ended up taking wounds to his forearms. Hopefully now that would change. Idly, Caius noted that they looked like they were made of a similar material to his cerulean scale. With the garish clash in tones between his helmet and chest piece, he had been concerned that he would eventually look like he had dressed in an armorsmith's reject pile. Thankfully, his latest find looked like it would blend into his scale mail quite nicely, the heavier plaiting similar to that on his pauldrons and gorget. He used Identify on the artifact, vambraces of Varkoshan deflection, uncommon Tirai. The Mithrots of Varkos say that true valor can only be seen in the might of one's blows, that survival is secondary to the immortality of a single, perfect strike. Small wonder, then, that their artisans have focused utterly on the art of leveraging fine defense into greater offensive strength. Light plate and scale mill vambraces made from layered heliumite and steel alloyed plates, backed with fine scales and padded beast leather. These vambraces are enchanted to absorb a small fraction of the energy of parried and blocked blows. This energy is stored. Once at capacity, it can be expended to fuel an empowered blow. Depths wrought artifact, medium armor arm guards. Patient strike eye, monoconduit eye, self-repair eye. Caius grinned as he read the description. It was a fantastic find. His greatest challenge when fighting the champions was their enhanced strength and durability. Anything that made it a little easier to turn their blades would drastically reduce the amount of injury he sustained. Even better, the ability to channel the siphoned power of their blows into one of his own might just let him stop resorting to wearing them down. The Hob was a great example. Even when they had managed to trap the champion in a binding formation, it had still taken both his and Porkchop's combined strength to remove his head. If he had had the power to shear through bone, the fight would have ended far quicker. More than once there had been openings to take a shot at its head, but he'd been forced to abandon that tactic in favor of fleshier targets. "What is it?" Porkchop asked in curiosity. Something that should hopefully make a champion's bones a whole lot more breakable, Caius said. Setting the vambraces to the side, Caius explained the effect of its enchantment before reaching back into the chest to pull out the next item. It was a pendant. A quail egg-sized black gem flecked with violet was set inside a thick silver oval lined with dense script. He held it in his hand, a long and thick chain trailing away from the amulet, running of his hand to sway freely with his every movement. It was an awkward length, perhaps long enough to reach his chest if he wore it around his neck. He pulled up its description. Amulet of inviolable momentum, uncommon. When born in the fires of violence, one learns to crush their enemies. An amulet of felspar crystal and silver forged by ritual fire under a full moon, enchanted to store a reservoir of channeled mana. This mana source can be expended to charge forwards with greatly enhanced speed and momentum. While under this effect, the user is partially shielded from collision forces. Effectiveness is dependent on initial weight and speed at activation. Depths wrought artifact, amulet. Furious Advance Eye, Monoconduit Eye, Self-Repair Eye. Caius looked from the long chain of the amulet to Porkchop's neck. It should be long enough. He stood, unclasping the chain and wrapping it around his friend's neck. It fit perfectly, sliding comfortably under the raised lip of reinforced steel that surrounded the neck of Porkchop's barding. Crouching down, he tucked the amulet away too, having just enough slack to nestle it safely behind the leather and steel plate that protected his chest. There you go, buddy. This should suit you well. You've got a manipulation skill right. Try funneling some of your mana into the amulet. I think you'll find its effects quite entertaining. Manipulation skills were an interesting group. Each one aided the control of a specific type of aspected mana, though equally all allowed a lesser influence on unaspected mana as well. This included the pool of power that all integrated beings held within them, allowing it to be shaped, transmuted, and wielded with far more skill than the clumsy fumblings he had been using to saturate his eyes. It was the basis of shapeless casting. Using raw power, a manipulation skill, and any number of additional modifying and influencing skills to shape mana into casting effects. By far the most flexible of the three standard spheres of magic. It was also painfully slow until someone had the skill levels, stats, and simple experience to shape raw magic at their whim. Even then, it was often still slower and less powerful that channeled spells, the second type of casting that utilized spells. Most mages relied on a combination of the two, with the runic arts being relegated to more of a craftsman profession. A manipulation skill also meant that filling the amulet with mana should be a simple task for Porkchop, one that required so little concentration that he should be able to do it in combat. Porkchop rolled his eyes at him. You could just tell me. He murmured, though he did narrow his brows in momentary concentration as he channeled his mana into the amulet. Done, I'm going to use it now, Porkchop said with excitement. Caius blanched, throwing up his hands to stop his friend. Wait, Porkchop cocked his head at him. Caius sighed in relief, disaster narrowly avoided. Hells, Porkchop, you nearly pasted me. If you're going to use it, go get a run-up at one of those piles of corpses first, he said, waving his hand at a larger-than-normal pile of dwarven plate and bones a short distance away. Porkchop nodded, turning and moving into an easy run towards the pile of bodies as Caius watched in anticipation. Halfway there, he suddenly surged forwards, accelerating from a jogging pace to something faster than Caius could sprint. Oddly, Porkchop didn't seem to actually have quickened his pace at all. His feet still moved at the same easy pace, but each step rocketed him forwards far more than it should have. His friend smashed into the pile of fallen soldiers with a cacophonous crash. Despite the sheer bulk of their heavy plate, the bodies of the dwarven soldiers were sent flying away. The collision was so violent that several limbs were knocked free. Caius watched the violent eruption with a slackened jaw. He hadn't expected it to be quite that effective. Porkchop came skidding to a halt, planting his feet in surprise. Caius watched his friend turn, staring at the devastation. He paused for a moment, frowning in concentration before suddenly sprinting for another fallen squad. If the first collision had sounded like the crack of a gong, this one sounded like a giant smithy. Porkchop hitting the pile of thick steel armor with a tortured squeal of metal. Bodies clanged as they skittered across the stone ground, tumbling, limbs ragdolling with enough force to bend plate and tear withered joints free. Bloody hells was that one cracked, Caius thought, staring at one chest plate that had borne the brunt of Porkchop's charge. He almost felt sorry for the goblins now. Porkchop hooted in excitement, racing back to him. That was so much fun, he said, ears flicking. Expensive though, that drained my mana pool. Caius grinned. The next champion won't even know what hit them. Caius turned, scanning the interior of the reward chest a final time, swiping up a single golden depths coin that he had missed. He slipped it into his potion pouch with the rest. Give me a moment to put these on, Caius said, picking up one of his new vambraces. Then let's head up into the next district. I think I remember it looking more residential than this one. We're going to be holed up for a while as I work on my next legacy skills. We may as well be comfortable as we do it. Porkchop nodded. A few minutes later and he was done, cinching the final strap on his left arm. Rising to his feet, Caius strode towards the megalithic staircase at the end of the mustering ground, the entrance to the next layer of the dwarven city. Porkchop charged, activating his amulet to crush through the final thrum of goblins that had packed themselves into the tight alley separating the two manors. Depthsborn screamed as their bones cracked, the force of Porkchop's charge crushing them underfoot, sending them rocketing into allies and richly carved stone alike. Bursting through to the other side of the dense crowd, Porkchop turned and started to tear into the goblin's flank. Caius waded into the fray, the cracked blade of a father's gift lopping off heads and caving in skulls. The goblins were disoriented, off balance. It made it disgustingly easy. A bruiser leapt to its feet, crawling out from beneath the shattered body of one of its allies to charge at him. He caught the blow, parrying it, spinning his blade into an overhand strike that cleaved into its head, spraying him with blood as it dropped. Forced into a dense mob, tangled into a mosh of bodies and beset from both sides, the group of goblins descended into disordered mayhem. Caius swept through their line like he was harvesting wheat, each swing leaving more dead bodies in his wake. Some managed to muster a lackluster defense, trying and failing to assault him with club and knife. They only served to charge his new vambraces as he deftly turned their attacks, following through with perfectly timed fatal ripostes. Adding to the pile of bodies that littered the alleys, the cleanup didn't take much longer after that. Joining Porkchop on the street, Caius stood panting, staring out over the devastation they had just wrought. Dozens of short green bodies littered the wide and richly decorated street, the perfectly polished flagstones stained with dark green blood. They'd been set upon as soon as they had arrived in this newest section of the city, barely making it a block before a horde had descended upon them. Thankfully, it seemed the dwarves were far more lavish with their living arrangements than the austere military and crafting compounds below had suggested. Each house had a high slanted roof, immaculately tiled in stone, providing very little viable vantage points for the archers. They'd crushed them first, weak and undefended that they were when confined to the street level. It had taken them the better part of an hour to climb the gargantuan staircase that snaked its way up the outer wall of the next district. Long enough that the false sun above had once again begun to dim. Arriving at the top, they had been greeted with yet another twisted and shattered metal door, though it had been far more ornamented than the external gate, inlaid in gold and silver. On the other side, they had found the wide street that he now stood on, regular posts topped with wire-wrapped crystals providing a soft, even lighting to the surrounding opulent houses. They were impressive things. Caius looked away from the alley, roaming his eyes over the immaculately carved Gothic engravings of the manors. They were tall, narrow things, sharing walls with their neighbors, tight little alleys leading to streets deeper into the district every dozen or so houses. He was glad they had decided to make the climb before settling in to work on his next skills. Looking through wide, impossibly flat glass windows, he could see each and every interior was decorated with plush furniture, art, and every type of fixture one could want in an abode. Much better than hanging out in a barracks for a month or two. Caius wiped his sword, running his fingers over the chipped blade. Already they had started to shrink, filling out by a few hairs' breadths at most as the self-repair enchantment went to work. Still, much like his scale mill, it would most likely take at least a day to repair itself, if not more. Unfortunately, nowhere near as fast as his clothing. It was a simple fact that enhanced metal was harder to regenerate than cloth and leather, even the magically saturated kind. Porkchop padded over to him, daintily stepping around pools of blood despite his paws already being absolutely saturated. Ready to check one out, he scratched Porkchop on the head. I'm dying to get this skill merged. Lead the way, I want to lie on a bed again. I can't believe how soft they are. Caius laughed. Porkchop was in for a surprise. The thin barrack mattresses they had slept on the previous night barely even met the definition. He had no doubt that with how fancy everything else he could see in the windows of the various manors, the beds they would find would be massive feather-stuffed things. Though he should probably help Porkchop wash his paws before he ruined a perfectly good bed, he thought, eyeing the state of his friend's gore-ridden feet. He led them back the way they had come, wanting to pick a manor that didn't have a pile of corpses right outside. He gave them a day at most before the next couple of streets started to reek, and he didn't need that sort of distraction when working on his runes. Picking a 4-story narrow villa that was near their entrance to the district, Caius pushed open the heavy front door. Much like the section below, the houses here were immaculate, untouched, and absolutely laden with dust. The first thing they did was open all the windows, spending a few hours cleaning out the thick layer of grime as best they could. It was nowhere near clean, but it was livable. Taking a moment to ransack the kitchen, Caius set himself up in a massive study. Dominated by a large desk, floor-to-ceiling bookcases lined the walls, while a daybed and a pair of armchairs sat around an unlit fireplace. Almost immediately Caius made a beeline for the books, tearing one open in the hopes of finding some information on the city and its lost inhabitants. Foreign glyphs returned to him. a strange script with blocks, angular lettering that linked discrete works into solid blocks of sigils. Utterly unreadable. That was odd. Everyone spoke common. Sure, there were variations on writing style, some severe enough to make them barely legible, but it was all the same language. How else were you supposed to read the system if you couldn't speak common? I mean, sure, it was possible for different languages to exist. Runes had dozens of different scripts after all. For everyday use, though, why would you use anything other than the words of the system? Maybe it was a cipher, or some sort of constructed language like hidden societies were supposed to use. Shrugging to himself, he slotted the book back home, reaching for another, more foreign script, the same as the previous book. Odd, very odd. Returning to the fireplace, Caius found Porkchop already napping on the daybed. He smiled, settling into one of the armchairs. Closing his eyes, he visualized the center of his being. Tingles spread out in a wave from his spine, raising the hairs on his arms. It was time to merge his next legacy skill, another step forward on his path. True sight was finally in hand. It was a supreme ocular skill, one that supposedly focused on truth and revelation, an apparent keystone of his family's long history of successful delvers if his father was to be believed. One of the few stories father had told him of their dynasty, letting it slip with a casual comment when he was teaching him the necessary methods to acquire its base skills. He scoured his inner space, seeing his 10 general skills orbiting calmly around the burning light of his soul. 4 screamed out to him, their essence gushing forth in great waves to flavor the surrounding void, the mutable, shifting defense of rapid adaptation, the iron-scented tang of warforged, crystallized, and constrained by the unclassed skill cap of 20, the furtive and alert curiosity of explorer's toolkit, the implacable flexibility and staunch rigidity of adamant body. He turned his mind away from the skill, ignoring their calls for his attention. Their need to be included in what was to happen next. With each skill, their siren song grew, the pull on his willpower strengthening. The remaining 6 were lesser things, dim and transparent to the sheer hyper-realized power of his legacy skills. Soulfire leapt to his command, weaving itself into a tightrope. He dove for the first skill, tasting the impression. Low-light vision. It was a fascinating thing, clawing at the dark to reveal its secrets, reveling in the comfort of an ease of sight beyond even the natural-born denizens of the night. Light revealed all, but it was satisfyingly unselective. Piercing the shadow of dark through one's own ability was much more satisfying. So many secrets for one to claim for themselves. The cord of radiant illumination snapped in place. His legacy skills called to him, begging to be next. He moved on. Shifting his focus to his next capped skill, Tiwa's the mind of dreamers, of artists, mathematicians, architects, generals, artisans, mages, explorers, and more. A simulation as comfortable with rearranging furniture as it was displaying the impossible whorls of a Grandmaster runesmith's sigils. It reeked of cold analysis, loving memories, and curious fascination. Mental visualization was a skill that contained multitudes, happy to reflect what he needed in perfect clarity. His web of meaning and self grew, another thread of his soul thrumming as it enmeshed with the central power of the skill. His other skills were screaming now, demanding that he return to them to their flawless beauty. He shut them out. He'd grown since his last merge. His willpower was stronger, the fire of his soul more fierce, boosted by the stats he had earned with his honor. His heart thumped with slow regularity as he turned his attention to the next part of true sight. Sense illusion was the cold pyre of righteous conviction, the unyielding steel of truth. To deny fact was delusion. To twist the definable into false reality was heresy. Corrupting what things are into what they could be, treason. Fanatical certainty bled through the aura of the skill, burning with a light that cared only for what was. He coaxed another luminous thread from his soul, shutting out the wails of his legacy. Sense illusion drank in the connection, suffusing with his self. Next was a power that shone with the light of a scholar, the mind of mania, of spirits and hidden things, a magical world revealed, the engine of power that lay beneath the cold life of the material, amorphous, ever-changing and always waiting, needing just the right hand to shape and guide, to open the gap and allow the mystical to tear control from the material. This was a skill uninterested in such works, preferring the joy of a voyeur. One that did not wish to effect change, only to peep at a truth most were blind to. Sense mana. More soulfire wove its way through his innermost conflagration. He could feel them now, clawing at his attention, the strain slowly hammering at his mind. It was still weak, growing slow enough that he knew he could finish the merge without too much strain, but it was there. The mergers wouldn't be so easy, especially not once another voice joined the choir. His focus shifted, honing in on a pleading supplicant. It had no will, no power of its own, only that which let it beg harder, beg louder to its lord, one that simply wished to know. It wasn't asking much. No great secrets, no exploitable weaknesses, nothing that its monarch would truly have to ponder. All it wanted was a taste, a mere glimpse of what its lord witnessed through its omnipresent vision, a simple description of the world, a name, A fragment from the Book of All Things, please, identify. The connection snapped in place. Only a single piece remained. Focus narrowed, the final skill filling his mind. The world was a beautiful thing, so full of details, an endlessly tessellated pattern that only grew into coherency through the obscuring haze of comfortable distance. A false coherency. The mountain on the horizon lied, hiding its rocks and bushes. The smooth consistency of a hare's coat cackling in successful deceit, drowning the calls for justice of 1,000 individual hares. Each in turn masking the pleas of impossibly small building blocks. Clarity existed in accuracy, truth in precision. Without acuity, neither was possible. Eagle eye, Caius hauled on his soul, spinning out soulfire as fast as he could, hurriedly connecting the last skill to his web before the screams of his other legacy skills could shake his conviction. Moving with surety and purpose, he forged his chain from skill to skill, each nexus of power lighting up like a beacon as they joined a greater whole. Pulsing, howling with furore and anticipation, the last skill snapped into place. The web burned, a shock wave of meaning buffeting his soul, sending ripples through his radiant soul, buffeting his gaseous resources, thrumming with power. Ding, skill merge detected. Would you like to proceed? Caius let go, allowing the irresistible gravity of meaning to pull his skills into one, dissolving them, crushing their essence into a new liquid form, crystallizing into a higher truth. A flash of revealing light, and it was done. Ding, skill merged, true sight obtained. Ding, skill merged, true sight obtained. Caius let out a whoop of joy as his latest legacy skill spun into existence, crystallizing into a new nexus of power that joined itself with his other merged skills to orbit his soul. A grunt from across the room made him snap open his eyes. His exclamation had roused Porkchop, his friend sitting up from the day bed he had been napping on, to look at him with curiosity. Sorry, bud. Caius grinned. Just merged the skill, he explained. Porkchop grunted, stretching wide before rolling off the seat with a shake of his head. What's it do? Porkchop asked, sitting down on the plush rug that sat in front of the central fireplace of the office. Let me check, Caius said, pulling up the description of his latest skill. True Sight, Level 1. Unusual. See to the heart of the matter. Harness the burning light that reveals all. Skill that reveals the true nature of reality, including the energy that runs beneath it. Potent sources of mana and aura may be blinding. Each level reasonably increases mental processing of visual stimuli. Each level reasonably improves skill's ability to overcome hampering effects. Each level moderately increases ability to see mana and aura. Each level moderately increases visual and mental acuity. Each level moderately increases ability to counteract and resist all natural and magical effects that hinder direct observation, including darkness, illusion, and blinding. Merged from low light vision, mental visualization, sense illusion, sense mana, identify, eagle eye. Even without the description, he could tell it was much more integrated than his smattering collection of skills had been before. For one, it was far less intrusive and painful that sense mana and eagle eye had been. He could see the faint, illusory wisps of atmospheric mana suffusing everything, yet it did not drag at his eye, nor overpower his sight. It was just there. The wood of the desk across the room was brown, subtly textured with wood grain, and had slightly higher than average densities of nature, earth, and plant mana. A new dimension to an existing sense, rather than a new one that vied with it for dominance. Same with his increased acuity. When he looked at Porkchop, he could make out each and every individual hair on his friend's face, but until he really focused, it all just faded into the background, filtered until it was needed. Caius spun his head, looking around the room in wonderment. It was so perfect, so easy in comparison. He could see what his father had meant, about this being such a cornerstone of his family's strength. Most ocular skills were hard, burdensome. They sapped at the mind, requiring intense focus and high skill levels to truly make the most of. Worse, they could easily be a distraction. This was different. It felt as natural as if he had been born with it. Sure, it wasn't perfect. He could tell that if he ramped up the skill to full power, it would still be somewhat overwhelming. It was still better, and he knew that as he trained the skill, it would eventually stop being an issue. Though there was one question that burned in his mind. Something he hadn't expected from the skill and knew nothing about. What the hell's was? Aura, Caius, Porkchop said, chittering in amusement. Stop staring at daisies. Sorry, Caius said, just got a little sucked up into it. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the new constant presence of his skill. He hadn't tuned it out yet like he had with some of its components. He was pretty sure he didn't need to. Refocusing to give Porkchop his full attention, he launched into an explanation of his new skill, pausing momentarily when he got to Aura. Do you know what that is? Caius asked. I've never heard of it. My father never mentioned it either, though if he thought it was important, he would have. Sort of, Porkchop said, tilting his head back and forth. It is an oddity. One the matriarch says appears in lots of merged ocular skills. No one in any of the dens had been able to figure out what it does, even with some spending a lot of time looking. Mine has it too. Caius looked at his friend in surprise. You have an ocular skill. He knew that Porkchop had a full complement of legacy skills, but they'd never really discussed it in depth, especially not after he had yelled at his friend for telling him he had any in the first place. At first it was out of a sense of propriety. Revealing such information about yourself simply wasn't done without absolute trust. They'd reached such a point months ago in Caius's opinion. After so long trapped down here with Porkchop, trusting him with his life day in and day out, trust barely began to describe their bond. He felt like a brother. Do you want to tell me about your skills? I'm happy to tell you mine, both what I have and what I'm aiming for, he said, looking away as he awkwardly scratched his ear. Finally, Porkchop shot up to attention. I've been waiting for so long. I know you two legs are weirdly cagey about your skills, but this has been ridiculous. We have been den mates for months, his friend said, punctuating every word with an excited chitter. Caius smiled. Yeah, sorry about that. Is it better if I just sort of forgot? I'm not really used to talking about it with anyone other than my father, and he has the same general skills. You forgot. Porkchop snorted. Of course you did. I'll go first. We are encouraged to focus our skills on a specific area, especially for our largest legacy skills. I chose to lean into my natural strengths. My first skill, Savage Arsenal, is focused on the weapons I was born with, improving my fighting. My teeth and claws are strengthened, able to tear more easily through defenses. It makes wounds bleed more and they are harder to heal. Caius nodded. It made sense to him. Even if he did have more skills available to him, he likely would have kept his first legacy skill or picked something like it. Improving your lethality was simply too vital. Maybe someone who sought a different path would feel differently, but to a delver or beast it was a simple choice. Mine's second is similar, Warforged. It's an almost pure mastery skill for any form of weapon, though it does boost the power of my swings a little, he said. Porkchop cocked his head, looking at him quizzically. It affects all weapons equally. Then why do you stick with your sword? Well, for one, it's just simply better than anything else we have found. Mostly it's because focusing on a single weapon will make it far more likely for the skill to evolve in that direction during my class up, especially if I use the weapon enough to influence the class itself. Warforged is good, but unless I made its flexibility the focus of my development, it's far too broad, too niche. Porkchop flicked his ears, accepting Caius's explanation without comment. Makes sense. Their conversation continued. Caius listened intently as his friend continued to share his legacy skills, sharing his own in turn. Much like Porkchop had explained, his friend's build was surprisingly focused. Inexorable Vanguard increased his friend's momentum, made him harder to knock back, and made him a devastating force once he had set his targets on something. Boundless Vigor vastly improved the efficiency and speed of Porkchop's healing, made it far more effective at purging certain types of toxins, and allowed the wholesale regrowth of lost body parts. That one in particular had surprised Caius. It sounded eerily similar to one of his own legacy skills, yet stronger and more encompassing. It made sense. It was a merger of 8 skills, while his lesser regeneration was made up of only 3. Porkchop's 7th legacy skill was iron-bodied. It seemed a close pair to his own. Adamant Body, though far more focused on improving physical resilience, including specific bonuses to resisting impact, and allowing his friend to survive and persist through the kinds of injuries that would otherwise prove fatal. That, he thought, was most likely what had kept his friend alive after the Grimclaw had mauled him so utterly. His 6th, Fortress of Pugilism, was a straight shooting mastery skill, though this one focused entirely on improving and enhancing all forms of unarmed combat. Slightly different from his first, which was entirely focused on enhancement instead of mastery, but together they were a potent pair. Next, his friend told him about his skill. Spell Resistance, that had made Caius perk up, yet another skill that was similar to one of his own, in this case. Rapid Adaptation, though this time it was Porkchop's skill that was the lesser of the two. It aided him in resisting arcane influence across the board. Primarily physical spells, such as being hit by a conjured stone, would still injure him just as easily. Even though Caius had a long way to go until he acquired resistance to things such as crushing or bleeding, he would get there eventually. Evidently, his own skill was unknown to the meals, because Porkchop completely froze when he told him. What? Porkchop barked, that is ridiculous. If I had known of that skill, I would have picked it instantly. It'll make you practically unkillable once you get the skill high enough. Caius pushed his hair behind his ear, unable to help but feel a little awkward at his friend's unabashed jealousy. It is pretty good, not quite that good though. Still, let's just move on, Caius asked. He was already having difficulty with sharing something he had been sworn to secrecy on, so Porkchop's blatant fascination with the skill made him a little uncomfortable. Though in his friend's defense, despite his fascination, he didn't even hint. Porkchop looked like he was about to burst from the effort of restraining himself from asking more, but he acquiesced all the same. changing the subject to share the rest of his skills with Caius. Crystal manipulation, which gave him the ability to manually shape crystal mana or use that mana to gain control of crystals themselves. Like all aspected manipulation skills, Caius knew it still allowed control of unaspected mana, but to a lesser degree. It was a mirror to his own upcoming legacy skill. Mana manipulation, though his was far more generalized, it would let him manipulate unaspected mana with ease and gave a far lesser degree of influence over the other aspects. His friend also shared his final two legacy skills, primal senses, which provided a broad boost to his friend's sensory capabilities, and natural celerity, which empowered his bodily control, surety of footing, and other various forms of agility. When it was Caius's turn, he explained the final skills he was working towards. Runic lexicon, which empowered his learning and application of runecraft, especially in regards to the scripts he used to merge the skill, and mana manipulation. They were to be the focus of his coming months, and he refused to move on until he had acquired them. With both, he would finally be able to work on his body formations and hopefully practice his casting. He wanted to get in as much as he could in their final run-up to fighting the Guardian. It was absolutely vital that using runic spells had a high degree of influence on his class, especially using them in tandem with his blade. Porkchop agreed with him. More than happy to have an extended rest from their constant and frenetic pace through the depths. Beds and cooked food were a luxury entirely foreign to him, though Caius noted that his friend had quickly picked up an appreciation after they had spent the night in the barracks. Caius took a slow breath. He'd felt like he could feel his father's gaze burning a hole in him the entire conversation, aghast at his sheer flagrant honesty about the capabilities of his family's legacy. Still, it wasn't like he had gotten nothing in return. Porkchop had been practically falling over himself to tell him about his skills. Plus, it felt good to finally share. He hadn't realized it, but keeping the secrets of his dynasty to himself was a heavy burden. Sharing them with a friend made him feel just a little bit lighter. He only had one more left to go, the final skill he would get before choosing his 10th skill on his own. The last one in my legacy is Uncanny Dodge. It's supposed to make you far better at dodging unseen blows, but I doubt it's anything too crazy. It's only a merge of two after all. Caius finished with a deep breath, looking up only to find Porkchop staring at him with an easy grin on his face. Caius looked away, hiding his embarrassment as he waved his friend off. It's fine. Say, I think I saw some potatoes down in the kitchen, he said, changing the subject. Have you ever had stew? Porkchop cocked his head, looking at him with curiosity. What is potatoes? How about we go find out? Caius said with a grin, rising to his feet to head to the richly stocked kitchen on the first floor. Porkchop bounced to his feet and hurried after him. Tomorrow he would start his work on Runic lexicon. For now, the only thing he could keep his mind on was a hot meal and the room-sized feather-stuffed mattress he had spotted in the manor's master bedroom. Caius crouched behind the massive desk that dominated the manor's office. It was a little awkward to get at the cabinets beneath, as it had clearly been designed for non-humans. The seat was a little too broad, and everything was a good stride closer to the ground than was comfortable. Yanking open another drawer, Caius let out a whoop of success as he found an inkwell and a massive stack of loose paper. It was good stuff. Most paper he had used was rough-pressed. Thick and grainy, made by one of the craftsmen in the villages that bordered his forest home. These sheets were as smooth as silk, perfectly square, and had a bizarrely even texture. They must have cost a fortune. He was glad he found them. Rune mastery skills were almost entirely knowledge-based, but application of that knowledge would drastically speed up his rate of leveling. With his stylus, he could have spent hours on inscribing things properly, but that would slow him down, gating his rate of advancement to his pitiful mana pool. He would end up doing that eventually anyway. It was far more effective than simple drawings on paper, and would be a great help for the inevitable slog as his skills approached their cap. Besides, he doubted the paper was alchemically treated. Even if he used inscriptions without mana-gathering arrays, the magical weight would be far too much for the mundane material. He would quite literally be burning through his supplies. Using incomplete formations would stop that from happening, but that would slow his skill gain even further. Caius looked up from the cupboard, staring at the veritable archive of books that lined the walls. Somehow he doubted that he would run out anytime soon. This house hadn't been anything special, and if there was this much paper, he had no doubt that he would be able to find more with a little bit of scavenging. Grabbing the stack, he rose to his feet and slapped it down on the top of the desk. Porkchop looked over from his spot on the daybed, disturbed by the sound. I can't believe you are really just planning on sitting here for a month and drawing. Won't you get bored? Porkchop asked. He'd been grumbling about their planned stay since late last night after Caius had told him more about the skills he was planning on leveling. Oh shush, it's not like I'm going to stay in here completely, only leaving to eat and sleep. It wasn't a limosly. Well, if he was entirely honest, that would be exactly what he would do if he thought he could get away with it. Caius knew he couldn't though. He was pretty sure Porkchop would riot after the fourth day. The meals was many things, but patient was not one of them. I'll need plenty of this stuff here. Caius tapped the stack of white paper he had placed on the desk, which means we'll need to do plenty of scavenging, probably every second or third day. We can explore the district and clear out any nearby groups of goblins while we do so. Is that enough to stop you gnawing your own leg off in boredom? He asked, giving Porkchop a pointed look. His friend rolled his eyes, yet another human expression he had picked up. I'm not that impatient, but yes, that would help. Good, now I need to focus. If you manage to keep quiet, I might even make some more stew tonight. There's a lot more variations than just beef and potatoes, you know. Porkchop's eyes widened. With exacting precision, he lowered himself back down onto the daybed without making a single sound. Laying there perfectly still, Caius laughed at his friend's antics. The stew he had made last night was a rustic affair, but tasty. Despite the manor having every ingredient he had ever seen in his life, and a good 100 more, he'd stuck to the basics, something he had gotten Alendra, the barmaid of the Stout Oak and his closest friend, to teach him. Explorer's toolkit had put in work, letting him refine simple techniques and ingredients into something he would have been proud to serve to the one who taught him the recipe, though he was still nowhere close to her skill. It was also the first time he had had the resources, space, and mental energy to actually cook real food since he had arrived in the depths. Porkchop had taken to it like a house on fire, ignoring the food's scalding heat to shove his whole snout into his still steaming portion. Caius knew he had hit him then, the perfect bribe. Porkchop had always been a glutton, but even a simple mention of stew was enough to get him to settle down now. Turning back to the desk, Caius sat in its strangle-proportioned chair, leaning over. He frowned. Barely covering his knees, the short height of the desk meant that he had to hunch over. He could already feel the strain on his back, and the odd angle was going to make drawing an absolute nightmare. That wasn't going to work. Standing up, Caius started to pull thick hardcover tomes from the bookshelves, arranging them into a dozen even piles about a handspan or two high. Help me with this, he called to Porkchop, tilting the desk onto 2 feet after he placed his scavenged paper on the floor. Porkchop leapt forwards, still eager to secure his promised meal. He shoved the stacks of books under the desk, propping it back higher. I want goat this time, and that strange powder that smelled so good. Porkchop demanded, returning to his seat. You got it, Chief. Caius saluted, though inwardly he was a little worried. That powder was some sort of spice he had never seen before, so he had no idea what would go well with it. Returning to the desk, Caius put a sheet of paper in front of him, tapping its corner with a dry quill. Time to get to work. Runic lexicon, here we come. It was an interesting skill, belonging to an obscure branch of mastery skills with a distinctly academic flavor. Strangely, it could be formed with any 5 runic mastery skills, providing general boosts to all runes and more powerful ones to the scripts you used to form it. The knowledge that the skill could be made with any script was also something of a new development. Some scion generations back had been something of a cocky moron from the story father had told him, insistent that he could find a variant skill with enough theory crafting. Apparently he had nearly been exiled when the family head at the time had found out that he had thrown away half of the Unterstern legacy on a hunch. He'd been elevated to an inheritor when he merged the same skill, though new was relative in this case. His father had said it took a dozen generations of scions offering to risk their legacy to explore the boundaries of the skill. Caius still remembered staring in slack-jawed amazement. He'd been young then, and he knew their dynasty was old, but millennia was something else. He'd tried to ask more, but his father had clammed up as he always did, waving away his questions by saying the origins of their founding had been lost to time. Though father had shared that it was one of his family's oldest skills, one that had made many in his dynasty focus on the runic arts. Most scripts had clear advantages over others for specific use cases, so being able to tailor the skill had provided them with a breadth of capabilities. His father had told him that, while it was nowhere near ubiquitous, many in the family had focused their classes on runesmithing, grand formations, disposable artifacts, and a dozen other specialities. Father himself had apparently been a runesmith of some renown. Caius couldn't wait to add to that history. When he had told father about his plans for his class, it had lit a fire in his eyes. The passion, intensity, and sheer intellectual curiosity about the possibility had filled his father with energy for months. Those were some of his favorite memories. He had helped him theory craft the whole thing. Honestly, he doubted without father's encyclopedic knowledge of the runic arts that he would ever have gotten further than an idle idea. Body formations and runic spell hymns were monstrously complex specialities in their own right. Combining them would require utilizing all 5 of his empowered scripts to their fullest extent. A skill of accomplished journeyman, linking the scripts would be its own challenge. For now, he had to start from the basics. Keystone, linking array, runic hymns, controller, and stabilization. 5 components, 5 scripts. He was starting with the keystone. The thing that would bind the runes to his flesh, holding the core of the array stable, even when compartmentalized runic hymns were burnt in a cast. It was the linchpin of everything, and had to bear the weight of a monstrously complex working. Generalist enough that it could handle a dozen different spells, stable enough that it would hold the overall formation in place without him having to reinscribe the whole thing every time he cast a spell, and flexible enough to hold a wealth of meaning in a single, central sigil. Accardion was the script he and his father had settled on. It suited his needs perfectly, a sigil style of script, where others focused on geometric mandalas or sentence-based syntax. It was the same style of runes that adorned his sword, well renowned for its stability, depth of meaning, and simple power when leveraged correctly. It was also rather inflexible, ill-suited for complex workings that required variable activation triggers and things of a similar nature. Like all of his 5 scripts, he already knew it like the back of his hand. Perhaps not to the extent of a master, but as much as anyone could expect from someone who had had a master tutor them with dedication on its use for years. Caius dipped his quill in his ink pot, leaving it there as he took a moment to decide on the sigil he would draw. He chose Strength. He started to draw, sweeping curves biting into sharp, angled lines as the runes started to take shape on the page. His hand was perfectly steady, leaning on his dexterity to keep his lines even, making sure that each angle was perfect, each line the right thickness. The sigil was large, taking up the whole page as his hand gradually moved from edge to edge, swooping as he drew in a single, continuous moment. He ranked his pen, careful to make sure not to mar the rune. Accardion sigils were almost self-contained formations in their own right, only requiring bare little flourishes and simple lines to link them into a greater working. Similarly, it was simplicity itself to ensure the rune wouldn't draw mana from the atmosphere, only requiring that he change a few accents, a variation that would require him to manually channel his pool to ignite the glyph. It was that stable, self-contained nature that would make it so good for use as his keystone. It was also what would make it an absolute nightmare to link to his controller, something that would be made with a very different style of runic language. His focus totally honed, the rune of strength slowly came together on the page. A few minutes later, and it was done. Caius grinned at the rune, admiring his handiwork. It was a beautiful thing, a whorl of clean lines and sweeping angles, interposed with jagged slashes. It was rather beautiful in his opinion. He'd always loved how Accardion was drawn in a single continuous stroke, a line that bent and wove through itself. Now it was time for the moment of truth. Giving the ink a moment to dry, Caius picked up the page and reached for the rune, focusing for a moment to connect his pool to the working. Tugging at his mana, the paper went rigid, stiff. Then arcane force tore the mundane material to shreds. A crack echoed through the room, quickly followed by a flash of light. Caius cursed, blinking rapidly to clear the after image of the flash hung in his vision. Then he laughed as Porkchop let out a yelp of alarm, quickly followed by a crashing sound as something hit the floor. Shaking his hand, he nursed his slightly singed fingers. Caius didn't get to see it, but it was obvious that the paper must have detonated. He had expected that, but Porkchop clearly hadn't. Maybe he'd forgot to mention that. Oops, ding, true sight has reached level 2. The afterimage faded, revealing a shower of ash and embers that floated through the air. Across the room, Porkchop lay sprawled on the floor, the day bed knocked prone. His friend was staring at him with indignation. What the fuck was that, Caius? That, my friend, was a success. Caius replied with a wide grin, staring at the second notification that hung in his vision. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn? Rune Mastery Accardion Rare. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn? Rune Mastery Accardion Rare. Caius stared at the system notification that hung in his vision, feeling exceedingly pleased with himself. Getting offered the skill on his first attempt was evidence that all of those evenings spent in mind-bending study of runes had been worth it, that his father's exacting methods and intolerance of mistakes had worked. Mastery skills were interesting. They might boost competency, but you had to display some baseline capability before a skill would be offered to you by the system. It was an especially high bar for the runic arts. Your inscription didn't have to be perfect, but it did have to work. It took months of practice for that to even start to become a possibility. Even for him, with a grandmaster as his father, it had taken a lot of sweat and tears to get to this point. Caius, why the hells did that paper explode? Porkchop asked him, still lying on the floor after the shock of Caius's rune's spontaneous detonation had startled him from his seat. Caius refocused on his friend, scratching his head awkwardly. The paper couldn't handle the throughput of the rune, he offered. So you knew this would happen, Porkchop accused. Well, yes, but... Porkchop snorted, interrupting him. Usually you tell people before something blows up right next to where they are sleeping. Sorry, Will it happen again? Porkchop cut him off again. Will you keep blowing up paper? Every word flowed across the link slowly, Porkchop making his annoyance clear. Yes, Caius said, feeling a little silly that he had forgotten to warn his friend about the slightly volatile effects of scribing active runes onto mundane materials. I swear to all of your two-legged gods that if you manage to blow up this house as well, I will eat your boots. Porkchop pushed himself to his feet, walking out of the study. I'm going to nap on the bed. Come find me when you're done blowing stuff up. Sorry, Caius called after him, feeling a little bad. The feeling passed quickly, his excitement for his new skill returning in full force as he turned his attention back to his notification. Caius accepted his new Accardian mastery and pulled up the description of the skill. Rune Mastery Accardian, Level 1. Rare. Understanding relies on signs and symbols. These relations have weight. Once distilled into their purest form, power is all that remains. This skill improves the user's ability to create Accardian formations and increases the stability of the formations themselves. Each level slightly increases speed and accuracy when inscribing Accardian runes. Each level slightly increases stability of Accardian runes. Each level slightly increases memory and learning capacity of Accardian runes. Caius focused on the middle effect of the skill, increasing formation stability. It was runic stability that had led to his earlier sheet immolating, and was what had caused the destructive detonation that had ruined their last home. It was an interesting trait of runes. Many things could affect stability. Mana density, having too much of a single aspect, use of poor materials, mistakes in an inscription itself, all could have the effect of disastrously destabilizing a formation. Even if an unstable formation didn't collapse with as much excitement as his previous experiences, it would still invariably fail at some point. Perfect stability was basically a myth. There were too many variables to control for, and all formations eventually failed because of them. Still, skills that boosted that aspect were invaluable. He doubted that it was enough to stop the paper from burning, not at his level, but it might be enough to make it less explosive. Caius quickly moved to test it, redipping his pen and pulling another sheet from his stack. He kept to the same rune, drawing out. Strength a second time would make it far easier to tell how much the skill impacted the formation's inevitable failure. Different runes failed differently. He had no doubt that if he used sigils for decay or consumption, that the paper would have been far more likely to crumble into dust rather than ignite. The tip of his quill glided over the page in a single stroke, broken only to collect more ink from his well. He was faster and smoother than he had been only a few minutes before. His latest skill tweaked his movements, giving him the confidence to draw with haste. The curves and slashes of the sigil seemed to leap out to him, no time being wasted on remembering the exact angle of a line, nor if the stroke that crossed its center was 2 1/4 finger lengths or 2 1/8. Neither did he feel like his skill was writing for him. It was all him, just better. After a few minutes he was done. An almost identical copy to his first rune, only differentiated by its slightly cleaner linework, sat in front of him. As soon as the ink was dry, Caius snatched the page off the desk. He held it at arm's length, shielding his eyes with his other hand. A flicker of intent, and he linked the sigil to his mana. The page went rigid again, just for a moment. Then it burned, flashing into a fire as fast as he could blink, singeing his fingers and showering the hardwood desk with a cloud of glowing ash. Ding! Rune Mastery Accardian has reached level 2. It did not, however, explode. Success. Caius cackled, throwing his head back as a full-bodied laugh shook him in his seat. Runes, he was finally working with runes. It had been so long, years of effort to reach this point, and here he was at the finish line, finally starting the most important work he had for his class. Soon he would be able to cast. He would merge Runic Lexicon, quickly followed by mana manipulation, and then his work would truly start in earnest. Deep down he knew he had a lot to do. There were 2 more legacy skills, plus his final upgraded skill after that, and he had to cap everything at 20. No small task, but when he could finally cast, it would all be worth it. Every moment spent training, fighting, all of his arguments with his father, living in a forest in hiding. It would all be worth it if it led to him pioneering a new runic art. A true mage art, one that would let him fight up close with the power and flexibility of magic at his side. I heard that, weirdo, Porkchop called, his tone teasing. Caius snapped his mouth shut, cutting off his villainous laugh with a wince. He pushed his embarrassment out of his mind. He had more skills to earn. Experimenting with Accardian could wait until he had filled out his skill list. No point risking accidentally accepting a different rune-related skill when he was inevitably offered one. Also, maybe he should clean the desk. 2 failed runes had completely covered its varnished top in ash. If it got into the ink while he was inscribing, it could cause a failure. He stood up, cutting free a section from one of the curtains that draped down the sides of the window behind him, using the scrap to wipe up the dust as best he could. Sitting back down, Caius thought on which language to use next. He could use any of the 4, he knew that. He also couldn't help the fact that it had been burned into him for many, many years that his legacy skills had an exact order. It felt bloody wrong to just pick willy-nilly. Biting his nail, Caius decided to work outwards from the scripts he would use for his spellcasting body formation. He already had Accardian, which would make up the central keystone. Outside of that would be the controller, a dense working that would serve as his link and interface with the overall working. Imprinting spell-like effects into an object with runes was, well, not easy, but relatively straightforward, making those spells directably and intuitively controllable like a real spell. Far harder, you needed a dizzyingly complex array, something that could handle context with ease, something capable of handling arguments, something adaptable. After a lot of discussion, he and father had settled on using the Vhaxani script. For his niche use case, it was perfect. But from his father's lessons, he had quickly gotten the idea that Vhaxanish was only useful for niche edge cases. Frankly, whoever had discovered or invented it must have been demented. Sure, it was technically equally capable at doing just about anything, and it definitely was amazing for creating perfectly tailored command and control arrays. It was also categorically verbose, and its formations and arrays invariably ended up being a dozen or more times longer than any other option available. It was also notorious for being finicky. When working with such a long structure, a single syntax error could throw the whole thing off, causing weird quirks or catastrophic stability failures. If he was being honest with himself, it was shit, really shit, horrible to use, overly complicated, and unnecessarily confusing, even when compared to other notable offenders. It was also the best bet he had. That complexity was needed when he wanted to do something like creating a permanent self-sustaining body array with disposable spell sections that also linked to his mind and system. It was also the sole piece of his spell-casting formation that Haster had insisted he completely design himself. His father had still done all the legwork for the rest, including helping him brainstorm some spell hymns written in High Lothian. The controller itself, though, was far too complex and important. Father had done it all without asking for his input. Caius remembered that week. His father hunched over his notebook, furiously scribbling, tearing pages out in frustration, nearly throwing his whole damn book in the fire more than once. Anytime Caius had made so much as a peep, father had yelled at him to shut up. Only for him to wake, finding his father thrusting a page of what looked like a wheel of minuscule angled letters in his face, telling him that he had to memorize the entire thing, perfectly. It had taken another 3 weeks. Caius sighed. It was still going to take forever to finish a formation and get the skill. Worse, he had to do it without making any mistakes. Even a basic light formation would take him at least half an hour. Gods, he hated Vhaxani. Thank the hells that as soon as he had created his spell formation, he could forget the entire damned thing. Deciding he may as well just get on with it, Caius put his pen to the page, writing out dense swirling letters that coalesced into words 30 to 50 characters long. Each was small enough that he struggled with the necessary precision. Thankfully, one of the only positives of the script was that each individual letter was simplistic, barely more complicated than those of common. Even if there were 512 of them, Caius kept grumbling to himself, muttering 1,000 vile curses against the script's inventor as he scribed out a basic runic formation. Word by word, the lines of the script spiraled inwards, flowing according to Vhaxanish sacred geometry. Half an hour turned out to be an underestimate. A full hour later, Caius stared at his finished formation. Squeezing his fist rhythmically, Caius restrained himself from crumpling the damnable paper. It had been an exercise in frustration, not just due to the length, but having to stop every 5 seconds to double-check he had his characters correct or that his syntax was in order. It's over now. Just activate the rune. Get the skill. Caius thought to himself, breathing deeply. He reached out to his rune, intermeshing with it, connecting to his. No, it wouldn't connect to his. Mana, he'd made a mistake. Fuck, Caius yelled. Caius held the piece of paper between ink-stained fingers, his hands shaking slightly as he stared at the complex mess of a runic sigil that had taken him the better part of an hour to write. It had to work this time. It had to. He felt like he was going insane, poring over the grain-sized characters that built up into massive words, in turn whirling into curving lines of script. It wasn't his hand writing. That was perfect. His first attempt, the one that failed to connect to his mana, had been due to faulty substitutions, mixing up the 17th and 89th Vhaxanish characters. Easy to do. One was an upside-down equilateral triangle, the other an upside-down equilateral triangle with a slight flick on its left point. Failures 2 through 5 had been grammar issues. Basic things, but each one had caused the formation to burst into a shower of sparks the second he pushed mana through it. He'd fixed those. It had to be right now. Syntax was fine. Spelling was fine. He'd used the correct characters. The angles and crossover points on the lines of text were perfect. Caius took a shaky breath, reaching out to the sigil. Mana connected. A soft glow lit from the central point of the Vhaxanish formation, a ball of white light emerging to hover over its center. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn Rune Mastery Vhaxanish Rare? Thank the fucking gods, Caius cried, throwing his hands up in triumph and letting the formation flutter to the ground. Halfway it burst into flames, scattering ash across the floor. He accepted the skill in a rush, pulling up its description, unwilling to let a freak accident force him to spend any more time than was necessary on the utterly miserable script. Being forced to regain it would mean doing at least twice as many successful formations. Rune Mastery v Hacksanish, Level 1. Rare. Lesser minds do not understand the value of precision. This skill improves the user's ability to create V-Hacksanish formations and increases the stability of the formations themselves. Each level slightly increases speed and accuracy when inscribing V-Hacksanish runes. Each level slightly increases stability of V-Hacksanish runes. Each level slightly increases memory and learning capacity of V-Hacksanish runes. Oh, fuck off. Caius mumbled, reading the epigraph of the skill. That was ridiculous. V-Hacksanish was not fucking much. A noise from the doorway tore him away from his frustration. He looked up, finding Porkchop poking his head into the office. You give up yet? His friend asked. I'm hungry. Nope, Caius said, his voice a little more biting than he intended, still pissed off at his failures. So no food? Porkchop asked, his whole body drooping. He sounded devastated. Caius immediately felt bad. No, I got it, he said, pushing himself up and away from the desk. Porkchop perked up immediately, bounding away from the door. Race you to the kitchen. Laughing, Caius jumped into a sprint, tearing through the halls after his friend. Kaus leaned against one of the massive benches that lined the manor's kitchen. He assumed it must have been staffed by a good handful of cooks, tucked away as it was at the back of the ground floor. Though smaller than the barrack kitchen, it was still large enough to prepare food for several dozen people and had a larder stocked to match. He worked his way through the bowl of piping hot stew in his hands, wondering about the strange, numbing sensation that had spread through his mouth. He had to assume it came from the strange spice that Porkchop had insisted he use. It was nice enough, he supposed. A little citrusy. He wasn't sure how he felt about the numbing, though. He'd half thought that he'd been poisoned at first, or was having an allergic reaction. Porkchop loved it, though. Caius watched his friend momentarily come up for air before shoving his head back into the mixing bowl of food he had given him. It had taken a lot to convince him to wait long enough for it to not burn him. So good. Porkchop moaned. I don't even know why you do that. It's not like you're actually using your mouth to talk. Caius cocked his eye at his friend's antics. You do it, I do have to use my mouth to talk, he said with a grin. Porkchop pulled his head out of his bowl long enough to huff in Caius's direction before diving right back in. I hope we can visit some place like this one day. Not filled with goblins, I mean. We probably could, Caius responded. Maybe not exactly like this. I'm pretty sure this is modeled after a dwarven defome. More of a dwarf-only fortress than a proper city. But the stoneholds themselves accept travelers. It was weird at first seeing a city, so different from the forest. I can't even imagine how many people there must have been. Same, I didn't grow up much different. The frontier villages are nice, but they are terribly small, only a few hundred people. It's a bit too remote and rough at the edge of the frontier for most people. I visited Dedeker once. It's supposed to be a small city, but even that was overwhelming. I can't wait to see them. The villages, I mean. You mention them a lot. Do you have any friends there? Caius smiled, thinking about the small hamlets that he and his father used to visit a couple of times a year. A few, mostly in Threefields. It's where me and my father visited the most. Elendra and her father at the inn, the mayor, a few others. I'm not even really sure if I could call them friends. Friendly, sure, but I only got to see them a few times a year for a couple of days at a time. Just long enough for us to restock. Must have been lonely, Porkchop said. I can't imagine growing up without all of my siblings and cousins. The den was always crowded. Not really. Caius shook his head. I had my father, and my days were always full of things to do. Always more training after all. I like people and meeting them, but unless I know them well, being around a lot of them can be quite exhausting. It's a big part of why I want to be an explorer. Lots of sights to see, people to meet, but never getting too bogged down. Me too. The den was nice, but it got so boring after a while. Even the forest. After enough time, every tree is basically the same as the next. I'm looking forward to seeing more of what's out there. Porkchop said, wistful emotions bleeding across their link. Caius nodded. He couldn't wait to be free of this death trap. Admittedly, being down here was fantastic for training, and meeting Porkchop had been a blessing, but he missed the sun, the scent of pine on the wind, the stars hanging in the night. That didn't mean he was going to waste the opportunity. More champions, more loot, more honors, more skills. He dug his spoon into his stew, hurrying to get through the rest. He had to keep working on his runic lexicon. Caius walked back into the office, taking a seat at his desk. It was nice to take a meal break with Porkchop, and he felt comfortably full after the curiously spiced goat stew. Now, though, he had to get back to working on collecting his skills. He'd already successfully collected the scripts he needed for his keystone and controlling arrays. Now it was time for the script he needed for the linking array. It was a vital piece of the overall puzzle. His overall spell formation would be a disparate thing, made up of 5 different scripts working in tandem. That caused issues. Each style of runes had its own syntax, its own way of integrating separate arrays into an overall formation. He needed something to bind them together, to facilitate communication. Thankfully, it was not an uncommon problem for larger and more complex workings. Modern runecraft often relied on utilizing the strengths of specific scripts and linking them together. Centuries ago, it had been the sole purview of masters and grandmasters. Now it was something that any middling apprentice was supposed to understand, at least the theory of it. It was by no means a simple script, but it was far, far easier to learn than what was required to integrate separate scripts without it. Where previously one had to be at least master-level proficiency in each and every script they wanted to link, the supplementary allowed that with a mere working understanding of it and the other desired components. It had its own drawbacks. It was built for one purpose and one purpose alone. The supplementary couldn't be used for anything else. Often that meant that most did not truly dive deep into learning it until they were well into their journeyman years. After all, it wasn't until then that integrating scripts was really viable or useful. He was a little different. As a vital component of his spell array, he had needed to learn it immediately. Admittedly, his father's teaching had been entirely focused on its use with his other key 4 scripts and Gretchen's standard for ease of practice. Unfortunately, its sole use as a linking script meant that he would need to use it for that purpose. Thankfully, he already had an idea. A Accardian sigil of force, with a little basic shaping with Gretchen's standard, should be enough for his purposes. Far less painful than trying to merge vhaxenish at any rate. In the center of his page, he wrote out a single twisting and looping line, slowly coming together into the form of a force sigil. Accardian was nice to use as a baseline, its broad functionality responding well to shaping and controlling runes from a variety of forces. If he got his standard right, the formation should activate for long enough to tear the paper in half, something that would hopefully disrupt its working fast enough that he wouldn't shower his desk in more ash. He moved to his controlling array, quickly scribing the simplified runes of Gretchen's standard. Both the controller and the keystone had space for basic links, but they were incompatible, working off different syntax. Redipping his pen, Caius moved into the sharp, angular forms of Yasha's supplementary. It was mostly a geometric script, relying less on characters and sigils, and more on the natural ability of mana pathway geometry to affect the working. He started from the sigil of force, twisting his line so that sacred geometry would modulate the flow of mana, adjusting it into a form that would be recognized by the controller of Gretchen's standard. A few minutes later, he was finished. After waiting for the ink to dry, Caius picked up the sheet. Holding it at arm's length, he held his breath as he reached out to the formation with his mana, nudging a little through the working. The page tore in half. Caius grinned. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn Rune Mastery Yasha's Supplementary Rare? Yes, Rune Mastery Yasha's Supplementary, Level 1. Rare. If you cannot make something so easy that a journeyman could do it, you were never really a grandmaster. This skill improves the user's ability to create Yasha's supplementary arrays and increases the stability of the arrays themselves. Each level slightly increases speed and accuracy when inscribing Yasha's supplementary runes. Each level slightly increases stability of Yasha's supplementary runes. Each level slightly increases memory and learning capacity of Yasha's supplementary runes. Caius took in his new skill, happy to have gotten it done on the first try. It really hammered in how awful. Vhaxenish was, oh well, on to the next one. The grind never stops after all. Caius sat at the head of a grand dining table, 9 high-backed seats lining each side with a long tablecloth embroidered with heraldry draping over its center. After 2 full days cooped up in the manor's office, he had decided he needed a change of scenery. Sitting at the head of the table was weird, an experience far removed from his rather rustic upbringing in the arboreal sea. He felt like a kid playing at a noble. The whole thing got another confusing twist to it when everything was just a little too short for him. Oh well, at least the chair was terrifically comfy. Porkchop had decided to join him again, lounging on a plush carpet that sat in front of a roaring hearth. After dinner last night, they had done some more exploring of the multi-floored manor, eventually managing to stumble across a treasure trove of wood and coal in some unmarked closet tucked into one of the narrow servant corridors that twisted through the house's ground floor. After a good sleep and a hearty breakfast of pork and eggs, Caius was ready to tackle the last 2 of his remaining runic mastery skills. Neither of them should be too difficult, at least in comparison. That was the mind-numbing exercise in frustration that was Vhaxenish. Once he had all 5, he planned on getting as much initial practice as he could through scribing formations on paper. That would, however, inevitably run out, nor would he be able to use that for anything larger or more complex than the most basic of workings. Warding the house and surrounding area was bound to get him the rest of the way there, and would give them some extra much-needed security besides. As it stood, Lounging around in a manor at the center of a depths-constructed city full of goblins wasn't exactly what he would consider safe. He might have been convinced to leave his armor unadorned inside of the bedroom he had been using, but he still wore his sword buckled at his hip at all times. Wards would go a long way to mitigate that anxiety. If it wasn't for the benefits of levels, he probably would have eschewed practicing on paper at all. However, most of the more effective warding he knew, especially those that incorporated his chosen scripts, was only known in theory. He needed every boost he could get if he wanted to translate that into runic arts utilized in practice. He twiddled his quill, twirling it between his fingers, thinking. The next script he needed to work on was High Lothian. It was perhaps the script that would see the most use in his spell formation, at least in terms of his regularity of inscribing with it. It was a complex script, though not quite as bad as Vhaxanish. It was also rather flexible, and was notoriously good at being used to define and shape spell-like effects. That was what he intended to use it for, runic spell hymns. While the rest of his spell formation would be permanent, the hymns themselves would be consumable by nature. His goal was to burn the overall formation to his body and his mana pool, creating an immutable self-sustaining formation. However, that was just the machinery that would let him cast spells. The spells themselves would be High Lothian inscriptions entirely in their own right. The casting formation would hold them in stasis, drawing on his mana pool to reserve some of his mystic might inside of the spell hymn. Once called upon, the spell would burn, consuming itself in an instant to cast his desired hymn. Twice, he and his father, mostly father, had spent weeks trying to find a way around this. It unfortunately looked like it was a hard limitation of his attempted style of magecraft. Every time they tried to make a hymn permanent, it required consciously channeled mana to activate, completely defeating the point of the exercise. No, he needed to cast at the speed of thought, which meant sacrificing staying power in favor of focused instant bursts. That fact had made High Lothian the best contender as a script to use for the hymns themselves. Yes, it was complex, and yes, it was finicky. It was also dense and incredibly flexible. Any spell effect he could think of could be programmed into a High Lothian hymn. Even better, most of the complexity came from properly planning any given hymn, due to the extensive number of characters and contextual grammar of the script. Once memorized, he would be able to inscribe a given spell hymn relatively quickly, at least compared to other scripts which made it easier to create spells, but harder to inscribe them. Unfortunately, even if High Lothian was technically capable of spell hymns up to the 5th tier, the highest tier of advancement, currently discovered his spell casting formation, was only capable of handling spells up to the 1st. Anything more than that would put undue stress on his body, his father had said. He'd been willing to risk it. Father had not, and without his help the entire exercise was dead in the water. It wasn't the end of the road, not by any means. He was counting on a class that heavily incorporated this unique style of magecraft that he was pioneering. Almost everyone who managed to use something novel before class selection was offered something similar. That was reasonably common. A runewrite might start with a skill that allowed them to directly empower a formation of the 1st tier, and then when they evolved their class as they passed through the level 200 barrier, entering the 2nd tier, that skill would usually evolve to include formations of that tier as well. In the end, that was all in the future. For now, he had to get his High Lothian skill, then he could move on to his last. Caius stopped twirling his quill, dipping the pen in his ink. He decided to write out a runic hymn for a spark, what may as well have been a cantrip. Most runic spell hymns were used in the creation of wands and staves and the like, implements that allowed a mage to channel mana to create a given spell effect. They were mightily expensive things and invariably broke after a number of casts. Barely anyone used them, only rich magi who could afford the expense to round out their build or hold on to a hidden ace. The script wound across the page, taking the shape of an arrow. It was the basic structure for evocation effects, ones that he intended to make heavy use of. Dense characters scrawling, Caius worked fast. Spark was one of a handful of spell effects he had memorized for use in casting. This one needed slight tweaks, as his father had taught him how to modify them for use in his specialized body formation, so he did still have to sit and think every now and then. He finished quickly, letting the page sit for a moment to dry before he lay his hand over the page, channeling his mana. There was a slight crack as the formation activated. The runes sparked, arcing to the tip of Caius's finger. A moment later and the formation overloaded, immolating the page. Caius yanked his hand back, shaking it to distract himself from the jolting sting of the zap. Shit, that's smarts, Porkchop chuffed, looking over to him in amusement. Did you mess up again? Nope. Caius said happily, sticking his tongue out at his friend. Just may have forgotten that activating a spark array without any targeting or control components leads to it zapping whatever's closest. Porkchop snorted at him before settling his head back on his paws. Good thing you didn't use that bolt spell like you wanted to then. Caius winced. Originally he'd planned on using Arcane Bolt, the only spell hymn of the 1st tier that he knew. It was a spell he intended on testing his casting formation with when he finally got to make it. He wanted to get some practice in inscribing it, but Porkchop had rightly pointed out that his paper formations were already literally exploding. Good thing he'd listened, Caius thought as he scratched his head. Otherwise, he might be nursing a wound that was a lot worse than a little zap. Still, undirected or not, the spell him had worked. The notification that rang in the corner of his mind attested to that. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn Rune Mastery High Lothian Rare? Accepting the skill immediately, Caius pulled up its description. Rune Mastery High Lothian, Level 1. Rare. Wield the language of the arcane, seal and constrain the mystic with sacred hymns. The power of magi yours to obtain, limited only by time, material, and capability. This skill improves the user's ability to create High Lothian spell hymns and increases the stability of the spell hymns themselves. Each level slightly increases speed and accuracy when inscribing High Lothian runes. Each level slightly increases stability of High Lothian runes. Each level slightly increases memory and learning capacity of High Lothian runes. Smiling as he read the description, Caius brushed the ashen remnants of his last formation off of the table, clearing the space for his continued work. Refusing to take a break to celebrate, he sat back down and grabbed another leaf of paper. He was down to his final script, the one he would need for containment and stabilization arrays. It was another vital part of his spell casting formation, one that was almost ubiquitous in all body formations. Most runic inscriptions relied on consistent geometry and smooth and uniform materials to maintain their stability. Body formations did not and could not have the same advantages. By definition, the body was a dynamic organism. Surfaces twisted and shifted, distorting the formation. Muscles and blood moved freely. All this and much more were what made body formations so ruinously difficult to create. Caius could only hope that he would have as much success as the ancient runewrite, that his own name would similarly last through the millennia. Once again, he started by scribing another Accardian sigil on the center of his page, this time returning to strength. Around it, he scribed a Simnon stabilizing array. It was a geometric script, encircling his central sigil in overlapping circles, tessellated triangles, and more. Moment of truth, Caius thought, finishing the formation with a final flick of his quill. He reached for the page, sinking his mana into the formation. The page snapped to rigidity. Caius clenched his fist, waiting. The page lay there. He reached out, tentatively lifting the formation. The page was as stiff as wood, strong and proud in his hand, stable. A few heartbeats later, and the inherent weakness of the instability reared its head. It immolated slowly, starting from the very center of the Accardian sigil. The moment it started to burn into the geometry of his Simnon array, the stabilizing force collapsed, instantly combusting the rest of the page. Caius grinned as another notification started to blare in his mind. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn Rune Mastery Simnon Rare? Seeing that the system had offered him the skill he wanted, Caius smiled. It was the last he needed for Runic Lexicon. Now he just needed to practice. That would come later. First he had to check his latest skill, Rune Mastery Simnon Level 1. Rare. Bind chaos, weave stability into the unpredictable. Find common disorder and force the mutable to be concrete. This skill improves the user's ability to create Simnon stabilizing arrays and increases the stability of the arrays themselves. Each level slightly increases speed and accuracy when inscribing Simnon runes. Each level slightly increases stability of Simnon runes. Each level slightly increases memory and learning capacity of Simnon runes. Caius nodded as he read the description. Nothing about it was a surprise, after all. It had the same effects as his previous 4 rune mastery skills. I'm guessing by your vacant stare that you got the skill, Porkchop asked, having readjusted by the hearth to look at him. Dismissing his notification, Caius focused on his friend. Yeah, all done for now. Just need to get them to the cap, so we can take a break and go exploring. As much as I love hanging around on beds and eating cooked food, it's getting a little stale. Porkchop said, lounging by the fire. Sorry, Caius apologized. He knew his friend must be bored. Hells, Caius would be too if he had no skills to work on. Unfortunately, he needed to get this done. Can you handle a few more days? I want to churn through the early levels as fast as I can. After that, I was thinking I could work on setting up alarm wards and the like around the neighborhood. Explore and scavenge some of the other manors while we do it. Porkchop groaned, slumping dramatically to the floor. Fine, but you can wait a few hours. I'm hungry. If I have to sit around doing nothing while you scribble on paper, you can cook for me while you do. Caius smiled. I suppose I could use a break, he said, stretching before rising from his chair. Come on, I want to show you what a roast is. Pretending to be calm about the prospect of an exciting new dish, Porkchop continued to lay on the floor, for all of 3 seconds that is. Then he tore off, claws clattering against the polished stone floor as he sprinted for the kitchen. Race you. Caius crouched by the wall of the alley, feeling his mana slowly drain away as he connected another swooping line to a dense nexus of Yasha's runes that served to interface his central Accardian sigil with the rest of the detection formation. It was slow work, but satisfying. He and Porkchop had been at it for just over 3 weeks now, and his constant work had pushed his skills nicely. Each and every single one was closing in on level 15. The impact of the skills was noticeable now. Runes and formation plans practically leapt into his mind, and he could scribe them out what felt like twice as fast with half the errors. Finishing the detection formation, Caius stood back, surveying his work. 2 dense knots of runes had been scribed at chest height on both of the alley walls. A braided line connected the two, crossing the alley proper. Ding. Rune Mastery Accardian has reached level 15. Ding. Rune Mastery Vhaxenish has reached level 11. Ding. Rune Mastery High Lothian has reached level 14. It was an ugly thing, inefficient and cumbersome for a simple alarm, patently unsuitable for regular use. Off of the top of his head, he could think of 3 different scripts that could do the same thing for less mana, less time inscribing, and with less complexity. Total jank. But it was jank that utilized all 5 of his runic scripts that he had mastery skills for, so it was good training. He'd keyed it to both himself and Porkchop, so if anything other than them crossed its boundaries, it would let off a hellish shriek that should be inaudible to everyone else. Most alarm formations would have some sort of targeting system, one that would prevent a stray mouse from setting them off, either by coding in specific targets or having an extensive whitelist. Trying to do that would have been an absolute nightmare with Vhaxenish, so he simply hadn't. It wasn't like he'd seen anything living down here other than goblins, and they were the whole reason he was warding the alleys near the manor anyway. As much as he was pretty sure that the goblins weren't roaming outside of their little groups, pretty sure was a great way to end up dead in the depths. No one wanted to wake up to find a goblin rogue gnawing on their throat, after all. Exploring the area was also a fantastic way to keep Porkchop from complaining while he worked on his skills, something that was not to be undervalued, as it turned out that his friend was a massive moaner. If Porkchop was to be believed, gnawing your own leg off was preferable to being bored. Happy with his work, Caius turned to the complainer in question. Porkchop was waiting at the mouth of the alley. Fully dressed in his barding, the meals was absolutely laden with bulging sacks of goods that they had looted from the other manors. All done, he said, smiling as Porkchop chuffed in obvious relief. Want to check out another manor on our way back? Yes, please, they have so much strange food, I don't even know how you remember it all. Caius laughed. Most of it is weird to me too, it's just that if you cook enough you kinda get a feel for how things should be used. Besides, I do have Explorer's Toolkit helping out a bit. Still impressive. I want to see if we can find more of that strange pork. Caius nodded in agreement. He considered himself a big eater, and Porkchop could down quadruple what he could easily. Without having to ration themselves like they had before, they had absolutely churned through the supplies that had already been in the manor they now called home. That had pushed them to start raiding the kitchens of surrounding manors for choice goods. About a week back they had found a leg of what Caius was pretty sure was pork. It was heavily salted, but mouth-wateringly savory. In the end, he'd found it worked best when sliced super thin, and the cured meat had quickly grown into one of their favorites. Once they finished it, Porkchop had quickly grown obsessed with finding more. Unfortunately, the manors seemed to hold nothing else of value. Candelabras that he would have expected to be silver were iron, and there was a conspicuous lack of anything resembling jewels or ornamentation in the dressing rooms. He supposed the depths didn't want them growing too wealthy without a fight. No matter, they'd been getting more than enough wealth from the champions. They left the alley, heading towards an unsearched manor that they had marked earlier. How much longer until you are ready to merge? I'm looking forward to helping you with mana manipulation. Contested casting is so much fun, almost as good as wrestling. A week, maybe 2. I'm most of the way there, but the last levels are always the slowest, he explained, peering through the windows of manors as they walked past. I'm planning on warding the windows and doors of our base. Doing some unnecessarily convoluted shielding formations should do the trick. Porkchop had been asking him that question every second day since he had suggested that method for leveling his upcoming manipulation skills. If 2 people tried to manipulate the same mana, they had to contest wills to gain control. The added difficulty would be fantastic for skill growth, and Porkchop was competitive enough that he had jumped on the idea. I'm going to crush you, Porkchop said, nudging him. I'm sure you are, buddy. I'm sure you are, Caius said, laughing as he gave Porkchop a friendly shove. He barely moved. Come on, we're almost at the manor. Caius frowned in concentration as he scrawled runes around one of the massive bay windows that dotted the ground floor of the manor they had been staying in for the last several weeks. It was the last on the floor, and if he was lucky that last, he needed to finish off his runic mastery skills in preparation for their merging into Runic Lexicon. As he had suspected, the warding formation he had come up with was a hideously complex mess, requiring that he inscribe not just the window frame, but the very glass itself. Thankfully, with his stylus artifact that he had looted from the warg-riding champion outside of the city, that was not too much of an issue. The nightmarish mishmash of scripts, on the other hand. It had, however, been fantastic practice, not just for his skills, but simply getting the feel for how each of the scripts worked in tandem. Runic lexicon would improve that, and the fact that he had his spell-casting formation pre-planned would also be a boon. It still helped to grow his confidence, jumping straight into what was perhaps the most important formation of his life, and one that could seriously injure him if he made a mistake, would have been entirely foolhardy. Taking a steady breath to hone his focus, Caius connected the final few lines of the formation. He stepped back, watching it like a hawk as he held his breath. He couldn't see any imperfections, and considering the growth. True sight is seen due to his scrutiny of his recent works. That was saying something. The rune sucked in mana from the atmosphere, slowly suffusing the ward, a thin glowing gas siphoning into the collection arrays he had set high up in the frames. It had taken a lot of planning, and a few shattered walls, before he had managed to get a handle on how to modulate its intake in the increased density of mana inside of the depths. Thankfully, he'd had the foresight to practice warding in the alleys first, so their base camp was untouched. The mana clicked into place, formation activating. A thin shimmer covered the window, true sight revealing the protective barrier. Notifications streamed into Caius's mind. Ding, intelligence has reached level 17. Ding, true sight has reached level 8. Ding, Rune Mastery V Haxenish level 20. Ding, Rune Mastery Yash's supplementary level 20. Ding. Rune Mastery Simon has reached level 20. He'd done it. Finished off the skills, all in record time. He was ready to merge. These last three had been stubborn. Icardian had been the quickest. He managed to cap the skill before he even started to ward the manor. High Lothian wasn't far behind, with the complexity of the noise spells he had been including in the alarm wards in the alleys. Still, it was finally over. Excitement shot through him, a wide grin splitting his face as he absorbed his success at taking another step closer to his class. His escape. Turning with a whoop, Caius leapt towards where Porkchop was waiting, throwing his arms around his friend and wrestling him to the ground. Growling in faux outrage, Porkchop retaliated, tossing him around with his superior strength, pinning him. "I submit," Caius yelled playfully as he laughed. "It's done then." Porkchop asked, looking down at him as he took his paw off his chest. "It's done, I'm ready, thank the gods. Let's celebrate." "Oh," Caius asked, giving his friend a questioning look as he pushed himself up off the ground. "What did you have in mind?" "Stew, with potatoes," Porkchop said to Caius's complete and utter lack of surprise. "And I suppose that you will be making it for me, since we are celebrating my achievement." Caius grinned. Porkchop went quiet. "Look, I have claws. We both know you are making the stew. Just let me have this." Caius laughed, taking the lead to head towards the kitchen. "All right, I'm ready for a break anyway." Inscribing that ward made it feel like my brain was melting. He did need a break. The constant stress on his mana pool from channeling the resource through his stylus was exhausting, taxing on the mind in a way that only sleep seemed to fix. Trying to merge the skills now would be idiotic. Tomorrow, though, he'd be doing it first thing, no matter how much Porkchop begged for breakfast. Runic lexicon, true sight, he knew that it would require a devoted effort to ignore the calls of his legacy skills as he went through the merging process. Thankfully, with each step on his path, the amount of skills that needed to be merged decreased. He doubted that even with his drive and capped willpower that he would be able to handle the strain of merging more than 5. He could do this. It was time. His inner world spun into existence, sharp and defined. Where previously entering his soul space felt like puppeting a marionette, now he felt in control, more able to visualize and direct his will. His soul burned with a warm orange fire, lighting up the nebulae of his resources, pulling the crystal shards of his general skills into its orbit. A full half of them glimmered with the platinum shine he had come to expect from legacy skills. A testament to his steadily growing foundation, though only one had buttressed up against the imposed cap on growth that the system imposed on the unclassed. The other half glimmered, almost overshadowed by the aura of their superior cousins. Each and everyone bled meaning into the void, their energies twisting and turning into mind-bending geometric shapes. His runic mastery skills. At this point, spinning out his initial thread of soulfire was simplicity itself. He took a moment to weave it tighter, visualizing it less like a diffuse rope of fire and more a wire of metallic gold, condensing it into a strengthened form. The image weighed on his mind, but he knew the bond would be necessary, would help to anchor his soul more securely to his first skill, help him to ignore the siren song of his legacy skills, already whispering their obsession into his mind. He lunged for his first skill, wrapping it in a gilded net of soul stuff. Icardian shrieked of truth, of philosophy. It condensed the world into its core principles, leaning on layered meanings to hide profound mysteries in a single sentence. It connected to something higher, acknowledging that interpretation and context was where true insight was formed. The weight of the skill settled heavily on his brow, dragging at his willpower. Caius grit his teeth, staying focused as his legacy skills shrieked, screaming for his attention. He moved on, feeling sweat starting to bead on his brow. Reaching out to his soul once more, Caius took the time to spin out another metallic wire of soul stuff that shined with inner light. A finger length at a time he pulled it from its soul. It was agonizingly slow, every added moment giving his legacy skills more space to resonate, demanding that he connect with them. It was worth it, the extra density of the connection remaining steadfast against their covetous desire. He touched the next skill. It was exacting, uncompromising. There was only one truth, one correct way to interpret the union of the physical and magical. To be inaccurate was to give false commands. How could one expect obeisance from mana when one could not even direct it clearly? Complexity was necessary if one wanted to truly describe the myriad complexities of the heavens. Holding his mind steady under the buffeting winds of meaning, Caius watched as the skill pulsed with light, connecting to his soul. Tension spiked as the call of his legacy skills redoubled, rising into a hellish squeal that tore at his mind like an ice pick. He grit his teeth, the physical pain spreading through his jaw keeping him grounded. Another wire of soul condensate shot from his soul, moving with speed as he grew used to condensing his inner self into a stable speed. Wrapping around his next skill, he dove into it, feeling its depths before his other skills could call to him once again. Yash's supplementary was relaxed. Understanding of the confusion and difficulty that could arise when concepts struggled to cross barriers in communication. It was such a foreign concept to Caius. That truth was not universal. That meaning did not have one description. Yash had known, and as such so did his skill. It was a mediator, one that heard, understood, and passed on, twisting the message so that it was received correctly, its core preserved untouched. It did not seek to explain, merely translate. The skill connected, a shockwave echoing through Caius's innermost self. The three skills he had connected to his soul started to resonate, singing with joy at a coming union. His legacy skills raged, the metaphysical weight of potential whipping them into new heights of furor. Caius pushed on, his nails digging into his palm. Lashed in golden wire, High Lothian spoke to him. It called to the deft mysteries of magic, the immutable secrets of magecraft, observed, understood, transcribed. Magic might have been a higher force, but it was still bound by laws, shaped by rules. Will and intent might suffice, but true control came from direction and control, not manipulation. Bound by logic and argument, diffused power could ignite into so much more. Binding to his soul, High Lothian joined the growing chorus. 4 rune mastery skills, leashed to his inner fire, began to shake, quaking with an intensity of desire, waiting on the cusp of something more. Garbed in platinum luminance, his other skills raged, avaricious of the attention they did not receive, buffeting Caius's soul with their power as they scorned him. It drove his mental agony to new heights. Yet Caius was no stranger to pain, to the strain of overburdened will. A hoarse yell slipped free of his throat, breaking the silence of the office. It went unnoticed as his entire being focused inwards, dragging a new connection to his last skill, resisting the pull of platinum shards of power. Heat trickled free from his nose, health torrented from his soul space. The last skill connected. His legacy skills fell blessedly silent, defeated. Impressions tore through his mind. Simon had no interest in the categorization and binding of the world. Oh sure, it was valuable, but it was exactly that value that it had interest in. Such a fragile thing, so rigid, so easily torn out of alignment with deeper truth. A moment of instability was all it took, and something precious was lost forevermore. Simon was a guardian, a protector of the fragile insight that sought to bring order to chaos. For a moment all stood still, then there was a pulse of yellow fire, rocketing out from his soul, burning across links and penetrating the new union of skills. A single crystalline note rose above the hateful shrieking of his legacy skills, resonating. Moving quickly, Caius threaded soul fire between the skills. Feeling how they fit together, it was an easier link than most. All runic scripts sought to impress order and insight onto the inherent mutable chaos of mana. Sure, they each did so differently, and some were more focused than others, but all stood in service of a common purpose. He connected the final lash of gold. Skills slipped together, crashing with violent excitement. In a final conflagration they detonated, forming a nebulae of power, insight, and meaning. Ding, skill merge detected. Would you like to proceed? Caius accepted the system's assistance, feeling its controlled power settle around the diffuse potential of his dissolved skills, mixing them, urging them to condense. Under the system's ministrations, his own will, and the pull of his soul, the cloud started to spin, crystallizing into a new form. The burgeoning skill hit critical mass, collapsing with a pulse of force, buffeting his soul. Another shard of platinum slipped free of his grip, drifting to join its now silent brothers and sisters in orbit around his inner fire. Ding, skill merged, runic lexicon obtained. Taking a deep breath, Caius relaxed his body, letting his jaw unclench and his hands loosen. He opened his eyes, taking a moment to simply drink in his success. This was a major milestone. Not just representing a crossing of the halfway mark, but one that brought him within a stride of finally being able to work on his casting. Jittery excitement bubbled away at the thought. Sure, it wouldn't be easy, even with runic lexicon, mana manipulation, and having pre-designed his formation. Actually imprinting the thing would be enough of a challenge in its own right. At the very least, he would be surprised if by the end of it he hadn't capped both of those legacy skills. Caius shook off his musings, turning his attention back towards his newest skill. He pulled up its description. Runic lexicon, level 1. Unusual. Embody the unity of knowledge, transcribe order from chaos, bring harmony to the discordant, and power to the inscribed. This skill improves the user's ability to create runic formations and increases the stability of the formations themselves. Formations utilizing certain languages have their efficacy slightly increased. Each level moderately increases speed and accuracy when inscribing runes. Each level moderately increases stability of runes. Each level moderately increases memory and learning capacity of runes. Each level minutely increases the power of formations utilizing the Accardian, Vhaxenish, Yash's Supplementary, High Lothian, and Simnon runic scripts. Merged from Rune Mastery Accardian, Rune Mastery Vhaxenish, Rune Mastery Yash's Supplementary, Rune Mastery High Lothian, Rune Mastery Simnon. Caius honed in on the final part of the skill's description. He had known that it would provide some kind of boost to the scripts that he had used to create it, but a broad boost in power had been beyond his hopes. It raised questions. If his spell-casting formation was bound to his body, would it receive continual boosts as he raised the skill's level, or would the skill only affect formations at the moment of their creation? He hesitated to lean one way or the other. For normal formations, he was almost certain that they were only impacted at the moment of inscription. Disconnected from his soul, he doubted that his skill would be able to impact them from a distance. Yet his spellcasting formation would be bound to his body, linked to his mana, and by extension his inner self, something that should provide the skill a pathway to continually impact it. He hoped so. One of the main drawbacks for his attempt at casting was a lack of general skills that would improve his spells. All magi had those. It seemed he might too if his suspicions proved correct. Caius heard a chuff from behind him. Jumping a full stride in the air in shock, Caius spun to find Porkchop standing patiently just inside the office. "Hell's Porkchop," he yelled, pushing his sweat-sodden hair out of his face as he let out a slow breath. "I thought you were sleeping." "I was," Porkchop snorted, "until you started yelling like you were being stabbed." Caius gave his friend an awkward smile. He did vaguely remember making a bit of noise, though he didn't think it had been that loud. "Sorry, getting towards the end of my legacy. The call of the already completed skills is getting a lot," he explained. "I know, it only gets worse from here," Porkchop said solemnly. "Now come on, let's go eat breakfast. I can thrash your manipulation skills after we are done." Caius grinned. Breakfast sounded good. He wasn't sure how long he had been working on Runic Lexicon, but it must have been a while. He was starving. After a hearty breakfast of fried eggs, buttered toast, and some seared meat that tasted like a cross between fish and beef, Caius and Porkchop moved to one of the manor's sitting rooms. It was a better fit for their purposes, with a tall ceiling and wide open spaces that provided them more than enough space for their mana manipulation practice. Holding an armful of firewood, Caius loaded up the hearth. He left it unlit. Sitting in such proximity to open flame would almost certainly increase the availability of fire mana, something that would only disrupt his practice of his first skill, air manipulation. He sat cross-legged on the plush rug, facing Porkchop, who settled down across from him, devoting more of his attention to True Sight. The world lit up in a wash of colors. He could still see perfectly fine, but a strange double layering of sight revealed the hidden mystic world, covering his surroundings in a mist. Most of it was an almost eggshell blue, unaspected mana, while the rest was a smattering of the core aspects: air, fire, earth, and water. There were dozens of other shades and tints flickering in his sight, but they were ephemeral, their fleeting forms too small, too quick, for him to really get their measure. It would have been easy with a manipulation skill, any of them, but until then he had to rely on his sight alone. "Ready?" Porkchop asked him. Caius nodded and watched as Porkchop's brows furrowed in focus, one ear quivering as eddies started to swirl through the atmospheric mana. Slowly, all other colors were pushed back as air mana was drawn in, pooling into a cloud. Over time, Caius watched the cloud grow as Porkchop started to slowly convert unaspected mana. Once the cloud of mana had grown to the size of his chest and had gotten dense enough to stand out amongst the background, Porkchop visibility relaxed. Though Caius noted that he still looked at the gathered air mana with intensity, he couldn't imagine it was easy. All manipulation skills could influence mana, but specialized ones such as crystal manipulation lost a lot of their flexibility and efficiency when working with other aspects. Is that enough?" Porkchop asked. Could get the skills he needed by himself, but it would be much, much harder. Without a skill, interacting directly with mana was tough, even without having to sift for trace aspects while ignoring all others. He stuck his hand into the cloud, watching as the creamy blue mana swirled in response to his movement. If he hadn't known better, he would have thought that it was shifting as his arm disturbed the air. It wasn't. Mana didn't exist on a physical level. Instead, it reacted to his natural mana density, shifting out of the way. Reaching into the center with his will, he drew on his own internal pool, circulating a thread of mana down his arm and around his hand, bringing it back to complete a loop with his pool. He focused on the mana in the air, letting faint traces of his own pool diffuse through his skin, saturating the cloud of air mana with traces of that which he had branded as his own. If Porkchop wanted to, it would have been simplicity itself for his friend to wipe away the imprinted mana. Instead, Porkchop aided him, encouraging the air mana to mingle with his own. He focused, trying to sense the mana that had left his body. He didn't need much, just to slip his hold over the thin layer of air mana around his hand, a hair's breadth at most. It felt like trying to catch a greased hog. Every time he thought he felt a trace of the foreign mana, it slipped through his fingers. Furrowing his brows, Caius turned all of his senses towards his task. There, after the first, it grew easier, more and more motes coalescing out of the cloud that Porkchop held steady for him. Once it had accumulated to something the size of a walnut, he bore down on the small collection of mana he had gathered, holding it in place. He withdrew his hand from the cloud, a small gleaming orb hovering a few hairs above his palm coming with it. That was the easy part. Now he had to stop expending his own mana while still keeping his grip on the aspect. Sweat dripped from his brow. With inexorable slowness, Caius choked off the circulating mana in his arm, the diffusion through his palm stemming. The orb of air mana in his hand shook, quivering as it threatened to disperse. Caius grunted, gritting his teeth as he focused on the orb, commanding it to stay, to obey his will. For once he thanked his experience with withstanding the call of his legacy skills during skill merging. Without that crucible to forge his will, he knew that he would stand far less chance of being successful. Finally, the mana emitting from his palm cut out entirely, leaving the aspected ball condensed only through the power of Caius's demands. The system acknowledged his achievement. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn air manipulation rare? Caius gasped, letting out a breath he hadn't even realized he was holding. He released his mental grip on the orb in his palm, the mana dispersing like smoke in the wind. Porkchop still held his own, much larger, cloud in place with a look of concentration on his face, waiting for him to be ready. Knowing that holding a foreign aspect would be at best burdensome, Caius hurriedly accepted his new skill and brought up its description. Air Manipulation, Level 1. Rare. Feel the breath of the world. This skill enables mental control of mana, especially that of the air aspect. Other aspects and unaspected mana can be controlled with vastly increased difficulty. Each level minutely increases control over air-aspected mana. Each level infinitesimally increases control over mana. Caius nodded as he read the skill, quickly dismissing the notification to focus back on the cloud of air mana that hung in the space between him and Porkchop. Ready for me to kick your ass, Caius said with a cocky grin, his eyes never leaving the cloud. Porkchop snorted, his own focus remaining steady. You wish. With his newest skill, Caius could feel the cloud of mana in a way he hadn't been able to a moment before. It pressed on his mind like a phantom limb, like he could just reach out. He grabbed the mana, wrapping his grip around it, trying to yank it towards himself. The mana resisted his efforts, Porkchop twitching in concentration as he worked to counteract him. Caius might have had the advantage with the correct manipulation skill, but Porkchop's crystal manipulation was a legacy skill, and higher level to boot. Caius grunted, resisting the urge to snatch out at the mana physically as he bent his whole mind to the task. His breath started to come heavier, eyes held wide as he burned a hole in the cloud of air mana with his gaze. It wavered slightly. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 2. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 3. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 4. The quick succession of dings was joined by a surge in strength, ripping a small section of mana away from Porkchop's control, slowly pulling it towards him. His friend growled, redoubling his efforts to yank the mana back, reasserting his control. The thin sliver of mana quivered, a headache coming on with full force as Caius yanked against his friend's grip. Ding. Air manipulation has reached level 5. Ding. Air manipulation has reached level 6. His skill leveled again. The boost in power wasn't enough. Not only was Porkchop's skill simply better, the bastard had more. Willpower, being a greater beast, had its drawbacks, but the fact that each stat point did more gave Porkchop a clear edge in their mental battle. The wisp of gas that Caius had claimed threatened to rejoin Porkchop's horde. He couldn't let that happen. He'd never hear the end of it. Never taking his eyes off the prize, Caius lashed out, booting Porkchop in the shoulder. His friend let out a yelp. As soon as his friend's focus slipped, he ripped the air mana towards him. All of it. The weight of it causing his ears to ring. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 7. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 8. Cheater, Porkchop growled. Caius merely laughed, redoubling his grip on the mana. Set some ground rules next time. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Porkchop grumbling, his hackles raising. For a moment, Caius thought he would pounce. Then his friend grew focused, switching back to the cloud of mana. A titanic force tore at his mental grip, wrenching the gathered energy back to where it had been. The sudden jar to his mind caused his ears to ring, a thudding ache settling in at the base of his skull. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 9. Ding, intelligence has reached level 18. Another level, more control. He yanked with all of his mental might, just barely slowing the aspected power on its inexorable journey back to Porkchop's embrace. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 10. Their battle of wills continued, Caius desperately trying to wrench control of the ball of air mana away from Porkchop. His levels quickly began to slow, but they didn't stop. Every few minutes a ding would sound in his mind, bringing with it a finer dexterity and a firmer grip. His headache started to fade, though his face still dripped with the sweat of exertion. Porkchop was a stout combatant, refusing to give up ground. Every time he got a little better, or they became more evenly matched, he would add something new. Even capped, manipulation skills had a lot of depth to them. Caius was a novice, completely inexperienced with making use of his newest skill. It was like he had been granted arms for the first time. Instinctually grabbing and pulling might have been easy, but delicate work was not. In contrast, Porkchop had been inducted into the system far younger than he'd had crystal manipulation for years. At first it was little tricks, spinning the gaseous orb so that his mental grip slipped off it. Then he started changing shapes, weaving the mana into ever-shifting ropes. The pressure to keep up was immense, one that pushed him to his absolute limits. Every time he started to get a handle on it, Porkchop ramped up, adding something new into their competition. That wasn't to say it was easy for his friend. Even with all of his focus directed to maintaining his tenuous connection to the air mana, he could hear his friend panting. Labored breathing gave away how truly difficult the exercise was. In the back of his mind, the small part that wasn't absorbed in his contest for control, Caius wondered how the hell people ever used raw manipulation for casting. He knew that it was difficult to use, and considered impractical in combat without a lot of levels and multiple supporting skills, but he'd seen Porkchop use it. Porkchop had coalesced that crystal shard in their fight against the Tomb Lord. Sure, it had taken time, but Caius couldn't even begin to imagine how to use the mana offensively. He was barely able to keep up with a few basic shaping exercises, let alone something like freeform casting. Still, no matter how challenging it was worth it. The levels rolled in, slowly strengthening his control, the gap between his ability and Porkchop's closing as the minutes bled into an hour. He was so close, just a single level remaining. He went for the final push. He wasn't going to win, he knew that. Porkchop was too practiced, too skilled at controlling mana. A little bit would be enough, just a scrap of mana wrested away from his friend's grip. Bending his entire will, Caius let out a hoarse grunt as he focused everything he had on a fist-sized chunk of aspected air that floated at the very edge of Porkchop's locus of control. Letting out a cry, he yanked. Clawing at the shard, it broke free, rocketing towards him. Slipping free of Porkchop's grip, too surprised by his sudden change of tact. Arresting the mana before it could slam into his chest, Caius shaped the mana into a ball, marveling at how easy it felt now that he was uncontested. The notification he had been waiting for dinged in his mind. Ding, air manipulation has reached level 20. Caius let his grip on the mana slip, throwing up his hands in victory. Woo, I win, what? Porkchop spluttered. You did not win. Sneaking away a scrap of mana for all of 5 seconds is not winning. Don't be a sore loser just because I have natural talent, Caius said, smug, as he fell backwards onto the plush rug with his hands behind his head. Caius, Porkchop half shouted in outrage, leaping for him with a growl. He laughed, rolling away from his friend's lunge. Porkchop snagged him with his paw, dragging him back in to savage him with gentle swats. After a few minutes, Caius felt as exhausted physically as he did mentally, going limp as Porkchop placed a firm paw on his chest. Again, okay, Caius laughed. You win. Let's get the fire going so we can start on the next one. Porkchop huffed, letting him up. Moving over to the hearth, Caius sparked the fire. If they kept pushing at this rate, he might be able to merge the skill before the day was out. He knew that manipulation skills were easy to train if you had someone to contest your control, but a day, it was ridiculous. He couldn't wait. Caius's eyes bored into the jagged shard of stone that hovered in the air between him and Porkchop. They'd been at it for a couple of days now, and he was finally at the finish line. Fire manipulation and water manipulation had quickly followed his first skill, getting capped as he waged a war against his friend for dominance over the aspected mana. Fast it might have been, it was also draining, wearing down on his mind. The first day he had managed 2 skills, but he had been left feeling like a wringed-out cloth. The training left him with a splitting headache that no amount of cold water and health could fix. In the end, it had been a warm meal and a good sleep that had fixed the issue. They decided to slow the pace after that. Squeezing skill training into 2 days instead of 3 was of no real benefit if it left him insensate after all. Caius yanked on the rock, grunting as he strained against Porkchop's control of the element. His mana slowly trickled away. They decided to up the stakes for the last level. Manipulation skills could affect more than just raw mana. They also offered control of their relevant physical elements. Unfortunately, it came at a cost, requiring both more focus and active investment of one's own mana to effect change to the physical. It was ruinously difficult. He could already feel his teeth creaking in his mouth from how hard he was clenching, trying with every iota of his mind to claw at Porkchop's control. It wasn't working. His friends. Crystal manipulation was too close to Earth, offering him more control that he had had with the other elements they had been practicing with. Still, that didn't mean Caius intended to give up without a fight. Porkchop had been far too smug with his victories, rubbing it in Caius's face that he couldn't win, even with a skill match to the aspect. He'd go down swinging. Porkchop's wealth of practice might have made him simply better at raw manipulation, but gods damn it, no one was going to be able to say that he didn't at least have gumption. Grunting, Caius tore at the stone, just barely managing to encourage a few motes of dust to float in his direction. He could feel his mana draining, getting close to bottoming out. Dust wasn't enough. He needed at least a pebble, nay, a shard. Even a fragment would do. Mana gushed forth as he focused his intent on a small, jagged edge of the rock, straining with all his might on the section of stone. His headache spiked to new heights, the light through the windows starting to feel as though it was lancing his eyes. Honing his focus was tough, isolating the small section of their battleground requiring more from him. There was a subtle crack. A sliver of stone, barely a fingernail's worth, drifted a few hairsbreadths from the greater hole. Porkchop growled, the shard freezing. Caius breathed heavy, battling for purchase. He was so close, his mana guttered out. The stone shot towards Porkchop, thumping into his chest and causing him to yelp. Ding, Earth manipulation has reached level 20. Caius laughed at his friend's misfortune, wiping at his forehead as he took in air in great heaving gasps. I win again. Porkchop sniffed imperiously. It's like you don't even try. Caius leaned over, snatching a pillow from a nearby armchair and hurled it at Porkchop's face. Oh, shut up. Porkchop chuffed in his best attempt at a laugh, the noise sounding more like a rapid fire of breathy grunts. Caius rolled his eyes at his friend's antics. So are you going to merge them now? You said it would probably take some time to get your formation in place. I'm already itchy to keep going after the champions, Porkchop asked. Soon, Caius answered. His head still ached something fierce, and with the growing demands of his legacy skills on his willpower, he wanted to be in top shape for the upcoming merge. He understood how Porkchop felt, though. At first it had been nice to take a breather, an extended break from the non-stop vigilance and violence of pushing further into the depths. At least as much as breakneck skill training could be. As the weeks had bled together, that feeling of rest had disappeared, leaving restless tension in its wake. They had so much to do, and just a little over a year to do it. He knew it was necessary. Taking this break actually sped up their timelines. Neither rune masteries nor manipulation skills lended themselves particularly well to the vigors of combat. It was still hard to feel like they had stagnated, now that he knew their honors on the line. There were only so many champions in this city, and he doubted there would be enough to get Porkchop. Born for slaughter, nor the honor that they suspected existed for killing the champions as a group. At the very least, he was on the verge of working on spell casting. That excitement was the only thing helping him maintain his focus. Just one more skill and he would be ready. Then it would be time to practice mixing spells with his swordplay, something he absolutely would be making full use of in combat with champions. Give me an hour or two for my headache to clear up, then I'll do it, Caius said. Fine, but let's find something to do until that happens. Sitting here doing nothing is torture, Porkchop said, rising to his feet. Porkchop, as always, was a little bit of a drama queen. Caius rose to his feet all the same, patting his friend on the back and heading out of the sitting room. Caius sat crossed-legged in front of the sitting room's hearth, enjoying the plush rug that covered the floor. As much as he had wanted to think Porkchop was being impatient, he had to admit that taking the time to make a hot meal and do some exploring through the nearby manors had been restful. He felt rejuvenated, recharged, more than ready to merge his next legacy skill. Staring into the flickering flames, Caius let their slow-burning licks lull him into a trance, slowing his breathing. Letting the wavering tendrils of light wash away all of his thoughts. Closing his eyes, he felt the fire's heat upon his skin, pausing for a moment to simply relax and let the tension leave his mind and body. He was ready. In the darkness of his mind, a roaring bonfire ignited, hanging motionless in a void field, 10 glittering shards of power orbiting in its wake. He was practiced at it now, tuning out the call of his platinum-edged legacy skills as he latched onto his soul. Drawing out a line of gossamer thin gold, he raced for the first skill, weaving the wire of his inner self into a dense knot, binding the nexus of power to his soul. Impressions washed over him. The carefree joy of a southern breeze flying over a mountain top, warm heat carried on an embracing summer's gust, the howling fury of a hurricane, implacable as it tore the forest from its root, the the quiet patience of wind as it wore at a cliff over centuries. Air manipulation was formless, invisible, yet constantly present, calm, placid, and forgotten until whipped into a rage, always unstoppable, the breath of the world, the skill connected, his claim solidifying with a tinkle of wind chimes. His legacy skills reacted to the skill being locked in place, resonating with each other to scream discordantly, a wave of displeasure bursting forth to shudder against his forged wire of self and connection. Caius scrunched his eyes and gritted his teeth, keeping his grip on air manipulation firm as his soul space shook. Waiting for the aftershocks to subside, he pushed the call of his completed skills to the wayside, focusing on the next skill in line to merge. Another resplendent thread shot out under his command, lancing to the next skill, binding it tight. Fire burned, a taker of life and bringer of destruction, a force of consumption, a breaker of chains, yet that was not all that fire held in its depths. New shoots rising from the ash, nourished in the remnants of their ancestors. A rampant consumer, corralled and leashed, turned from destroyer to homemaker, the safety and comfort of a well-tended hearth. A torch, revealing what was hidden in the dark, warding off the unknown things that lurked in its embrace. Control was the catalyst that turned fire from an embodiment of hate into a constant companion for the creatures that dared to strive to be more. Fire manipulation gave that. A wave of embracing warmth flooded his inner space, mingling with the heat of the hearth, embracing its place in his growing web. His legacy skills protested, rabid dogs turning to attack their master. Pain lanced through Caius's mind as they shrieked, clawing for a thread of connection for themselves. Caius was steadfast under their assault, letting the pain wash over him. Something hot ran down his lip, gracing his tongue with the taste of iron. He stayed focused, true sight helping to keep the light of his soul crystal clear in his mind's eye. Their pull only grew stronger as he wove another thread, connecting it to the next skill. Water, life-bringer, a gentle caress that wore down even the stoutest mountains given enough time. The river that fed an ancient valley, a knife that slowly cut the world. It was the laughter of a bubbling brook, the rage of a tsunami that flattened cities. The undertow, jealousy hoarding secrets as it pulled without warning. Calm and in fury, water was undeniable. Water manipulation held control and surrender in balance. His legacy skills rose to a fever pitch, as if resenting the water for dousing their uncontrolled heat. Caius braced himself, fortifying himself against the clawing grasp of his legacy, holding strong as the resonance buffeted his soul. The waves calmed, soothing to a background ripple. It was time for the last skill. Soulfire shot out, Caius shaking in place as every muscle in his body tensed. Forcing the thread towards earth manipulation, battling against the mental strain that was the scream of his other skills. He made it. Earth was steadfast and unyielding, the bones of the world that brooked no argument, the foundation upon which everything stood, the quiet guardian of the world, a mountain sentinel standing vigil, silent and proud. Earth was substance, a silent promise of growth and sustenance, the stout wall standing strong in the face of change, resistance against all things mutable, orderly, proud. It was the anger held locked for eons, exploding in a cataclysm that reshaped the world. A steady drumbeat of gravitas that echoed from the heart. With a final cry of dissatisfaction and hunger, Caius's legacy skills were silenced by an explosion of resonance. His manipulation skills thrumming with realized potential. He moved quickly, buoyed by the energy of his success. Grabbing his final thread, he linked the skills together. Each bond caused the skills to brighten, to shake in his mental grip. It was easy for him to see the thread that tied them together. For all they were natural forces, there was one power, one truth of the world that underpinned them all. There was no playful gust without the shifting power of the mystic, no raging consumption without its avarice. Water flowed because it demanded, and earth stood unyielding because it allowed it. Mana, the final bond was forged, and the skills roared in joy, crashing into one another, dissolving in a riotous collision of meaning and power. Ding. Skill merge detected. Would you like to proceed? Caius accepted the system's prompting, watching as it aided him in precipitating his latest legacy skill from the clumping dust, forming a new platinum nexus of power in his soul. Ding, skill merged, mana manipulation obtained. Ding, skill merged, mana manipulation obtained. Upon receiving the system notification that he had successfully merged his next legacy skill, Caius collapsed, falling backwards in relief. He opened his eyes only to find Porkchop staring at him in curiosity. Is your nose supposed to be bleeding? That never happened to me, Porkchop asked. Caius sighed, pushing his friend's head out of his personal space. I mean, it's happened pretty much every single time, and I'm not dead yet, but you're done though. You're ready to work on your magic? His friend asked excitedly. It was clear it wasn't just the prospect of moving on that prompted his energy, though Caius had no doubt that it was part of it. No, his friend was sincerely happy for him, happy that he had finally reached a goal that he had set his sights on for so long, just like his father would have been. He should be here. Claws of grief set themselves upon Caius's throat, choking off his response. It wasn't supposed to be his achievement, it was theirs. He never would have reached this point without Haster, never would have even dared to try to forge a new path, not without his father's encouragement. His insistence that it was a worthy goal, something that showed he was a true Unterstern. He threw an arm over his face, stifling a sob. "Caius, what's wrong?" Porkchop said, nudging him with his wet nose. He didn't respond. Now that he was there at the precipice of one of the defining moments of his life, all he could think of was how much he had lost. He could see it clear as day. Father's wide smile, celebrating with him as he finally bound the formation to his flesh. Hear his calm advice as he wove mana through his skin, stamping it into position. How was he even going to do it without him? Caius might have the formation memorized, but Father was always supposed to be there, guiding him through the process. Bloody hell's body formations were the providence of masters, not the unclassed. Instead, poor luck had turned that to ash. His father was gone. It had been far too long. There was no way Father wouldn't have been able to find the portal. It wasn't hidden, and it wouldn't have been too hard to track him to the edge of the cliff, to search the bottom of the falls. A heavy weight settled on his lap, warm fur enveloping him. "I'm here, you're not alone." Porkchop's voice was soft, understanding, ready to wait as long as he needed. Caius sat up, hands wrapping around his friend as he pulled Porkchop into a hug, holding him tight. After a moment he pulled back, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. "Your father?" "Yeah," Caius nodded. "He should be here, should see me when I finish the formation. Be there to help me do it, but he's not." He sighed, burying his face in Porkchop's ruff. "I just wish I knew why. He should have had those bandits handedly. Should have been able to find the entrance we fell through, even if it took him a couple of weeks. They had to have been looking for us, but why? Why were we hiding in the forest? Were people looking for us? Did they find us? What happened to our family? Where are our holds?" Caius said, his voice raising as he got more and more incensed. "So many fucking questions." Porkchop flicked his ears back as Caius all but shouted in his ear. "Sorry," he mumbled, drawing back out of their embrace. "It's okay. We'll find him, Caius. Find out what happened. As soon as we get out of here we can look for him. Try to find records of your family. You're always saying that people like to write everything down right. We can go to cities, look up the Unterstern name. Then when we are strong, we can hunt those who once hunted us. Hear their cries as we force their secrets from them. Deny their pleas for mercy as we crush them." Porkchop's tone grew dark, a promise of violence on his lips. Caius nodded. His friend was right. If they had been searching for his father and had found them despite living in the arboreal sea, they had to be accomplished, renowned for their skills. If his father was gone, he would have his pound of flesh. "You are ridiculous. We are denmates, brothers. A wound against you is a wound of my own. We will get our justice. You might have lost something irreplaceable, but I am here. I will always be here. This is not a bond of survival. This is..." What flowed across their link was not a word, but pure meaning, the language of greater beasts. A sacred bond of brotherhood forged in blood and fire. Unbreakable. An oath of companionship, a partner in the hunt, a guard on the darkest nights, and a claw bared against those that brought strife. Porkchop nudged him before stepping off to sit by his side. "Now stop dilly-dallying. We have champions to kill. I will be here with you when you forge your mark." Caius breathed, sitting up as he allowed emotion to wash through him, feeling them but letting them flow on. His father was gone, but he wasn't alone. Not anymore. Not ever. Reaching for the insistent blaring of the notification in his mind, Caius pulled up the description for his latest legacy skill, Mana Manipulation, Level 1. Unusual. Raw and unrefined, the seed of the arcane is mutable potential made manifest. Seize it and shape your destiny. This skill enables mental control of pure mana. Aspected mana can be controlled with vastly increased difficulty. Each level moderately increases control over mana. Each level minutely increases control over aspected mana. Merged from air manipulation, fire manipulation, water manipulation, earth manipulation. This was it, the last thing he needed. He was ready. Focused on his goal, excitement roared. He was finally ready. His notes, paper, he needed paper. Caius launched to his feet, scrambling towards the bedroom where he had left his pack. He stopped, grabbing the door frame out of the sitting room and looked back towards where Porkchop still sat by the hearth. "Well, come on." He raced away, hearing Porkchop chasing after him. A smile graced his lips as he pushed his worry away, focusing on his achievement. He had to finalize the formation, get a reference sketched out. So much to do. Caius sat at the opulent hardwood desk in the manor's office, over a dozen sheets of paper laid out on its broad surface. Each and every one was covered in dense notes, intricate labeled diagrams, and blueprints of arrays. It had taken him hours to copy them from his notebook, annotating them with tidbits from his memory as he went. It was worth it. He wanted it all in front of him. When he was actually controlling his mana, forcing runes into place, he wouldn't be able to turn pages. "Everything is ready. You have everything?" Porkchop asked from his regular seat on the daybed across the room. Yep, Caius nodded. He triple-checked to be sure, got the designs for the arrays, double-checked my notes on placement and securing mana in place. "I've got my stylus ready. Everything. Now he just had to do it. No big deal. Good luck." Caius nodded and laid his left arm on the table, palm side down. It was the best choice. While it might have been easier to aim with his right, he used a longsword. He could still use it without his offhand, so it would be much easier to weave casting into his fighting style. Plus, scribing with his left hand would have been almost impossible. He picked up his stylus, thanking the gods he had managed to find one. Theoretically, it was possible to do body formations without one, simply using pure mana manipulation to lock internal mana flows in place until they settled. It was, however, several times more difficult. Carving into his astral body with the stylus would hurt, but it would also create channels that encourage his mana to stay put. First, he would start with the Accardian keystone. Sovereign's sigil. Like all Accardian sigils, it was packed with a wealth of meaning. In this case, its ability to control, direct, and order forces fit his needs perfectly. By itself, it would be lacking, too ill-defined for his needs. That's where the control array came in. He still had to start with the keystone, though. It was the linchpin, the point where everything else was built from. It had to be as stable as possible, woven tightly to his being. With a flash of intent, Caius started pulling mana from his pool, suffusing his hand and forearm. With his latest skill, he had none of his early difficulty, saturating the limb in moments, holding the density of power in place with ease. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 2. The sovereign sigil would be centered on the back of his hand, positioned so that its base was in line with his wrist. A sharp breath focused his intent. Caius brought his stylus down onto his skin. It burned like someone was dragging a scalpel through his soul, plowing a furrow through his very being. He stopped, expecting to see blood, to smell burning flesh and see his skin bubble. Nothing, there was just pain. He shoved the sensation away, feeling rapid adaptation section off the agony, letting him continue. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 3. His breath hitched with every stroke, his pace slowed as he fought to keep his hand steady. Slowly the rune came together, a sweeping black knot appearing on his skin, marks on his flesh revealing the deep channels that were being cut into his metaphysical self. Splitting his concentration, he held the mana suffused in his arm back, preventing it from rushing in to fill the incomplete pathways. If he let it in now, the rune would collapse, ruining his work. Ding, runic lexicon has reached level 2. A quarter hour of agonizing work later and he was done. The sovereign sigil clear and resplendent on his flesh. Ding, runic lexicon has reached level 4. That was the easy part done. Now he had to suffuse his mana into the rune, holding it in place with his will as he worked on the next array. That was the true difficulty. The drawing was simple, keeping his mana in runic alignment while he added complexity upon complexity was going to be maddening, he knew. Taking a moment to steady himself, Caius grabbed a hold of the energy in his arm, directing it into the rune carefully and slowly. If his grip slipped, it would rush in uncontrolled, saturating the rune unevenly, leaving minute imperfections that would impact its stability. Even the barest hint of imperfection would ruin his work, so he went slow, letting his mana waft in from all angles. Slowly suffusing the sigil. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 3. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 4. Then it was done. A thrum of power pulsed through the dense fog of energy in his flesh like eddies in water. The rune surged, threatening to spill over as its own resonance tried to force its carefully measured flows out of alignment. Caius clamped down, holding it in place as it slowly settled. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 5. Ding. Runic lexicon has reached level 5. The sigil snapped into place, gleaming in his true sight with mystical radiance. He held it with his mana sense, ensuring that the mana stayed in place, resisting the pressure as it sought to escape the confines of the furrows he had carved with his stylus. Looking away from the keystone, he set his stylus against his flesh once more. Next was the V-Haxenish controller array, a dense scrawl of runic words that would encircle the sovereign sigil in a dense band. It would serve to link the overall working to his inner self, granting him mental connection just like he would have to a normal spell. Beyond that, it was one part of the binding that would allow mana investiture, letting him keep his runic hymns charged with mana. In their initial theories, his father had investigated leaving the Hylothian spells inert, only activating when he pushed mana into the runic spells. It wouldn't work. Inevitably, that road led to channeling, a side effect that defeated the entire purpose of the exercise. Instead, each hymn would crystallize a portion of his mana, holding it in reserve to be instantly activated at his choosing. That much crystallized power was volatile, hence the controller and stabilization arrays. Even then, the hymn was sacrificial. Like an anode, it would burn away as he released its stored potential. Unfortunately, each cast would require its own inscription, but it was the only way to preserve the overall working. Caius channeled mana into his stylus, starting with the first V-Haxenish character that would make up the array. Flesh boiled. He winced, twitching his hand. With the twitch, mana roiled. Caius blanched, torn between his growing pain and the building pressure in his sigil. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 6. Focus slipped. The rune detonated. Flesh shattered. Caius screamed as blood squirted from the twisted remnants of his hand. Caius stared at the blood that rocketed from his hand, spraying down the front of the desk, splattering on his carefully arrayed notes. He spun in his seat, turning away from the desk to spill blood on the floor, groaning as agony lanced through his hand. Porkchop was on him in a flash. Caius, what the fuck, he grunted, feeling as his health flooded out to treat the injury. Before it could reach it, he snatched it up in his grip with single-minded focus, ignoring his pain. Ding, rapid adaptation has reached level 19. This was an opportunity, one that he couldn't let go to waste. Much like he had in his fight with the Grimclaw, Caius directed the health to the wound manually. Feeling the shattered bone and torn flesh, he diffused the resource, knitting structures back together. Bone was first, the framework for everything that came after. Then came ligaments and connective tissue. He suppressed a heave as he felt as snakes of white filament crawled across bone. Muscles rippled, weaving themselves back over. Then his skin, pain vanished. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his hand into a fist, twiddling his fingers to make sure they all moved right. That was one of the main struggles with manual healing. If you messed up, you could inadvertently cripple yourself, requiring you to re-injure and try again. Still, he'd done well enough and his hopes had been realized. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn fast healing rare? He grinned. A little earlier than he had expected, but a welcome addition all the same. The first of the skills he needed for lesser regeneration. Sorry about that, he said. Porkchop shot him a look. What? I said it was volatile. You might have stressed that you might be blowing up your hand. Porkchop yelled at him. I'm fine, see. He held up his left hand, twiddling his fingers. Besides, I got one of my next skills. Now if you'll excuse me, I should go fetch a towel before I ruin any of my notes. Leaving Porkchop standing there staring at him in shock, Caius hurried off to grab something to mop up his blood. He really didn't want to have to copy his notes again. Dabbing at the blood on the desk, Caius's eyes roved over his latest skills description. Fast healing, level 1. Rare. Tease but a scratch. Increases the flow rate of your health pool, drastically increasing healing speeds. Each level minutely increases the rate at which health is expended to heal wounds. Well, at the very least, he would be getting some good use out of it. He doubted that his little accident would be the only one to happen while he worked on his formation, and they were likely to get worse as he managed to get further and further through the process. After cleaning up the blood as well as he could, Caius sat back down at the desk and prepared to jump right back into inscribing his body formation. He pushed his papers back to the far edge of the desk. In all likelihood, there would be more failures, and he wanted his notes outside of the splash zone. Laying his hand back down on its surface, he grimaced slightly at the tackiness left behind after his little accident. This time, he was extra careful to make sure his arm was perfectly comfortable. He had no intention of letting simple discomfort be the reason he failed his inscription. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Caius swept up his stylus, starting the sovereign sigil with gusto. Now that he was prepared for the stinging violation of his stylus slicing through his metaphysical flesh, he stayed steady. Whirling loops followed his implement, standing clear to his true sight. Despite his nerves, he refused to rush. It might have been taxing, exhausting his will as he held the sigil clear in his mind, splitting his focus to hold the saturated mana stable in his arm. It was worth it. This was an exercise in precision, not speed. Even with his careful pace, he still finished the sigil far faster than he had the first time, more confident in his abilities and the way the stylus interacted with his malleable flesh. With careful focus, he let mana flood the runic working, clamping down to hold it steady in the confines of the central array. After a minute to ensure it had stabilized, that his focus was clear enough to add yet another point of failure to the mix, he moved on. Finger length by finger length, a dense scrawl of Vhaxenish script began to encircle the central sigil. It was a band maybe half a finger in width, a dozen rings of impossibly small words. Sentences of control, structures of transference. It stretched his dexterity, pushed the limits of his fine motor control. It was by far the densest runic working he had ever done by multiple orders of magnitude. Ding, runic lexicon has reached level 6. His pace slowed to a crawl, the dense working requiring all of his focus. He didn't even try to keep the entire thing in his mind, instead returning to look at his notes after every word, each made up of up to 100 complex runes. Despite his focus, his flow, there was only one thought that stood dominant at the front of his mind. He really fucking hated Vhaxenish. It was so painful to use he was of half a mind to categorize it as a form of offensive mind magic. Even having pre-planned the entire working, the grammar was so complex, its runes so subtly different, that every stroke of his stylus threatened to ruin the entire working with a single mistake. Because of course Vhaxenish was inflexible to the point that a single error would be more than enough to break the entire array. It was a nightmare of a time. having to ensure that he slowed his pace low enough that the channeled drain of his stylus kept pace with his mana pool. He couldn't allow it to start to eat into the mana he was keeping locked in his hand. Somehow he managed, holding his focus rigid enough to keep his arm saturated, his sovereign sigil stable, and still scribed the vhaxenish control array. Nearly a full 3 hours later he was finished. He sat back, dropping his stylus to the desk with numb fingers to wipe at his sweat-sodden forehead, still making sure to take perfect care not to shift the hand that he had planted flat on the desk. Ding, Runic Lexicon has reached level 7. Ding, Runic Lexicon has reached level 10. He had to admit, despite all its problems, vhaxenish was a pretty script. Sharp and austere, the densely packed circles of runic sentences hung black against his skin, looking much like an impossibly sharp and defined tattoo. Each ring of runes was small enough that he imagined it would probably look solid black from a distance to someone without an ocular skill. Now for the moment of truth. He suffused the array with mana, letting the density in his arm rush inwards, controlling it with his will. So far, so good. The dense rings of black script started to light up, line by line. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 7. Suddenly, his mana hit something. There was a surge, a crack. He'd made a mistake. Fucking vhaxenish, the array destabilized, blowing a hole clean through Caius's palm. Agony surged, blood and viscera splattering through the air. Son of a bitch, Caius screamed, yanking his hand away from his precious notes, cradling it to his chest as health surged to heal the gaping wound, moving with far more speed than before he had acquired his latest skill. Ding, fast healing has reached level 2. Evidently Porkchop was confident that he would be fine, because all he heard was the sharp cackle of his friend laughing at his misfortune. Getting the control array to stabilize ended up taking 2 full weeks. 2 weeks. Frustration, agony, and bloody-minded determination to throw himself into the wall he had stumbled into until it broke. If the confusing and overly complicated nature of the script wasn't enough, he discovered a new problem with vhaxenish. The actual runes were pretty stable. Now, that might have sounded like a good thing. For all other scripts, it would have been. Unfortunately, vhaxenish wasn't other scripts. He could make a single transcription error, use a single wrong character, or make a slight misspelling, and he had no way of knowing. The bloody thing would sit there, perfectly fine-looking, until he injected mana into the array. Even then, things would seem to go perfectly smoothly, until the rising power density tripped over whatever tiny mistake he made and blew up in his face. Not only did that mean that he had no way to correct, no way to abort before everything went to the hells, it also meant that every attempt failed at the last possible moment, with the array itself taking roughly 3 hours, and regenerating his health and mana after blowing a hole in himself taking another. He could only get in 2 or 3 attempts per day. He refused to quit, and eventually he cracked it. Unfortunately, while Yash's supplementary and his translation and connector array was far simpler than vhaxenish, it was by no means simple. On top of that, every additional working added complexity. Another thing for him to focus on, another mana construct for him to hold in stasis. Though inevitably after another week he managed to consistently succeed with that too. A week after that, he was confident at the binding array. Thankfully, the high Lothian runic hymns were not a core part of the central working, and he had all the pieces he needed to complete his formation. This would be his last attempt, he would make sure of it. Porkchop had left him alone for this one, quickly growing bored of his repeated failures. That was fine, he would need his full concentration. He sat at the desk once again. The formerly varnished surface was stained with splotchy brown, blood, and viscera, leaving its permanent mark on the wood. His notes too were blood-stained and red. Even with having replaced them twice now, they never lasted long. As his spell-casting formation grew closer to completion, each failure grew more destructive, more explosive. There was one upside to the constant injuries he had suffered at the hands of his failures. It was phenomenal training for fast healing and provided him ample opportunity to acquire one of the other skills he needed for lesser regeneration, Stone Blood, level 14. Rare. Exsanguination only works on that which bleeds. Harden your heart and fight on Slayer. This skill automatically constricts severed blood vessels, reducing the amount of vital fluid lost. Enhancing magics reinforce the body, improving the rate at which spent blood is restored. Each level minutely decreases bleeding. Each level minutely improves blood generation. Still, it was messy. Caius was almost certain that if he checked the ceiling, he would be able to find dried specks of blood and flesh. He didn't, only having the mind to focus on his work. He touched the stylus to the back of his hand, steadily scrawling out the sovereign sigil with practiced ease. With each attempt he had grown surer of his work, more confident. That brought with it speed. Before he knew it, he was funneling compressed mana into the rune's channels, holding it steady as it saturated. Ding, intelligence has reached level 20. He switched to vhaxenish, slowing his pace. The control array was an exercise in patience. 3 pages of notes sat close to him, going through the entire array in detail. Previously, he had focused on trying to memorize whole words, each a chain of 50 runes at minimum. He'd quickly learned that that was pure hubris on his own part. Now he double-checked his work every few runes, sacrificing speed for precision and accuracy. The hours ticked along, Caius's mana pool holding steady as he worked in pace with his regeneration. The dense disk of the control array finished. He held his breath, slowly flooding it with mana. Ring by ring it lit up, reaching the center over the course of a minute. A pulse of light and it was done, saturated with his power. He bore down on the working, locking it in place as he ignored the sting of salty sweat dripping into his eye. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 18. After a few minutes breather, he moved on, starting his work on the linking array. Yash's supplementary was a beautiful script, full of graceful curves and flicks. Lines of runes joined the controlling array to the keystone sigil like spokes on a wheel. Once that was done, he moved to the exterior of his Vhaxenish controller, inscribing pyramidal spikes on the outer edge of the disk, a full 24 of them. Each triangle was tipped with a line of runes, a connection for a high Lothian runic spell hymn. Once he had finished the spell slots, a number of floating supplementary lines were carved in his skin outside of the overall working, and in the gaps between the spokes of the wheel. Each one he double and triple checked his placement and angles. He had to be sure it was perfect. After he added his Simnone binding array, they would need to connect to the perfect spots, allowing the final stabilizing section of the formation to suffuse the overall working. After a full hour of work, he was done with the translation array. Mana flooded through the working with ease, each section of graceful runes lighting up in a sequence, snapping into place. He focused, teeth grinding as he held 3 separate runic arrays in rigid stasis in his flesh. His head was far beyond aching now. Strange auras surrounded his sight, unexplained. True sight and his brain felt like it had been liquefied with a particularly violent branding iron. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 19. No amount of a break would ease the agony, not when he still had to hold the partially completed formation stable. No, now it was a sprint, to finish the working before his will gave out, as had happened in his last handful of failures. Thankfully, Simnone was a geometric script, relying on sacred shapes to pacify the turbulent energy of his body formation. Drawing overlapping triangles and concentric circles directly over his partially complete formation, Caius burned through his mana pool, forcing his stylus to sweep across his flesh with blinding speed. Years of practice, and the learnings of a dozen failures, kept Caius's hand steady as he sprinted to the finish line. Lines cut through tiny gaps between runes, connecting perfectly with stray fragments of Yash's supplementary to form a cohesive whole, linking his formation into one complete working. He finished. Ding, runic lexicon has reached level 18. His will was flagging, he could feel it. Caius had also cut it close. Inscribing the stabilizing array so quickly had absolutely torn through his mana reserves. Another minute or two, and he would have started to eat into the mana suffusing his arm, ruining his attempt. Caius took a deep breath, slowly exhaling through pursed lips. It was fine, he hadn't. Now he just needed to suffuse the array and pray it worked. The room seemed to sway as he held his mana in a tight grip, slowly allowing it to seep into the Simnone geometry. Each line started to glow with an even radiance. A good sign. If there was an impediment, Caius would have expected to see bright or dark spots. The array clicked. Ding, mana manipulation has reached level 20. A moment later, his formation started to pull on his mana. Gently at first, barely a light request to sink its teeth into his resource. He acquiesced, sighing in relief as his headache was cut in half as he dropped all mental hold he had on his working. Instantly, pale blue energy poured into his spell-casting formation, spiraling into a dense funnel centered on his sovereign keystone to his. True sight, it looked like an ethereal whirlwind, pulling in not just the final remnants of his own mana, but drinking deeply from the unaspected mana present in the office. Caius grit his teeth as he looked at the sheer volume of energy that was suffusing his spell-casting array. It really was do or die now. If the formation failed, if there was some minute imperfection in any one of his 4 arrays, the failure would be catastrophic. At best, he would lose his arm, completely, the kind of wound his health wouldn't be able to fully restore, not without specialized skills he didn't have. Inexorably, his formation packed more and more power into its runes, slowly tapering its consumption. Caius held the armrest of his chair in a white-knuckled grip, refusing to so much as twitch his left arm lest the worst happen. There was a flash of blinding light. He felt something click deep in his bones, a new connection forged to his soul. Violently piecing his innermost self with a painful stab of intent, he felt it, the formation, empty, waiting for spell hymns, but present. He'd succeeded. He'd cut himself a new path, one that no one had walked before him. A flurry of system notifications dinged in his mind. The sudden jarring of the system's pull on his attention tipped him over the edge. He was spent, fully and completely. Caius's eyes rolled back into his head and he slumped, falling limp onto the desk, sound asleep. Caius. Something whispered in his mind in a sing-song voice, quickly followed by something wet and cold prodding his cheek. Caius murmured, slapping away the intrusion. Caius, the voice screamed. I'm awake, he yelled, jolting nearly a full stride into the air as Porkchop startled him awake. Sleep well. I thought I'd let you rest seeing as you had all your limbs. It would have been nice if you'd warned me that you would vacuum up all the atmospheric mana, though. I could feel it from the bedroom. Porkchop said, watching him closely from the side of the desk. Caius stared at his friend, bleary-eyed, still too groggy to process the words correctly. He was, in the office. What did Porkchop mean about the mana? He rubbed his eyes, vaguely noticing the dense web of runes that curled around the back of his hand and climbed up halfway up his forearm. He stopped, staring at the formation. Everything came rushing back. The hours of work, the mana vacuum, the piercing pain in his soul. Caius stood up, launching his chair to the ground with a clatter in his haste. He'd done it, finished the formation. Twisting his hand back and forth, he marveled at the clean lines. They were impossibly clear, standing out in stark relief against his pale skin. It was almost like a tattoo, but the contrast was too sharp. The black too deep, too saturated. Thought you might react like that, Porkchop said, chittering slightly with an animalistic laugh. So did you get anything? Any relevant skills or anything? His friend asked. Caius whipped his head back to his friend. Of course, the notifications. Something I think. I haven't checked yet. Give me a second. Now that he had fully risen from the fog of sleep, Caius could feel the notifications clawing at the back of his mind. He pulled them up. Congratulations. You have discovered the third pillar of Magi glyph binding. Ding, significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor, sublime prodigy glyph binding. Caius's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the notification, completely forgetting the other notifications that tried to vie for his attention. This wasn't expected. He'd expected the system to reward him for his feat, at the very least offering him a high-rarity skill. Honor was something he hadn't dared to consider. And the third pillar, what did that mean? Were they always meant to find it? Had the system just been waiting? Caius's head spun at the implications. No one ever claimed to truly know the system, not in its entirety, but he'd thought they'd known it pretty well, that there were no big surprises left. Glyph binding, he liked the sound of that. It was a shock to learn that his new formation was apparently as integral to magecraft as channeling and shaping. Caius thought he was working with jank, a way for him to squeeze out a little magical potential in a way that complemented his sword work. To learn that it was a full-fledged path, that it made him an arcanist in his own right, that changed everything. At the very least, the chances of getting a class that properly made use of his invention just shot through the roof. He leaned forwards, planting his hands on the tacky surface of the stained desk as he supported the weight of his upper body. Hells, Caius, at least tell me what it was. You can't leave me hanging after I've been sitting around waiting for the better part of a month for you to finish, Porkchop asked curiously. He didn't even know where to start. I got an honor, Caius trailed off, the last few words coming out as a bare whisper. Porkchop's ears perked up, his senses more than fine enough to pick up his mumbled words. You. What does it do? What's it for? Is it copyable? Tell me exactly. Slow down, he said, holding up a hand. I've barely woken up. Give me a second for my head to catch up and I'll check it. Caius responded. Seeing as Porkchop was physically vibrating, Caius decided to put his friend out of his misery and pulled up the description of his latest award. Besides, he wanted to know for himself. If it was anything like the last one, it would be a significant boost. As he pulled it up, one of the system pings that dragged at his attention vanished. Sublime prodigy glyph binding, honor. The third pillar, the tower of reason and logic, the realm of those who planned, who fought with fury and structure. There are those who deride its limitations, the sting of capacity, the pain of binding. Glyph binders know that with enough knowledge and preparation, any challenge can be overcome, that when one can wield the mystic arts at the speed of thought, few challenges survive long enough for one to end up burnt and spell less. Awarded to the discoverer of the art of runic casting in a given cohort. Provides a moderate increase to the efficacy of all glyph binding skills, plus 10 intelligence and willpower. Bonus, for being unclassed while achieving this honor, the efficacy bonus to glyph binding skills is increased to reasonable, and the stat bonus is increased to plus 15 intelligence and willpower. Caius blinked, dismissing the notification. Well, what was it for? Porkchop asked, going as far as to prod him with his paw when he took too long to respond. For being the first person in our cohort to discover the third pillar of Magi, Caius answered, turning to Porkchop. Apparently this, he raised his arm, showing off the swirling runes and geometrics of his casting formation, is as valid a casting style as channeling or manipulation. Porkchop visibly drooped, though Caius could tell his friend was just being theatrical, so no chance of me getting it. Drat, though that's the second time that an honor has mentioned a cohort. Do you have any idea what it means? No, Caius shook his head, though if I had to guess it would be referring to our world. Maybe the heavens and the hells are tracked differently from us. It was the only thing that made sense to him. Everyone knew that the other realms existed. Summoning rituals had proven that much at least. What exactly they were, no one could really tell much more. It was said that it was where a man's soul went when they died, but without any way to actually prove it, it was nothing more than conjecture. No one who had ever tried to cross that veil had returned, at least from what father had told him. Well, at least the system is gracious enough to not compare you to spirits. I doubt any man or beast would be able to get honors if that was the yardstick we were measured against. Porkchop mused. What does it actually do? Caius shot his friend a grin. Plus 15 to intelligence and willpower with it. Reasonable boost to the power of all glyph binding skills. Okay, that's it. We are going to fight some champions right now. These boosts are ridiculous. I want some for myself. You can't have all the fun. Porkchop insisted, clearly growing frustrated at their stagnant pace. We will, don't worry. I still have to inscribe my actual spells first, though. Caius put his hand up as Porkchop let out a long whine at the prospect of more waiting. I will of course be doing that right now. The hymns won't be anywhere near as difficult as the formation. The framework will keep them stable and provide the mana, so I will just have to inscribe them. Then we can leave, okay? Porkchop groaned but nodded and retreated to the day bed. With a huff, he flopped down bonelessly, wooden framing of the bench groaning under his weight. As long as it doesn't take a week, Porkchop pleaded. A day tops, I promise, Caius said, only getting a short huff from his friend in response. He sat back down. He himself was fizzing at the idea of getting his spells inscribed, barely able to wait until he would be able to put his casting into practice. He already knew what his first spell would be. It was one that he had workshopped with his father. While High Lothian was flexible enough to cover just about any spell effect he could imagine, Caius had to factor in his limited mana pool, though after his 2 honors, he had more than double to play with than expected. Beyond that, there was also a concern of the kind of influence he wanted to have on his class. He planned on being a spellsword, mixing what he now knew to be glyph binding with sword arts. To that end, it was vital that he made use of combat-focused spells. The arcane bolt spell he developed with his father would be perfect. It should reserve somewhere between 75 and 150 mana, though he wouldn't know for sure until he had inscribed it for the first time. That meant somewhere between 3 and 6 casts before he would have to refresh his inscriptions. Like the name suggested, it was a bolt of concentrated, unaspected mana, something that would bring him some much-needed ranged flexibility and would be able to punch through mundane armor with relative ease. First, before he got started inscribing his spell, Caius pulled up the last of the notifications that were blaring in the back of his mind. He had a suspicion of what it might be. Had hope of what it might be, even if he couldn't make use of it just right yet. It would confirm all he had been working towards. Focusing on it with intention, the notification flashed into existence, hovering in his mind's eye. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn glyph binding mastery unusual? Caius beamed as he saw the skill that had been offered. It was a shame that he couldn't take the skill, even if it did represent his greatest success. His legacy skills were too important, the benefits they brought too valuable. Besides, it wouldn't be gone forever. Even if he dismissed the skill now, he could earn it again. At greatly increased difficulty, sure, but he could do it with enough practice. Besides, his last skill slot after he had completed and capped his legacy skills would get a free evolution. He could take it then, if nothing else came up that suited him better. After he rejected the offered skill, he looked down to his arm, marveling at the sharp lines of his glyph. He liked that word. It definitely rolled off the tongue better than runic spellcasting formation, that was for damned sure. Whatever he called it, it looked strange on his skin. So stark, so black, so radiant in his mana sight, tightly bound power roiling along its curves, surging through runes and geometry. It was just new, he reassured himself. He would get used to it until one day it would simply be him. Though even with how much it jumped to his eye, he had to admit it had a certain exotic charm. Never thought he would be the one to get a bloody tattoo, yet here he was. He just wished his father was here to see it. I hope I get to show you this one day, father. He sighed. It would be a wonderful way to start a reunion. To regale him with stories of the depths, much like his father had told him of his own adventures. To introduce Porkchop. To show him that their plan had been a raging success. To share the secrets of honors. He had so much to tell him. He knew that at this point it was unlikely. Caius thought, sending a prayer to all the great spirits and gods to watch over father, to guard his life, and if not that, to ensure his peace in death. Drying his eyes on his sleeve, Caius took a deep breath and shoved his longing to the back of his mind. He had work to do. First his spells, then more champions. Caius held his arm steady as he put the finishing touches on his arcane bolts. High Lothian's spell was a pretty thing, connecting to one of the outer spikes of his glyph, arcing to follow the gentle curves of his hand and arm. Shaped vaguely like an arrow that wrapped around his arm, the pure rune work scrawled across his flesh. As he finished the final rune, he felt the hymn snap into place, closely binding to his supporting glyph. Immediately, he felt a pull on his mana. The arcane bolt inscription lit up, glowing as a portion of his mana pool was drained. It was a strange feeling. The mana wasn't being spent. Instead, it was sequestered, locked in place, forcibly constrained by his glyph as it was anchored into his spell. Once fully saturated, the luminance dimmed, runic inscription returning to baseline black. Caius could tell from sensation alone that the spell had reserved nearly a full quarter of his pool. He'd check later to be sure, once he had recovered from the drain of channeling mana through his stylus. Either way, he was almost certain he'd be able to handle inscribing a full 4 spells with his current pool. It wasn't much, but he had high hopes for the spell. Even if he had to reinscribe after every fight, having access to instantly castable magic was a massive strategic advantage. Whistling to catch Porkchop's attention, he waved his friend over. Porkchop chuffed, ears perking up at the thought of finally leaving. "I'll go get our stuff, you keep inscribing," Porkchop said, nearly bowling over an armchair as he rushed out of the room, his claws scrambling for purchase on the hard ground. Caius shook his head at his friend's antics, though secretly he felt much the same. He could feel the tightly wound anticipation in his back and arms, almost jittery at finally being able to put his work into practice. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Excited at the prospect of casting he might be, he needed his focus for inscribing. It might have been far simpler than his work on his glyph, but it was still rune work. It still required a great deal of patience and a steady hand. He snatched up his bronze stylus, channeling his mana into the implement as he started on his next spell. Caius loomed in the mouth of an alley. It was a narrow thing, barely 2 paces across, flanked on each side by a 3-story manor. The walls of the building were stark, solid stone unbroken by adornment or windows. Evidently, whatever folk who had lived in these buildings had no interest in seeing into the narrow service passages that wound through the streets. They'd left the safety of their cleared neighborhood a few hours ago, pushing through the district as they made their way further into the second tier of the dwarven city. Much to Porkchop's displeasure, they had yet to find any goblins. After spending months in one place, Caius had had to relent to his friend's restless desire to explore. They'd wiped out every cluster of depths born near their base camp weeks ago. As they had started to push into the unknown, Caius felt a familiar heat stoke within him. A hunger for battle, the rush of clashing steel and focus honed to a razor's edge. The blood song. He could see it in Porkchop too, the way his friend's shoulders bunched every few steps, the slight jitteriness in his gait. Working on his skills had muted that desire, his excitement at finally working on his glyph overshadowing it. Now, with his goal realized, it was like a dam had broken. A flood of tension and nervous energy welling up deep within him. The fact he had yet to test his arcane bolt only heightened his anticipation. He needed the rush of his first cast to be accompanied by a symphony of burning muscle, cracking bone, and spilled blood. On some level, he could acknowledge that his growing bloodlust could be considered a concern. He paid it no mind. This was the depths. You either learned to love it, or you crumbled and died. Thankfully, they had found an outlet for their energy. He leaned forwards, looming over Porkchop to peer down the main street. A few blocks ahead, the paved road split in two, shooting off at acute angles. A troop of goblins milled around the wide open junction. Nearly a full dozen chittered in their strange guttural language, jostling each other and only making a half attempt to keep watch. Beyond them, a few smatterings of archers sat partially concealed in what looked to be a storefront, right at the corner of the angled building that sat at the crossroads. A few handful more of the low race lounging at the entrances to the manors that flanked the road. They would make perfect targets to test his new spell. Caius's gaze drifted down to his arm, admiring the 4 black lines of script that weaved their way out from the spokes that served to connect the hymns to the rest of the supporting structure. Inscribing them had been quick work, only growing faster as he had gotten more practice with them. Just under an hour for all 4, and he had no doubt as his familiarity with the hymn of Arcane Bolt grew that time would shrink further. He could feel them, the roiling energy held in tension just beneath his skin. When the glyph had punctured his soul during its completion, burning itself into the deepest fibers of his being, it had forged a connection. Not only had it given him a mental link to his working, he knew that all he needed to cast now was a simple flicker of intent. It had linked itself to his status. He pulled it up to check the changes. Caius's eyes roved over the developments to his status. It amazed him to see what a few months of concentrated effort had wrought, though as Caius considered that he now knew that glyph binding was a full and complete mage discipline in its own right, he supposed it made sense. Although he did expect more changes as he got his class. If his glyph was fully wrapped up into it, he expected that the glyph itself would probably be co-opted or even changed by the system. Bringing its capabilities under the purview of his class skills, it was reasonably common for mages, especially manipulation magi. Manual workings often got their own section on the status that tracked devised spells. Still, his new glyph wasn't the only change that he could see. The time they had spent holed up at the manor hadn't been wasted, not by a long shot. 3 more legacy skills, 2 of which were either capped or right on the precipice. Hells, he'd even done enough cooking to squeeze a level. Explorer's Toolkit. Though he suspected that it must have already been close, cooking was relevant to a small section of the skill, and he doubted it would have provided much experience since he wasn't using magically charged or self-foraged ingredients. Caius, are you seriously checking your status now? Right before we are about to fight, Porkchop asked, craning his neck to stare at him. Caius hurriedly closed his status, startled out of his pondering. Sorry, he said, turning his attention back to the goblins. There were a couple of ways they could approach this, the easiest being to draw the goblins into a confrontation in the alleys. It had been their main tactic, and with how successful it had proven to be, Caius saw no reason to change it. Do you want to bait them in? They seemed to get pretty. Wuss, Porkchop interrupted him. Before Caius could get a single word in edgewise, his friend charged out from the safe confines of the alley, an earth-shattering roar on his lips. His heart thumped as his hand shot out in a failed attempt to hold Porkchop back. Porkchop, Caius called after his friend, aghast. A dump of adrenaline hit him like a sack of bricks, and his blood starting to sing. He ran, sprinting after his friend. We're gonna have some words after this, he yelled after Porkchop's sprinting form, who had the cheek to shoot him a look over his shoulder, tongue lolling out. Porkchop then snapped his head forwards to level another roar at the scrambling form of the goblins. His scale mill clinking with every hurried step, Caius drew his sword. Feeling the solid comfort of steel in his grip, his tension broke, anxiety at his friend's reckless charge dissolving as a rush of savage delight flooded through him. It had been far too long since he had had some fun. Goblins who had previously lounged in the manor's entranceways rushed out into the street, joining those that were massing in the junction's center, forming a solid wall of knives and clubs to break Porkchop's charge. Behind them, archers started to loose arrows. Most focused on Porkchop, but Caius felt stinging impacts as they pinked off his armor. Porkchop drew close. The goblins braced. Caius saw the exact moment the goblin's screaming fury turned into dread as Porkchop activated his Amulet of Inviolable Momentum, blurring into a leather-bound missile. Porkchop hit the assembled formation in a cacophony of guttural screams and splintering bones. The sound was nearly enough to bring tears to his eyes. Pandemonium. He'd missed this, the rush. It was time to take some skulls. Porkchop smashed into the clumsy formation of goblins with the force of a landslide. Diminutive green bodies crunched. The line collapsed, the lucky goblins that weren't completely trampled being sent tumbling to the floor. Caius watched his friend roar, laying into their massed enemies with a fury, his artifact-enhanced paws batting aside weapons as he crushed bone with every swing. There was no way he was going to let Porkchop have all the fun. Sprinting into the fray, Caius lashed out with a father's gift. Holding his sword in a high grip, he pivoted his hands. Enchanted steel whirled through the air. He cleaved through the neck of a dagger-wielding goblin, too preoccupied by Porkchop's assault to react. Ding! Level 12 goblin skirmisher slain. Dark green blood sprayed across Caius's face. With his lips twisted into a grin, Caius was treated to the taste of copper on his tongue. There was no disgust, only joy as he spun and drove the point of his sword through the chest of a goblin bruiser. Ding! Level 13 goblin bruiser slain. Now they noticed him, a devil in blued scales. Scything through their numbers like so much wheat, more kill notifications dinging in his mind. They felt slow. He did too, his latest honor had provided him with a substantial boost to his intelligence, speeding up the rate at which he processed the world around him, tuning his reflexes. A full third of the pack turned on him, rallying blades and clubs to cut him down. He didn't let them. His blade flashed through the air in a silver blur, turning aside their assault, twisting attacks into openings. He followed through to cut limbs and torsos to the bone. Ding! Level 14 goblin bruiser slain. Ding! Level 11 goblin skirmisher slain. The stone of the junction quickly turned into a sticky mire, streams of blood slickening its surface. None of it was red. Even swamped, the goblins struggled to pierce his scale, ramshackle long knives tinking as they skittered over its surface. He moved, turning as he blurred through the mass of depths born, doling out death and slaughter. With every parry, every block, he felt a reservoir of energy in his vambraces fill. It was getting close, another thing he had been looking forward to testing. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an arrow lancing for his head. He was already moving, cutting the underpowered missile out of the air with his blade. Releasing his sword with his offhand, Caius pointed at the offending archer over the head of its fellows that blocked his path. Power crackled in his glyph, right beneath the surface. Watching, waiting for his command. He willed it, and it was so. Gold light radiated from one of his 4 runic hymns. It burned without pain, embers of radiant amber wafting from his skin to drift through the air. An instant later, he felt his mana surge, expending itself with a snap. A bolt of the purest azure materialized, exploding forwards to rocket towards his target. Like a shard of crystal shrapnel, it crossed the distance in moments, trailing a mystic haze. The shard of power punched straight through the archer's face, blowing through to crack the wall of the stone building behind it, coating the ground in a splatter of brain. Ding! Level 13 Goblin Archer slain. Caius felt the thrum of his heart, the hot hunger as he saw the power of his spell. There had been no pause, no moment where he had to hold the spell in his mind, draining his mana into the working. He simply wished it done, and his glyph obliged. Snatching up his sword with both hands, Caius deflected yet another assault from the goblins arrayed against him. A goblin with jagged knives in each hand grew overconfident, pushing past the pack, barely lasting a second before he lanced it through the heart, ripping his blade free of its chest cavity to spill its ropes of severed intestines on the floor. Ding! Level 14 Goblin Skirmisher slain. The foul stench only angered him, urged him to press on. A wild sweep sent the mob leaping back, and Caius pushed in, joining Porkchop in the thick of the thrum. Sparing a moment to check on his friend's progress, Caius found shattered bodies littering the ground in front of his friend. Small of frame, the goblins fared as well as children in the face of Porkchop's might. Porkchop had definitely killed more. That wasn't good. Caius would never hear the end of it. He redoubled his assault. With a clang, he deflected a two-handed club held by a particularly beefy specimen, beefy for a goblin that is. It was no taller than his chest. As he sent the club sailing to the side, Caius felt something in his vambraces click. He could feel a new well of power come to his awareness, one that would bolster an attack, empower him to new heights. He didn't keep it waiting long. Lunging forwards, Caius threw his full body weight into a heavy sideways cleave and tapped into the power held in his vambrace. Fire roared through his veins, a violent energy bolstering his muscles, his bones creaking under the force of his suddenly empowered swing. A father's gift glowed a shimmering red in his true sight as his blade rocketed towards the line of goblins. The first goblin in the line was wearing scraps of chain. His sword bit into its arm, cleaving through flesh and bone, continuing through its torso with a sickening crack, ripped out the other side to cut, and cut, and cut. Caius laughed as he severed the goblins, cutting clean through their chests, exulting in their dying gurgles and the sound of wet meat hitting stone. 4 goblins collapsed in a wave of viscera, coating the flagstones below. Ding! Level 12 Goblin Rogue slain. Ding! Level 11 Goblin Skirmisher slain. Taking a moment to pause, Caius reveled in the destruction he had wrought. He'd expected the vambraces to be good, but that was phenomenal. Just a shame that it took so long to charge. He doubted he would get to use it more than once or twice a fight. Caius heard a screech from above. He looked up, finding one suicidal goblin skirmisher had someone made it onto the roof and launched itself off, currently on a terminal descent towards him with its knives held out wide. He stepped back, gesturing towards its form with his left hand. Golden light burnt once more, and an azure bolt shot out, punching straight through the goblin's chest to continue sailing through the air far above the city before dissipating into nothingness. Caius frowned. He'd been aiming for the head. A heart shot was no guaranteed kill. Thankfully, the splat as the goblin impacted hard stone after a 4-story drop took care of that. To his left, Caius watched Porkchop roar as he slammed down heavily onto a goblin, fully caving in its chest and choking off its squeal in a shower of blood, only to immediately follow up the attack by smashing another goblin with an arm-breaking swipe of his paws. "Bet I can kill more, slowpoke," Porkchop taunted. Caius didn't even deign it with a response, grinning as he redoubled his efforts with renewed ferocity. He booted a goblin in the chest, sending it sprawling as it tripped over the fallen corpse of one of its allies. Stomping forwards, Caius slashed at another goblin. It tried to block with a knife. It lost its hand for the trouble and started to scream. Well, that's annoying. He silenced it with the tip of his sword, a stride of steel ramming through the goblin's palate to exit the back of its skull. Ding! Level 13 Goblin Skirmisher slain. Flicking his wrists, he sent the body careening to the side. The fallen goblin scrambled at the ground, hauling itself to its feet. A low sweep removed one of its legs, arterial spray splashing against the copper-scented blood that already pooled on the street. A quick stab ended it. Ding! Level 14 Goblin Bruiser slain. The goblins were scattered now, broken and listless, barely 10 left between the two of them. Caius moved quickly. The entire fight, 2 of the archers had been harassing him. He was sick of it. 2 scintillating bolts ended them in a crack of arcane might. The remaining goblins in front of him flinching as he fired straight over their heads. His glyph fell dormant, retreating from his senses as he cast his final spell. Ding! Level 15 Goblin Archer slain. Ding! Level 14 Goblin Archer slain. He charged, smashing aside the hurried defense of another bruiser, caving in its twisted nose with a blow from his pommel. A knee to its chest folded it in 2, the goblin's jaw flapping as it tried and failed to suck in air. Holding his sword in a low stance, he drew his blade across its throat, vital fluid spilling in a torrent as it dropped its club to claw ineffectively at its neck. It died gurgling. Ding! Level 13 Goblin Bruiser slain. He locked his gaze on the final two, seeing Porkchop charge further ahead to deal with the last of the archers. Poor bastard had had a rough go of it. There were enough arrows lodged in his barding to make him look like a hedgehog. It was time to clean up. Two skirmishers looked at him with trepidation, flicking between his green-stained sword and the small mountain of bodies cooling at his feet. Strange. He hadn't expected the depths-born to feel fear. Whatever it was passed quickly, a haze seeming to fall over the goblins as their faces quickly turned to rage and hate. With a harsh squeal, they charged him. He stepped forwards, allowing a hooked knife to skitter off his scale as he hip-checked the first one, sending it splashing into a pool of its allies' entrails. A quick sweep of his sword deflected the other's stab. A twist of his wrist was enough to curve his blade, embedding it firmly in the goblin's skull. Ding! Level 12 Goblin Skirmisher slain. Wrenching it free with a wet squelch, he advanced on the final goblin. With a yell of primal satisfaction, he cleaved through its neck. Its head fell to the ground with a wet thwack. Ding! Level 13 Goblin Skirmisher slain. Hearing Porkchop roar, Caius turned to see his friend bellowing his victory to the air, standing on his hind legs over the crushed forms of the archers. Caius winced at the state of him. Clearly Porkchop was not happy with their harassment. He'd torn them limb from limb, twisted and mangled arms and legs lying impressively far from the slain archers. One of them twitched. Fucking hell's Porkchop! Caius raised his hand to his mouth to yell at his friend. Depths born or not, that's fucked up. Kill them. Boring, Porkchop replied, cutting off his roar. Watching his friend thump back to the ground, Caius winced as Porkchop's paws crunched through the chest of one of the goblins. A few more stomps and he finished off the rest of them. Caius hurried over to his friend, eager to get out of the pooling goblin blood that was soaking into his boots. He sheathed his sword, clapping Porkchop over the shoulder as he stepped over the crumpled bodies of the goblin archers. That was fucking awesome. Did you see my spell? Caius said, still flush with the vigor and excitement of combat. I know, I didn't expect it to be so strong, look at those cracks. Porkchop replied, gesturing to the spiderwebbed stone of the manor, where one of his bolt spells had landed after punching straight through an archer's skull. Caius stared at the damage in satisfaction. It was far more than he had hoped for. A spell of that power being his to command with less effort than it took him to click his fingers was phenomenal for an unclassed, even if he could only make use of it a few times per fight. It would be a trump card that was hard to react to, that no one could expect. Magic took time to cast, and mages didn't wear armor and charge in with a sword. All he would need was a moment. A second where they thought distance would buy them safety. Even if it was what he had been working towards, he was surprised at just how easy, just how natural it had felt to weave magic into his combat style. Sure, he still needed some practice. It still felt awkward to let go of his sword in battle, and he could use some work to make sure he didn't unnecessarily pause. Plus, his aim could be better. All of that could be fixed. He could already see it. How he would flow through a battle, taking heads as he snapped out with bolts of empowered magic to reap the lives of those out of reach of his sword. As his mana grew as he gained his class skills, he knew he would only grow in his capabilities. Arcane Bolt would be enough for now. It was a perfect first spell to practice with, to bend his class toward combat magic. Once his class selection was over, he could start to experiment, tailoring his inscribed hymns to fit the situation. That would come later. Right now, all he wanted was a shower and to clean the goblin guts out of his hair. Thankfully, there were a dozen manors with perfectly good water enchantments available. In all honesty, despite feeling like he had slept in a charnel pit, Porkchop looked much worse. Caius leaned over, picking a strip of goblin flesh from his friend's fur between two fingers before flicking it off to the side. Let's go get cleaned up, Caius suggested, leading the way to one of the nearby manors that was unmarred from their battle. Standing in one of the bathrooms, Caius activated an enchantment that was set into the wall of an absolutely massive tiled washroom. A moment later, hot rainfall fell from the ceiling in a torrential downpour, splashing on the slanted floor to drain out of a grate. It was a clever bit of rune work, though he had to admit it had surprised him the first time he had seen it, being far fancier than anything he had seen before. He was used to bathing in rivers, and even on the rare occasions he had stayed in an inn, the best he had seen was a bathtub that heated its contents. Even those had still needed to be filled by hand. Now, though, he had no idea how he would be able to live without the strange hot rain. Thankfully, the enchantments were relatively simple, if written in an unknown script. He'd still copied them down as close as he could. You didn't need to understand how something worked if you could replicate it close enough after all. If he ever had a house, he was definitely putting one of them. Stripping out of his armor and clothes, he stepped into the water, dragging his gear in with him to give it a thorough wash. It would have been terrible for normal items, but thankfully enchanted artifacts were made of sterner stuff. Green rivulets stained the water as it ran along the floor. As soon as he had cleaned the muck off his gear, Caius placed it on the floor outside of the wet room. Most of it would dry by itself, but the bits that wouldn't he would towel off once he was done. Porkchop, having been patiently waiting for the clutter to be removed, pushed past him to take up a full third of the wet room. Are you going to reinscribe too? His friend asked, looking at the glyph that wove its way around the back of his hand to creep up his forearm. Yeah, I need to get as much practice in as I can. I know it's a bit of a drag, but it's worth it, Caius said, leaning back to let the water run through his hair, scratching his scalp to dissolve some of the green blood that had started to scab. It's fine. It's only an hour, and it's important to sharpen your claws after a hunt after all, Porkchop assured him. With the water flattening his fur close to his skin, he no longer had the poof to hide his bulk. Each and every inch of his body was covered in bulging muscle. It was enough to make a man jealous. Caius was pretty proud of his physique. A life of hard training and a diet high in hunted game had made him tall and strapping, but beasts were something else entirely. How long do you think it will take until we find that champion, do you think? Porkchop asked as ineffectively tried to scrub at the blood that had been matted into the fur on his back. Caius laughed. It had to have been the 8th time Porkchop had asked him that since they had left the manor they'd used as a base camp for the last few months. Here, let me help, Caius said, walking behind Porkchop to help him cleanse the gore of battle. I'm not sure, really. There was what looked like an open-air temple on this layer of the city, but it looked quite far around the circle compared to where we entered. The goblin I saw definitely looked different enough to be a champion. We're heading in the right direction, but it's hard to tell much more than that. It's pretty hard to get your bearings when the only 2 points of comparison were a far-off look from a ledge and actually being on the streets. Porkchop huffed at his non-committal response, but still leaned back into his scratching. Can you tell me what you remember about it at least? Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be some sort of caster. It looked like it was in a pavilion that had been turned into some sort of goblin ceremony grounds, and it was wearing a big fuck-off headdress and waving around a staff. There were other goblins there too, so we should be ready for it to be a group fight. Porkchop's ears perked up at that. That's different. Sounds fun though. Caius nodded, if a bit risky. I'm also pretty sure there has to be another champion in the next tier, the one before the summit. There's been one on every single layer so far, including the guardian at the top, so it would be a bit weird if there wasn't one even if I didn't spot it. I hope so. Every extra champion we can find here means one less we have to search for when we are done with this biome. The clock's ticking, Caius. You're going to finish off your skills either way, but if we want to get our honors and potentially even go after the guardian before our full integration, we need to push hard. I know, Caius sighed. We've got what, 5 more to kill before we see if I get in. Honor for 10 in a group, and then another 3 for you to get that and the solo. Honor, it'll be tight, but we can do it. They lapsed into silence as the water that rushed over them slowly started to run clear. They had a plan, all they needed to do was execute it. Once Caius was satisfied that they were both clean, he turned off the wet room's enchantment. Once he'd reinscribed and they'd eaten, they would move on, pushing closer to the champion of the district. Caius walked down a paved street, his boots clacking on the impossibly smooth wrought stone that made up the dwarven thoroughfare. The more time he and Porkchop spent in the depths made facsimile of civilization, the more the cracks shone through the illusion. There were bodies, but only the bodies of soldiers. There was dirt and the weathering of time, but nothing was structurally impacted. There were houses, but no signs of panic or disarray like what one might expect from a city under siege. Even the goblins. Especially the goblins, bunched up, clustered into little groups, always far enough away from each other that they could engage them in peace, loitering in streets in front of houses but never ransacking them. It was eerie but also comforting, a reminder that the desolation of a lost city was all just a mirage, that people still existed, somewhere up above. He'd thought he was inured to the ennui of isolation, what with living in the wilds. It seems he had underestimated the impact of the small encounters with hunters, and he and his father's irregular trips to the villages. Thank God he'd met Porkchop. No doubt he would have already lost his wits completely if he'd had to do this entirely alone. Porkchop was right. They needed to pick up the pace. It was the only way they were going to collect enough honors to challenge the guardian before they got a class. The honor that was bound to exist for that feat was something he was far too greedy to pass up. Beyond that, though, he just needed out. He missed the sun, the cool western breeze that rolled in from the far-off sea. Most of all, he needed to look for his father. He couldn't do that trapped down here. Every day he was stuck narrowed his chances of them reuniting again. With how long it had been, they were already far too slim. They rounded a bend in the road. Far off down the street, Caius spied small green figures meandering across the thoroughfare, lazing about without a care in the world. Goblins, only just barely visible with the enhanced acuity of his true sight. Well, it was as good an excuse as any to bring up what he had been thinking. Caius whistled, catching Porkchop's attention as he halted. His friend shot him a questioning look. I have a proposition to make. Down there, he pointed toward the gang of Depthsborn or some goblins. I think we should go around them. Caius held his breath, waiting for Porkchop to protest. Instead, his friend shot him a knowing look. You want to rush the champions? Porkchop stated. I do, Caius said bluntly. We need to be moving faster. Plus, most of these depths-born are no match for us anymore. I'm barely seeing any growth to my skills. Caius, you had me at I want to fight more champions faster, Porkchop replied, jostling him as he headed to one of the alleys that would take them to an alternative route through the district. Caius sighed in relief, thanking the gods that Porkchop agreed with him, and set off after his friend. After making the choice to avoid further encounters with the general riffraff of the city, their pace had exploded as they crossed the district in record time. They camped in Manors as the crystal sun above dimmed, and set out early each morning to walk the dusty and abandoned streets of the residential district. Eventually, they found what they were looking for. Far off in the distance, Caius saw the road they walked on lead straight into a massive open space. A handful of streets converged into a crossroads, an open plaza surrounded on all sides by buildings taller and more opulent than any he had seen so far, with artistic crenellations and massive stained glass windows adorning their fronts. At the center of the plaza was what they had been looking for, a large raised pavilion ringed by monolithic columns that supported a vaulted roof of shaped stone. There at the center he saw their target. "I see the bastard," Caius called out. In the center of the pavilion stood a goblin on a raised dais. Withered and decrepit, it was wearing a massive headdress that must have added full strides to its height, made up of bleached bone and glittering metal scraps. It waved a gnarled staff to and fro, directing 3 adherents with religious fervor as it positively glowed with mystic might. Porkchop's ears perked at his words, swiveling towards him. "It's a champion," Caius focused his. "True sight, Spirit Caller Grix level 24, champion, depths-born, magi, low race. Goblin adherent level 20, depths-born, beast, minion, elite, low race. It is and a mage to boot. There's also 3 minions, all elite like the warg was," Caius said, relaying his findings. Porkchop shot him a look. "A mage? Will you be able to handle it? It's a shaman, probably an affliction or elemental specialist." Between this, he rapped his cuirass with a knuckle. "And my resistance skill, it's going to find me a terrible matchup." At least he bloody well hoped it was an affliction specialist. He still had one more healing skill he needed to earn, and he was getting tired of turning down offered skills. Afflictions would be perfect to practice manually increasing the efficiency of his health, though the shaman wasn't the only issue. "I'm more worried about the elites. That warg we fought on the outskirts was a piece of work, and there are 3 this time. They'd have to take them out first," and Caius was under no illusions that that would be easy, though if Porkchop could keep the shaman occupied with his spell resistance, then Caius was confident he could handle them. They looked to be normal-sized goblins, not hobs, and that meant he had the height advantage. The real question was if he saved his spells to deal with the shaman. A well-timed bolt could make all the difference against a caster. "Okay," Caius said, "here's what I think we should do. I hope real dwarven cities are built like this," Caius said as he stared at a row of immaculately carved statues that were laid in a circle around the plaza that he had spotted earlier. Each and every one was easily twice his height, and looked like they could have been living figures simply transmuted into a soft brown stone. They depicted a dwarven warrior, garbed in full plate with a stern expression revealed by an open-faced helm. "Why?" Porkchop asked, clearly far more interested in what lay beyond the ring of statues. "I mean, look at this stuff," Caius replied, sweeping his hand across the plaza before waving it generally in the direction of the cavern walls. Its master stonework, melded together to look like a single piece. Let alone the bloody cavern, which is clearly not natural, or the crystal sun, which looks about as big as a castle. It's easy to imagine the depths creating something like this, but I can't wrap my head around the fact that there might be an original out there made by bloody people. The time, the resources this would take is mind-boggling. Yes, it's all very pretty," Porkchop said with a shrug, "but the champion is right there. Now is not the time to be ogling buildings." Porkchop was right, but he also didn't want to lose sight of the wonder of the depths. It might have been a charnel pit of monsters and traps, but where else would you see a dwarven city right after exploring a glowing underground forest? Caius sighed. Despite his appreciation for the surroundings, he turned his mind to the task ahead. The goblin shaman seemed to be in the throes of some sort of religious ecstasy, its head raised to the sky while it screamed guttural chants with a fervor, its adherents hanging on to its every word. Thankfully, it seemed far too preoccupied to notice them. "You're still all right to keep the shaman occupied while I take care of his minions?" Caius asked. "It makes the most sense. Even with this ring you gave me, 3 goblins who no doubt have weapons would be hard to deal with. I'll be fine with my spell resistance." Caius nodded. "I think with how distracted they are, we should be able to sneak behind one of those statues. It should get us close enough that I can take out one of the adherents before we even begin. Not the shaman, too risky." Caius shook his head. "For one, it's a champion, so there's no guarantee a single shot will take it out. It's also a mage, so I'm worried it might have some way to deal with hostile magic." Porkchop grunted, clearly not convinced, but he didn't argue with Caius either way. "Once we're behind the statue, I'll get a cast off. That'll be the signal to charge in, okay?" You go for one of the statues closer to the shaman. Got it. Porkchop said before he slunk off to the other side of the street where he would have a better angle of approach. Caius took a breath to reassure himself, taking another look to make sure the champion and his flunkies were still preoccupied. Whatever service the shaman was leading, it didn't look like it was going to end any time soon. Dropping into a sprinter's stance, Caius felt his heart thump heavily in his chest. There was absolutely no cover between the road where he currently stood and the statue. Only 100 long strides of open pavement. If he made too much noise or one of the champion's goons simply decided to watch their surroundings, he would be spotted in an instant. Here we go, Caius thought. He kicked off, sprinting over open pavement, careful to keep his steps as light as possible. With every stride his boots clacked on stone and his scale rattled, the noise driving a spike of anxiety into his ears. He watched the shaman like a hawk for any sign of it hearing his approach. Nothing. Its screeching calls were loud enough to drown out any ambient noise. He shuffled to a stop, crouching down behind the raised stone plinth of the statue he had chosen as cover. Taking a moment to let his racing heart slow, Caius looked a few statues over to find Porkchop hunkered down watching him closely. He shot his friend a nod, receiving one in return. Drawing his sword slowly so as to avoid making too much noise, Caius peered over the base of the statue to stare at the attendants. Two of them were covered by the large stone pillars that held up the roof of the pavilion the shaman had taken over, but one stood exposed in a gap. A perfect target. Caius thrust out with his left hand, pointing towards the enrobed goblin's head with his finger. With a flicker of intent he cast. Arcane bolt, tightly bound mana roared forth, exploding through the carefully crafted channels of his glyph. One of his 4 runic hymns on the edge of his glyph burst into golden light. High Lothian characters dissolved in floating embers as the force of the mana fractured the sacrificial spell array. A shard of azure shot from his finger, glowing to his mana sight as it rocketed towards the exposed attendant. Rune-forged magic met goblin flesh and won with ease, rupturing its head in a splash of shattered bone and pulped flesh. Ding, level 20 goblin adherent slain. For a moment everything hung frozen, still. Then the goblin attendant's body hit the ground with a wet smack. Ding, you challenged a champion, Spirit Caller Grix. Then Porkchop roared, storming out of his cover to charge directly at the shaman. The goblin champion's chanting stopped, its eyes snapping open as it looked first at the headless body of its attendant leaking green blood on the pavilion floor, and then to the rapidly approaching red and black incarnation of bestial fury that was racing towards it. It hissed, thrusting its skull-tipped staff towards Porkchop. A hail of what looked like shards of bone slamming into him and punching into his barding a few heartbeats later. The remaining attendants drew their blades. Strange crescent moon things of glistening bronze, far from the half-broken affair that he had seen on other goblins. That was his cue. Adrenaline dumped into his system as Caius kicked his way free of the statue he had been hiding behind, racing towards the attendants with his sword held high and a roar of battle lust on his lips. The attendants' eyes snapped towards him. Good, he had their attention. With each step Caius launched himself faster and faster, eating away at the distance between him and the attendants. He hit them at full speed, lashing out with his sword to catch the leftmost goblin's initial assault. He pivoted, shifting his grip to break the bind and deflect another slice from the other. The ringing crashes of steel and bronze rang out across the pavilion as Caius pushed the goblins with every inch of his skill. The 2 attendants were good, far better swordsmen than anything he had seen from the goblins so far. Worse, they were fast. It was only by leveraging his longer blade and reach that he was able to keep up. Thank the gods they weren't stronger than him, otherwise he really would have been in trouble. As it was, the rapid-fire staccato of clashing blades brought a smile to Caius's face as the rush of battle fell over him. With each turned blade Caius felt his vambraces suck in more and more force. It was surprisingly fast, far faster than it had been against the other goblins he had faced so far, though with the sickening pace of the attendant's assault it didn't really surprise him. Smashing aside a low sweep from one of the attendants, Caius lunged in with a quick thrust, punishing the attempt as the tip of his sword sank deep into its chest. Before he could follow up with a killing stroke he was forced to leap back, the injured goblin's companion raking its blade across his armored chest in a squeal of tortured metal. Caius winced, a line of dull throbbing crossing the front of his chest along the line of the goblin's blows. That hurt. The scale might work wonders for protecting him from edged weapons, but it did little for impact. Ding, fast healing has reached level 18. Beyond the attendants, Caius could see that Porkchop was struggling to pin the shaman down. Every time he would get close, Caius watched as the goblin mage glowed to his mana sight, only for Porkchop to bellow in agony a moment later as a lash of ethereal energy smacked into him. Ding, true sight has reached level 10. Definitely an affliction specialist. Pain, Porkchop growled. That's good. Caius yelled back, grunting as one of the attendants slipped past his guard to bash him in the ribs with its curved bronze blade. He kicked out, booting the goblin back before pivoting on his front foot to hammer on the other's guard. Pain won't kill you. The bone shards it's shooting from its staff might. Hurry up. Caius grunted. Easier said than done. The two goblin attendants may as well have been a brick wall with how perfectly they covered each other, whenever he got a flash of insight from Explorer's toolkit about a potential opening. They moved, closing the gap. The problem was that they were too bloody fast. Ding, Explorer's toolkit has reached level 13. Flicking his blade back and forth, he deflected a perfectly synchronized flurry of slashes from the goblins, giving ground to their assault. With each block, Caius felt his vambrace get closer and closer to full. At the very least, if he really couldn't find an opening, he would be able to force the issue with that. Peering over the attendant's shoulders, he watched the shaman dive out of the way of Porkchop's paw, channeling glowing mana into its staff to pelt him with another hail of razor-sharp bones. Ding, True Sight has reached level 11. Individually, they seemed to do little, but Caius could see that his friend's face and exposed arms were littered with dozens of shallow cuts. Inconsequential with health, but with each barrage more of Porkchop's health would burn away to seal the wounds. That could be an issue. He had to do something. Knocking aside one attendant's blade, he stepped in and rammed the goblin with his shoulder, sending it staggering back. His hands snapped up, lighting up in burning gold as he shot in. Arcane bolt directly at the shaman's back. Its eyes widened with the flash of light, the shaman throwing itself to the side in a last-ditch effort to avoid the spell. Caius was already turning away as it squealed in pain, slipping around a slash as the closest attendant screamed in fury at his assault of their master. Caius punished the missed swing with a pommel strike to the goblin's brow, sending it reeling. The act just barely gave him a moment to breathe before both attendants came back at him in a synchronized blur of scything bronze. Caius grit his teeth, hearing Porkchop roar in agony once more. He did his best to defend from the attendant's assault, blocking and parrying slashes where he could, but even with all his skill, he wasn't able to stop a growing number of heavy smashes of blunt force that sunk deep into the muscle beneath his armor. Ding, Adamant Body has reached level 17. One of the attendants rushed in, curved blade held high overhead. Caius swept his sword up, binding the strike in an edge-to-edge clash. He twisted his wrists, casting the bronze sword to the side as he pirouetted into a whirling cut that slashed it from shoulder to hip. Blood flooded free from the wound, staining the front of the attendant's robe a murky green. The other attendant rushed him. Caius only just managed to bring his sword up into a clumsy block, the goblin's bronze blade skittering down his sword edge to catch on his crossguard. Then he felt his vambraces saturate, a pool of energy entering his awareness. Feeling his blood sing with the heat of battle, Caius redoubled his efforts, waiting for his opening, only for a virulent wasting energy to seep into him from behind, punching through his armor to target his bones as the shaman cried in victory. Caius risked a glance behind him, seeing Porkchop had jumped on the shaman's distraction to rake his claws along its back. The shaman had still hit him with something. He knew it, he could feel it in his teeth, smell it flooding his nose. It tasted of the ravages of time, of the weakness of old men. The attendants cackled in glee, rushing him. Grunting in frustration, Caius flicked his blade up to catch one of the crescent bronze blades. They clashed, his arm cracked. Agony lancing up into his shoulder as the pressure of the goblin's attack stressed his fractured limb. Ding, you have been afflicted by skeletal weakness, curse of brittle bone. Caius flew backwards, giving ground before the goblin attendant's assault. He could feel it, the energy that had seeped into his bones from the spell the shaman had cast on him, sapping their strength, weakening the very foundation of his body. His health flooded out, saturating his arm in itching heat as it fought to seal the crack in his bone. With every blow he blocked and parried, yet more cracks joined it. Caius stepped back just a little too hard to avoid a swipe. A small bone in his foot broke. This was untenable. The affliction might not have been enough to straight up crumble his bones, but it had absolutely gutted his defense. Worse, his health was burning in every clash as it fought a losing battle to keep him whole. Rapid adaptation was already moving, tasting the flavor of the foreign energy as it tried to get its measure. It was slow going, though. A novel mana and a novel effect. Caius's resistance wouldn't kick in for some time. No, he needed to stem the drain on his health, and he knew exactly how to do it. Falling back, he gave ground before the attendants, parrying only the attacks that he had no chance of dodging. As he retreated, he split his focus, wrapping his will around the flood of restorative energy that had coated his bones. He coaxed it, guiding it to seal cracks with directed application, forcibly increasing his efficiency. It was hard at first. His only practice had been under the influence. Psychopathic assault tonic. Even if he knew the theory, splitting his focus so utterly in the depths of a sword fight was ruinously difficult. The attendant slipped through his guard, hammering his armored torso. Caius grit his teeth as his ribs shattered, hot iron flooding his mouth. Still he pressed on, guiding his health to regenerate him with growing efficiency. Ding, Adamant Body has reached level 18. A moment later, he got the notification he had been waiting for. Ding, general skill available. Would you like to learn efficient healing rare? Caius groaned in relief, dropping his hold on his health to refocus entirely on his battle ahead. Immediately, his latest skill went to work, stemming the torrential drain of his resource, empowering how much his health could heal. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 2, with his latest skill and fast healing. Caius was just able to suppress the curse that had weakened his bones so badly. Oh, they still cracked, still shot shards of agony through him with every crushing blow that he deflected, but he was healing fast enough to keep up. He needed an opening. There weren't any. Explorer's toolkit was completely silent, the attendants too fast, too good at covering each other for him to find one. He would have to make one. He pressed the attendants, soul-wrenching cracks shuddering through his arms as he threw his whole weight into a heavy downward slash, forcing the goblins to block. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 3. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 4. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 5. One of the attendants slipped in low, bringing its crescent moon blade towards him with a hurried slash to his left leg, rushing to capitalize on his sword being bound up in the defense of its ally. There was a nudge in Caius's mind and awareness. He could block, he didn't. Gleaming bronze cut deep into the muscle of his thigh, thick blood welling in the wound. The attendant screeched in victory, joyous at having finally dealt a decisive wound. Caius snapped out with his left hand, grabbing the goblin by the face, feeling its teeth sink deep into the meat of his palm. The pain meant nothing. The other attendant shoved against his sword, easily pushing his one-handed grip back. Caius grinned savagely. Arcane bolt, a flash of gold and azure. Wet flesh exploded from his palm in a cone, coating the pavilion floor in dark green gore. Caius's blood sung in his veins as the headless body of the attendant collapsed to the ground with a splash. Ding, level 20 goblin adherent slain. The final goblin elite was already moving, its curved sword descending towards his own in a heavy slash, ready to take advantage of his one-handed grip. Caius twisted with his whole body, tapping into the well of energy in his vambraces. He felt the cracked spider webbing through the bones of his arm and shoulder as a father's gift exploded into motion, rocketing in an upwards diagonal on a terminal course for the attendant. Steel met bronze in a cacophony of destruction, Caius's sword shattering the goblin's blade in a shower of sparks. His arm snapped, pulverized in the force of the collision. The energy empowering his swing cared not for his injuries or his agony, forcing his slash to continue unabated, carving through the flesh and bone of the attendant with ease. Ding, level 20 goblin adherent slain. Caius let out a hoarse cry as his swing finished, his arm flopping loosely to his side as he just barely managed to keep his grip on his sword. The attendant pitched forwards, organs squelching as they spilled to the floor. The exposed muscle of his thigh writhed, reknitting itself. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 6. Ding, fast healing has reached level 19. Rapid adaptation was moving quickly, flooding his body to contain and absorb the energy. It wouldn't be long before he had his resistance, and it could start to fight off the affliction. Ahead of him, Porkchop roared once more as the shaman showered him in a hail of razor-sharp bone. His friend looked ragged, the constant assaults enough to cut his barding to ribbons and leave his fur matted with blood. Yet the shaman did not look fresh either. While its pain lash was enough to stop it from falling into Porkchop's embrace, it had been savaged by glancing blow after glancing blow. Its robes hung in tatters, stained by a constant slow leak of green blood. Its staff was splintered, battered from desperate attempts to ward off claws. Caius had no doubt that it would fall soon. They could do this. Letting go of his sword, Caius snapped his left hand up to fire off his final arcane bolt. There was a crack as stored mana expended itself, embers of gold rising from the disintegrating runic hymn on the back of his hand as an azure shard shot for the back of the shaman. At the last second it hissed, diving to the side. The bolt scraped along its ribs, blood spraying free as it cut a furrow through the champion's side. Fuck, he'd been hoping to pin it down with his last spell, but it definitely had some way to sense mana. When this was done, he needed to go over his runic hymn. It had punched, sure, but 4 spells was not enough. Not when he could barely hit the enemies that he needed it most against. The shaman hissed, its mana surging for a few seconds as it cast a spell. A lash of mana flung through the air straight towards him. Reacting on instinct, he tried to bring his sword up to parry. It did nothing, the glowing whip phasing through his blade to land on his cuirass. Power surged, his armor attempting to rebuff the assault. It wasn't enough to fully negate the spell. Mana punched through his skin, pulsing as it touched his nerves. White agony exploded through him, feeling like he had been flayed and dipped in acid. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground as his legs locked up, a hoarse cry escaping his throat. Holy shit. He coughed, picking himself up to advance closer on the shaman, whose stressed eyes rocketed back and forth between him and Porkchop. I told you it hurts. Yeah, well, it's not an affliction, so there's that. He yelled to his friend, stepping into thrust towards the champion. Slippery as it was, it used its staff to throw itself to the side, narrowly missing being impaled. Caius stepped forwards, readying another slash. The shaman thrust its staff towards Porkchop, hitting him with another shower of darts that forced him to bunker down. With its offhand it thrust towards him, mana pulsing as it hit him with another spell. Ding. You have been afflicted by skeletal weakness, curse of brittle bone. The damaging energy in his bones redoubled. Caius tried to lunge forwards and finish it, only for his leg to collapse under him as his bones shattered. With a gasp he fell to his knees as the shaman cackled at his agony. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 7. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 8, Porkchop roared. Caius watched his friend blur, rocketing forwards directly through the densest path of cutting bone. His amulet, Caius realized. He'd enhanced his charge. He hit the shaman with the unstoppable fury of an avalanche. The shaman went down hard, hitting the stone floor in a long slide. Porkchop roared in fury, interposing himself between Caius and the shaman. Caius felt his health flooding his broken bones, but it wasn't enough. The affliction had made them so weak that any movement was enough to splinter them again. He needed a resistance. He felt it, the very moment. Rapid adaptation latched onto the foreign mana that surged through his system, savaging it like a rabid dog, locking it down and slowly eliminating it. Ding, rapid adaptation has added a new resistance, bone magic. Ding, rapid adaptation has reached level 20. His resistance against the affliction bolstered. Caius felt his bones strengthen, health reknitting them back together. He pushed himself to his feet. Care would have to be taken. They were still weakened, the bone magic still present. Yet it had been lessened enough for him to move, to fight. Leather creaked as he tightened his grip on his sword. Porkchop's ear swiveled as he heard him get up. A second later his friend rushed forwards, eager to finish off the injured champion. Caius rushed after him, sword held in a close guard with his point trained on the rising shaman. The goblin squealed, mana flaring around it as 2 lashes of condensed pain shot out, squarely hitting him and Porkchop in the chest. He pushed through the agony, barely losing his footing for a moment as he braced for the surge of liquid fire. He pressed on. The shaman showered them in razor-sharp bone darts. Caius raised his arm, warding his eyes as bone plinked off his armor and cut into his exposed legs and head. There was a blur to his right as Porkchop lunged forwards. The shaman shrieked and the bone darts cut off. Caius moved quickly, dropping his arm to see the shaman had thrown itself backwards, hitting Porkchop with another lash of pain. Caius lurched in, pivoting on his foot to attack the shaman with a heavy chop. Rage twisted its features, black eyes scrunching as it raised its staff to block. Another building pulse of mana, and a second later it hit him with another whip of magic. Caius locked up. The shaman's chest was heaving. Bloody and tattered, it looked to be on its last legs. Fast and magically potent it might have been. Its mana seemed bottomless with how many spells it had been throwing out. All the mana in the world couldn't hide the glacial pace at which the wounds on its face healed, nor the way it hissed as he pressed his sword harder into its staff. Porkchop charged from behind him, flattening the shaman once more. It tried to roll away, escape. Stomping on its chest with a sickening mush, Porkchop pinned the shaman in place with one paw as it vomited green blood. It was the moment he had been waiting for. A quick sprint brought him in close. He cut. The shaman's head rolled free. Ding, you have slain a champion, Spirit Caller Grix level 24 Bone Totem Shaman. Caius stumbled away from the corpse of the goblin champion, his chest heaving as he slid to ground. He groaned as his hip crunched against the stone with his too rough movement. Lowering himself slowly to lie flat on his back, Caius stared up at the vaulted stone roof of the pavilion as rapid adaptation worked to purge the remnants of the shaman's mana from his system. Well, that could have gone better, he said. Porkchop hunkered down next to him, his barding littered with holes and his red and black fur matted and wet with blood. I think we did pretty well, no potions or tricks this time. Your spell was great, Porkchop said encouragingly. It was all right. I don't have enough of them, Caius responded. I think I'm going to try to trim it down. Like it's got a lot of power, but we don't really need that power. It's only really useful against champions, and even then I'm getting the feeling that unless they are big and slow, it's just not really worth the cost. Even if it was half as strong, it would be enough to take out a common depths born, and the whole point of the hymns is that I can switch them out. That would probably be wise. If you had more, we might have been able to box the shaman in, or interrupt those bloody spells it had. Porkchop finished with a huff. Right, Porkchop had got absolutely reamed by that pain whip spell. He pushed himself up into a sitting position slowly and checked his friend over. How are you doing? He got you pretty good. Porkchop tilted his head at him. Me, I'm not the one whose bones sounded like they were made of chalk. That pain spell was just sore. It didn't actually do any damage, and despite how I might look, those bone shards didn't leave much more than flesh wounds. Caius cracked a grin. I'm fine too, just going to take it easy until rapid adaptation can purge the affliction. I got the resistance towards the end, but it's still pretty uncomfortable. Well, while you do that, I'm going to see if I can find our loot, Porkchop said, rising to his feet with a grunt. Caius watched his friend closely, not quite convinced that he had gotten off as lightly as he had said. The smear of dark red that Porkchop left of the stone beneath where he had lain was really not helping his case. After Porkchop had wandered away to poke his way around the pavilion, Caius turned his attention to the system notification that was pinging away in the back of his mind. He'd gotten the last skill he needed for lesser regeneration, and not a moment too soon. The constant fractures had absolutely decimated his health pool, and he doubted he would have been able to last much longer without slowing it down. He pulled up the skill's description. Efficient healing, level 8. Rare. Life is the constant struggle against decay. Stumble and you die. The power of the blood, the memory of the heart. Learn these mysteries and you will live. For now, enhances the power and efficacy of your health, increasing its regenerative capacity. Each level infinitesimally reduces health costs. It might have been a simple skill, but it was no less useful for it. Paired with his other recent healing skills, it served as a massive increase to his staying power. Even without having merged them into his second to last legacy skills, so much of what had hampered him in fights was both his depressingly small health cap and the sluggish rate of his healing. Any serious wound was potentially disabling, though now perhaps not. Even with only the initial boost of his most recent skills, he should be able to recover from broken bones and flesh wounds without having to retreat. Unfortunately, he still had to be careful. He couldn't recover totally severed limbs, and a heart or head wound would kill him as quickly as anyone else. Dipping his attention inwards, he found that the bone magic had been almost entirely purged from his system. He watched it, rapid adaptation attacking the foreign energy with a fervor, corralling and destroying the curse. Over the next few minutes, the remnants became scattered, and then inevitably were annihilated completely. Sighing in relief, Caius watched his health flood through his system, fixing up the final remnants of damage that had been left behind. Hopping to his feet, he enjoyed the simple pleasure of feeling the solidity of his footing on the stone floor. No more having to worry about snapping his shin if he moved a little awkwardly. Porkchop was in the center of the pavilion, poking around the raised dais that the shaman had originally stood on to deliver his sermon. His friend looked over as he stood up, his ears perked high in excitement. "I think I found it," Caius grinned, matching his friend's excitement at the prospect of more loot. Other than the simple pleasure of growth, it was definitely his favorite part of a champion fight. Part of it was that it meant another likely growth in their capabilities, another tool they could leverage in their rush to escape the depths. The other was that it was wealth. Artifacts were expensive, depths wrought ones even more so. Without fail, they had self-repair enchantments, something that was often too complicated for artisans to bother imbuing into anything less than a rare item. For a delver, a weapon that could stand up to the rigors of a depths dive was worth its weight in gold. There were no smithies to repair a breastplate or sword in gloomy tunnels beneath the surface, after all. He marched over, finding Porkchop staring intently at a stone hatch that was set flush into the floor of the dais. With an inset handle, it was no wonder Porkchop hadn't been able to open it. "No fingers, eh? Just shut up and open it, 2 legs," Porkchop said with a low rumble. With a chuckle, Caius stepped up onto the dais. He squatted over the hatch, wrapping his hands around the hard handle of the hatch. Pushing off with his legs, he heaved upwards, veins in his neck popping. There was the grind of stone against stone, the hatch swinging open a hair's breadth at a time. Caius grunted, bracing his core as he redoubled his efforts. Whoever made this thing had been a little too fine with their tolerances. The bloody trapdoor looked to be nearly a hand-span thick of solid stone. As the lip rose out of the depression, Porkchop snaked his paw between his legs, hooking under the hatch to help him haul it upwards. It swung fully over, falling flat on the dais with a puff of dust and an ear-splitting crash. Caius stumbled back, nearly tipping off the edge of the raised platform before Porkchop steadied him with a paw. He peered into the square recession that they had opened, finding a perfectly smooth stone opening littered with a collection of small square bottles, 7 of them. Much like many of the rewards they had received for their efforts, Caius spotted 2 gleaming gold discs resting in between the tonics. Depths coin, 2 pieces of gold this time. A nice addition to their reserves, not that they would be able to use them until they escaped. Porkchop shoved his head past him, letting out a whine when he saw the contents of the container. "Just potions. Where's my loot?" he grumbled. "Let me check them first, you never know," Caius said, peering into the tonic's descriptions with True Sight, Lesser Blooming Rejuvenation Tonic, Common TRI. The fruit of restful sleep, the essence of mending, condensed into a single moment. A tonic that restores the well of health in your soul. Depths Brewed Potion. Health Recovery I. Caius whistled as he read the description of the 4 red potions. Healing drafts, something that very well could save their lives if they got in a tough spot. They were supposed to be pretty rare, at least more rare than tonics that simply boosted one's natural regeneration. They were a good find. He shifted his attention to the glowing silver one. Lunar Empowerment Tonic, Common TRI. What hides there out in the black? Knowledge, power, or madness? A tonic that stimulates floods the body with lunar wisdom, empowering magic for a short time. Depths brewed potion. Lunacy I. Caius felt uneasy reading its effects. Something that boosted his magic was useful, but after his experience with the psychopathic assault tonic, Caius was weary of anything that looked like it might impact his mental state. It might not directly have stated it, but no matter how much he squinted, lunar wisdom certainly was suspicious enough that he wanted to be careful. Last was the fizzing lilac potion. Jack Rabbit tonic, common tier I. Run fast enough and you might just escape your fate. A tonic that boosts movement speed for several minutes. Depths brewed potion. Rapid escape I. Now that Caius could get behind, not just for fleeing as the tonic suggested. Speed was an invaluable equalizer in combat, as he had just learnt firsthand in his battle against the attendants. These, and potentially the lunar empowerment tonic, would be worth saving for the Guardian. The ogre he had spotted at the top of the city was massive, and undoubtedly would be able to splatter them with a single swing of its club, if it couldn't hit them however. Yes, these would be perfect to save for their final confrontation. There was only one thing that was bothering him. Caius decided he should bring it up. Well, there's certainly for both of us. Those ones will instantly recover some of our health, though I'm not exactly sure by how much. Those two will boost our movement speed for a while, and the last will empower my magic, he said, pointing between the different potions. Why do you sound concerned? That's great, isn't it? Porkchop asked. Well, Caius said, thinking, don't you think it's a little too good? Like, have we actually gotten anything that wasn't well suited for us? I didn't know about champions or that they guarded rewards before I got here, so I might be wrong, but everything I have heard has said that Depth's rewards are random. Porkchop cocked his head at him. What, like bad? Why would people bother then? No, Caius shook his head. Not bad, just I've heard that it's pretty common to get things that don't suit you. Like if we found an amulet that made you channel spells faster or something. It'd still be worth taking with us. Someone else would find it really valuable, but neither of us would really be able to use it. Porkchop grunter. Who cares? It's not like good loot is harming us. Maybe it's something to do with you being observed. Maybe, Caius muttered, thinking. It didn't feel right. But the Depths are supposed to be impartial. It's a whole thing. Like it's this grand trial. I can't really see it shifting the scales for someone just because they are doing well, you know. Caius, Porkchop said, nudging him to grab his attention. He looked over, locking eyes with his friend. So, what? If it's something else, it clearly likes us. Stop worrying and go fetch your pack so we can put stuff away. Caius grunted but dropped the matter and started to walk towards the street where they had entered. He'd left his pack stashed there. Porkchop was probably right, but he didn't like it. It didn't feel like something the Depths would do. It was a mystery, one he didn't have an answer to. Hopefully, as when he'd escaped, they would learn more. He already intended to look into his family name at a library in one of the nearby major cities. He could investigate this too. There was no way he was the first person this had happened to, was it? Sitting on a throne of granite, a man so immaculate he looked carved from marble started to laugh. 1,000 motes of light quivering in an inky black void at the sudden noise. Caius, my boy, you have no idea. Sitting down on the raised platform where he and Porkchop had discovered the stash of potions, Caius repacked his bag, with a single tonic each of solar revitalization and psychopathic assault. The latest haul had brought them to a total of 9 tonics, one more than he could hold in his potion pouch. After moving his coin and empties to a slot in his pack, Caius had to make the tricky choice of which potion to leave outside of easy reach. All 5 of his healing tonics would be staying with him. To do otherwise was stupid. For now, he was leaning towards stashing one of the Jack Rabbit tonics. He intended to save both of them for the Guardian, but if the situation arose where he had to choose between imbibing a potion and potential death, he was going to make that choice 10 out of 10 times. Satisfied with his choice, Caius pulled his jury-rigger's stylus as well as his notepad out from his pack, before setting the bag on the ground. Having already removed his vambraces, he was ready to reinscribe. First, though, he wanted to try his hand at modifying Arcane Bolt him. Like he'd mentioned to Porkchop, he needed something cheaper. Having a spell that could burst a goblin's head like a melon available at the flick of his fingers was all well and good, but it was costly. Most of their fights had been slogs, and only having 4 spells available was hampering him. Plus, the shaman's bone darts had sparked some inspiration. He probably wouldn't make a spell that fired a spray of them, that would suffer from the same cost problem as Arcane Bolt and would probably be less effective to boot, but if he could scale down the hymn. He flicked open his notebook, already 2/3 full with runic diagrams carefully neutered so as not to pull in mana, of course. His current hymn was made up of a few parts. A section of runes to shape the spell, one to contain and direct his mana, and another to harden it into a penetrating projectile, all made up of hundreds of high Lothian words that looped over themselves until they formed a dense, arrow-shaped array. Most of the shaping and containment sections were held in the haft of the arrow, if he could just shrink the overall size of the arcane shard, reducing its mana requirements while increasing its density. Grabbing his pen, Caius sketched out a test on his page. It looked like it should work. Everything was in alignment. There were no syntax issues. The only way to know would be to try. Snapping his book closed, he shoved it back into his bag before snatching up his stylus. Laying his left hand on his knee, he bent over and started to draw, wincing slightly as the mana he channeled through his stylus started to burn into him. Quicker than normal, with a final flick of his wrist, he completed the last rune on his test a mere 5 minutes later. His glyph drank hungrily from his mana pool, flooding his newest spell. A moment later, and it clicked into place, sequestering the energy it needed for him to cast the hymn. Caius let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, the spell was stable. Now he just needed to test it. He pulled up his resources, curious about how much mana the spell had taken from his reserves. Seeing the cost of his adjusted spell, Caius grinned. 30 was low enough that he could inscribe 14 of the damn things, quite a step up from a measly 4, though whether it was actually viable to use in combat had yet to be seen. If everything worked to plan, it should be far denser than his original, but would probably have a little less oomph behind it. Heads up, going to cast something, Caius said, alerting Porkchop to what he intended. His friend simply grunted in acknowledgement, more interested in meandering around to explore the pavilion. Turning back to his task, Caius looked up and pointed towards the ceiling. A flicker of intent, and he watched as his latest hymn lit up gold, runes flaking off into burning embers, as a deep blue shard of the arcane popped into existence at the dip of his finger. Maybe a finger length and a half long, the spell looked like a faceted sapphire that had been cut to a needle tip. Faster than he could blink, the shard rocketed towards the ceiling as it whistled through the air. It hit the roof with a crash, cracking into the stone and showering him in dust. Caius let out a hearty laugh from deep in his belly. That was fantastic. Sure, it had lost a lot of the oomph of arcane bolt, but it still looked like it was more than enough to put a depth born in the ground if he aimed well. He could always inscribe the original if they were going to come up against something that warranted a bit of extra firepower. Hurriedly, he went back to inscribing more of the spells, not stopping until he had used all of his available mana. Then he had to wait, pacing back and forth as his pool slowly refilled. Thankfully, on his fourth such break, a welcome ding rang through his mind. Ding. Runic Lexicon has reached level 19. Caius grinned, yet another legacy skill brushing up against the cap. Waiting a few more minutes, he threw himself back into inscribing spells as soon as he had the mana required for another. He opted to leave out the 14th cast, as it would have only left him with a measly 10 in the tanks. Using his stylus had gotten easier with practice, and he'd gotten far better at using less mana as he'd gone along, but even then 10 mana was a tight squeeze for an inscription. Standing up from the dais where he had been seated, Caius looked at his glyph appreciatively. He'd managed to fill in nearly half of the anchor points with his cheaper spell, one that his status had called. Arcane Dart, nodding to himself, he strapped his vambraces back on and shouldered his pack before heading over to Porkchop. As he looked out over the square, he could see where one of the roads that left the plaza wound its way deeper towards the center of the dwarven metropolis. Another towering rise separated the residential district from the next one up, just barely revealing massive structures, somehow even more ornate than the manors surrounding them. He could see the stairs. Identical to the ones they had taken up from the military and workshops below, it was recessed deeply into the wall, carving its way through solid stone. They looked to be an hour's walk at most, further around the donut-shaped district. He hadn't done his best to keep track of their progress as they rotated through, but he was pretty sure it had to be damn near close to the opposite side of the city from their original entrance to the district. It made sense. Despite the grandiosity, the construction and mountains of mummified dwarven soldiers had made one thing crystal clear: this was as much a fortress as it was a settlement. Having the stairs up to the next district be as staggered as they were would force any and all aggressors to fight through winding streets flanked by houses of solid stone. Caius could imagine that with enough defenders, the city would be almost impenetrable. Almost. Evidently, it hadn't been enough. For the umpteenth time, he hoped that the city's defeat was just the creation of the depths, that it hadn't frozen the destruction of a real city in time and transported it across the world to be just another biome. Either way, the stairs were their goal, and they weren't too far. He couldn't wait to see what they would find up there. Decrepit and ravaged by war the city may have been, but it was still delightfully exotic and strange to him. The massive buildings above had set his mind racing. Were they the seat of government, a church? Caius had no idea, but he couldn't wait to find out. Plus, there had to be a champion out there. It would be too weird to have one on every section of the city except the one right before the guard. He turned away from the sight, whistling to grab Porkchop's attention. "You ready to go?" "Yeah, I got bored of sniffing rocks about an hour ago," Porkchop said glibly. Caius rolled his eyes and set off, leading the way as they pushed ever deeper into the fallen dwarven metropolis. Huffing as he hauled his way up yet another step, he forced himself to avoid looking over the sheer drop to his right. While the stairs were wide and easy to climb, there were a bloody lot of them, and evidently dwarves didn't believe in safety railings. There was nothing to stop him falling off the edge and plummeting what felt like hundreds of long strides to his doom below. Porkchop was keeping pace with him to his left. At first his friend had been a non-stop stream of grumbling as they ascended the stairs that slowly wrapped their way around the gargantuan pillar of stone that held the next district of the city aloft. As they had climbed, exertion had slowly sapped Porkchop's enthusiasm, tapering it off into the odd growl every few minutes. Ahead, Caius could see the looming city gates that guarded the way ahead. Much like the last two they had encountered, these were twisted and shattered. Gleaming in silver and gold, massive embossed scenes were mangled into shards of base metal and blasted inwards. Reaching the top, Caius bent over as his chest heaved. Stamina might have let them maintain their pace, but his legs still burned. With a final gasp, Caius straightened and wiped at his forehead, surveying the new district. In comparison to the residential space below, this region of the dwarven city was remarkably open. Massive stately buildings dotted a wide open boulevard, richly engraved stone rising into parapets and peaked roofs. It was beautiful. Even for the dwarven city, the stonework was masterful beyond compare. Engravings of stately dwarves so lifelike he could swear they were breathing, scenes of stone carving and smithing that displayed the mastery of their craft, and dozens more. They coated the exterior of every building he could see. It must have taken years and the expense. Caius doubted that anyone but the most skilled amongst their number would have had their work imprinted on the very stone of such an opulent region of the city. He still couldn't tell if it was religious or the center of the city's statecraft, though at the very least it had clearly been an extremely exclusive space. The only residential buildings he could see looked like palaces in comparison to the manors below. It also wasn't just dwarven masterpieces that dominated the second highest peak of the city. Caius could see plenty of goblins too, scattered around the open pavement, lurking in the shadows and nooks of massive buildings. They were much less clumped up here and they looked notably tougher, more heavily armored, their weapons looking much less like scavenged scrap. Caius smiled as he looked out over the site. He loved a new challenge. "Ready to go hunting for this champion?" he asked, eager to get moving. Porkchop responded with a hungry growl, his eyes boring holes into the distant depths born. Caius crept alongside the exterior of a regal building that backed up onto the wall that led to the final layer of the dwarven city, shadowing himself under a massive balcony of stone. It rose a dozen stories into the air to taper into a collection of spindly spires, with heavily barred windows dotting the walls. The exterior of the building was absolutely covered in reliefs, all following the same theme: coin, valuable gems locked in a vault, artifacts held securely, and more. After spotting it, Caius had immediately diverted their path to investigate. A heavily reinforced building, nestled safely in the city's seat of government. If that didn't scream bank, he didn't know what did. They'd made pretty good time. While this upper district was absolutely crawling with goblins compared to the lower levels, they were far more dispersed. No more massive mobs of goblins. They only had to pick them off now and then to clear their paths. Of course, they still had to be stealthy about it. Despite the strange lack of perception that Depthsborn had, Caius had no doubt that if they simply strolled out in the open, they would have a horde on their hands in no time. Thankfully, his new spell had proved to be more than capable of taking out goblins, at least, with a little careful aim. More than once they'd been confronted with a goblin blocking their path, with no way to take it out before it could raise an alarm to its far-off allies. After wrapping his glyph in cloth to conceal the burning light of his casting, he'd found an arcane dart to the back of the head did plenty well at removing those annoyances from their path. Their careful pace had slowed them. It was a lot harder to completely avoid the goblins now, even if each encounter was a lot easier. They had made their way from the entrance, hoping from estate to official-looking buildings, one after the other. While this district was much smaller than the one below, it was still a city. As far as he could tell, this region of the city was a mix of noble estates, religious buildings, and the center of government. There were no roads per se. Instead, the entire ring was an open stone boardwalk, dotted with massive buildings seemingly at random. They'd ended up camping out in more than one noble's estate to pass the night. If Porkchop had been ecstatic at the comfort of the manors below, he was utterly dumbfounded at the sheer luxury that nobles lived in. If Caius was honest with himself, he was too. Of course, he'd heard the stories about foppish nobles and their vices, but it was one thing to hear about it, and another entirely to be confronted with a bed the size of most inn rooms. Still, their covert exploration of the noble district had had some benefits. He'd managed to squeeze out a couple of levels of Explorer's Toolkit, and all his reinscribing of his hymns had managed to cap. Runic lexicon. Moving to one of the columns that supported the balcony above him, Caius peered out to look around the front of the building. He sighed in relief. The only goblins he could spot were far off, meandering around far-off estates. "Let's go," he said, waving to Porkchop, who was still lurking in the shadows of the balcony. They rushed forwards, heading towards the bay doors that were recessed into the front of the building. Caius kept himself hunched, lowering his profile as much as he could while he kept his eyes locked on the goblins he had spotted, waiting for any sign that they had noticed them. Nothing, they kept to their lazy patrol. The entrance to the building was just as grand as anything else. Thick doors of wood with richly shaped bronze rings were set into a frame of carved stone. Caius rushed forwards, grabbing the cold bronze and shoving the door open. To his ease, it swung inwards on well-oiled hinges. The interior was thick with dust, completely undisturbed. Having confirmed that the presence of enemies was unlikely, he rushed in without a closer look. "Quick, quick," he said, waving Porkchop in before he closed the door. Sighing in relief, Caius turned back to the building's interior, taking the chance to look closer now that he wasn't worried about them being spotted. They had entered into some sort of waiting room, a wide open area with numerous benches sitting on a polished floor. Ahead of them, a long stone desk prevented further access to the open plan bank. He was sure it was a bank, what with the absolutely massive vault door that was set into the far wall of the building. It must have been tunneled into the stone foundations of the final district that rose far above them. At least that would explain why the bank had been built bordering right up against the interior wall of the ring. The roof loomed far above. Despite the size of the building, there was only one floor. Instead, massive stone struts crisscrossed the open air, supporting the massive structure. It was impressive, but it did little to hold his attention compared to the jewel that was a potentially full bank vault. Caius grinned as he looked at the steel door that was bigger than he was. Intricate gears covered its surface, connecting to a wheel on its front. Walking forwards, Caius vaulted over the low desk that barred the way further in, richly carved desks and working areas littering the open room past the desk. His head snapped back when he heard a crash breaking the silence from behind him, laughing as he watched Porkchop go down in a flail of limbs as he tumbled off the desk. "What?" Porkchop said, extracting himself from the desk chair he had knocked to the ground. The dust was slippery. "Sure it was," Caius said with a shake of his head. "Come on, let's go check out this vault." As he drew closer, he could see that it was even bigger than he expected, standing half his height again. Standing in front of it, he rapped his knuckle against the cold metal with a dull thunk. It was thick all right, not that he could have broken through even if dwarves had cheaped out on their metal work, which they had not. The vault may as well have been forged from pure adamantium. Gears dominated its surface in a complicated mechanism. All he could tell was that they linked the large crank at the door's center with the thick bars that crossed its surface to sink deep into the steel-reinforced walls. Running his hands over the gears, he felt a slight texture to the metal. When he hadn't expected, dwarves were known for masterworks, and this felt like the pebbling of something that had been cast in sand. He frowned, peering closer with true sight before his eyes widened in shock. They were runes, impossibly small, small enough that they had blurred into nondescript bumps. It was an unfamiliar script, but even if it had been Gretchen's standard, it would have taken him weeks to puzzle out their purpose. He grinned. Insanity was what it was, though a beautiful one. He might have decided to take his runework in a drastically different direction, but it was still amazing seeing a work of such a magnitude. Well, let's hope it's unlocked. "Because there is absolutely no way we are breaking through this," Caius muttered. Porkchop huffed, scratching at the floor in impatience. "Just try the damn thing." Giving his friend a shrug, Caius set his hand on the crank, eyeing the thin keyhole at its center. He heaved, trying to spin the wheel. For a moment he swelled with joy, his heart racing in shock as it smoothly rotated. Then a finger span later it stuck, hitting a stop with a thrumming thunk. Caius's shoulders drooped, sighing as he turned back to his friend. "Well, it was a long shot, anyway." "Ding, you challenged a champion, knife of the tribe." Caius froze. What the foo? Something slammed into his head, yanking him backwards to send him falling to the stone floor. As he hit the ground in a clatter of metal, something razor-sharp kissed his throat. Panic and agony rose as the blade tore through his jugular, coating something in a spray of his blood. "Ding, you have been afflicted by paralysis, assassin's blade." He tried to flail, knocked the small figure off him. He was locked fast, unable to move as it switched his grip, driving its knife into his chest, over and over. His scale armor barely served to arrest the blade, the champion's knife sinking a handspin in between his ribs. His health burned, but it wasn't fast enough. Lifeblood poured out from him, drenching his front as he choked on the fluid that pooled in the ragged remnants of his throat. Ding, stone blood has reached level 15. Porkchop howled in fury, bursting over to sink his jaws into whatever had savaged him, dragging it away to ragdoll its diminutive form as he shook his head from side to side. Caius barely heard it, too focused on the torrent of blood that erupted from his throat, choking him. He needed a potion, but rapid adaptation was moving too slowly. He'd bleed out before he could get one. The creeping chill of the grave crept in, his extremities numbing as his health surged in an attempt to slow the bleeding. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 9. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 10. The only reason he wasn't dead yet was stone blood, the skill thickening his blood. Even then, it was barely enough to keep him conscious. The champion had cut his jugular. Fuck. Ding, fast healing has reached level 20. Ding, stone blood has reached level 16. He dived inwards, blocking out the sounds of Porkchop's wild fury. Even if he had skills now, he could help them along. He sent his senses flooding through his body, taking in his condition in an instant. Relief flooded through him. His armor had stopped the assassin from reaching his heart. They were still grievous wounds, but the ragged hole in his neck nearly reached his spine. Ding, stone blood has reached level 17. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 11. The region was a brilliant red to his internal sight, so much of his health flooding the area. Something was wrong, it was healing too slowly. Even slower than before he had got his regenerative skills. It had to be another skill, one that rapid adaptation was reacting far too slowly to. Thankfully, the skill had still partially resisted the attack. He was still healing, albeit incredibly slowly. He had to move fast. Snatching up his health in his mental grip, Caius directed the resource manually. His skills helped, flooding the area and making each point last for more, but it was still a general regeneration. Arteries first. That was what was most important. Ding, stone blood has reached level 19. Ding. Efficient healing has reached level 12, pushing his health towards the ropey blood vessels that even now spilled his life force onto the stone below. Caius nearly screamed as he felt a resistance from the injury. He pressed on, forcing his flesh to reknit. His growing migraine was forgotten, swept aside in his all-consuming need to survive. It wasn't enough, he needed more. He had plenty of health, but his flesh simply refused to make use of it, willingly hurrying his descent into the grave. Wild in panic, Caius clawed at the health that pushed at the rest of the wound on his throat, yanking on his resource pool to drag the energy away from the wounds on his chest. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 13. With a mental scream, he shoved at the energy, willing it to focus solely on his torn blood vessels. Slowly, far too slowly, he felt the veins and arteries writhe, reknitting as torn flesh sealed itself whole. Ding, efficient healing has reached level 14. He could feel it, even with the rapid ascent of his stone blood skill. He was growing cold, weak, his mind clouded with fog, slowing down with every weakening beat of his heart. No, he couldn't go out like this. He refused.